Chapter 1869. Fang Clan's Headquarters. An immortal Gu house was built with green bricks and golden tiles. It was majestic like a mountain, it was solemn with a hint of liveliness and vitality, emitting a dense fragrance of plants and trees. The palace door was open, a huge hall could be seen inside. There were dozens of huge pillars in the hall, they were thick and shining with bronze luster. At the top of the door, there was a plaque with 3 words written on it. It was, Divine Bean Palace. And around Divine Bean Palace, there was a crescent-shaped wisdom path Gu formation that surrounded half of Divine Bean Palace. This wisdom path Gu formation flickered with light blue light that shone on Divine Bean Palace. The blue light was like water, it tried to permeate into Divine Bean Palace, but the effect was not good. After a while, the wisdom path Gu formation stopped and 2 Gu immortals walked out. One was dressed in yellow, he had an ordinary appearance and a beard, he looked like a mortal, but his face was pale and his forehead was covered in sweat. It was Fang Clan's second supreme elder, Fang Dichang. The other was dressed in a black robe, he looked like a thin middle-aged man, his long hair was draped over his shoulders, his temples were white, he looked proud and aloof. It was Fang Yuan who was disguised as Xuanbu Jin. At this moment, Fang Yuan sighed, "This Divine Bean Palace is truly amazing, even without anyone guarding it, it is like a living creature. It is like a towering ancient tree, we are like 2 worms, even if we try our best to infiltrate it, it will only be a drop in the ocean for Divine Bean Palace." Indeed. Fang Dichang nodded, "The worst thing is, even if we break some of the branches and leaves of this tree, it will regrow after a while." Fang Yuan analyzed, "This is indeed Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's style. According to historical records, he has the most abundant immortal essence among the Venerables, his recovery speed is the highest, he has the essence of Wood Path. Second Supreme Elder, we are both Wisdom Path Gu immortals, it will be very difficult to refine this Wood Path Immortal Gu house. We might as well go to Yanqing and get 1 or 2 Wood Path great experts to cooperate with us, it will definitely be effective." Fang Dichang smiled bitterly, "Brother, do you think I haven't tried? Unfortunately, Western Desert has few Wood Path Gu immortals to begin with, news of our clan obtaining Divine Bean Palace has already been exposed, the other super clans have already formed an encirclement to stop us. Of course, there are also forces that are providing Wood Path Gu immortals, brother, guess which one it is?" Fang Dichang asked. Fang Yuan had a thought, without thinking, he said, "I think it is Celestial Court." "Brother, you guessed right. The Immortal Gu Immortal Courthouse." Duke Long personally guaranteed that he would send Wood Path Gu immortals to take back Divine Bean Palace, their past grudges would be written off. He even promised a vast amount of resources. After Duke Dragon Palace, he, Gu Immortal Gu of Gu. He had, and Gu of, Gu, sect, he said, Celestial Court scheme is wishful thinking, they want to use West Desert's current situation to force my Fang clan to submit. Gu, house, imf of IMS, he can of Gu. Ha ha ha. With a loud laugh, a Gu immortal walked towards Fang Yuan and Fang Dichang. Ha ha ha. With a loud laugh, a Gu immortal walked towards Fang Yuan and Fang Dichang. "Brother Xuanbu Jin, you are right. This Gu immortal was an old man, he had white hair and eyebrows, his beard was like a lion's mane, his muscles were bulging, his figure was firm, he had a grand aura, he was Fang clan's first supreme elder, Fang Gong." Fang Gong patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and said passionately, "Brother, it must have been hard on you on your first day here, you have not even had a sip of hot tea before entering the formation to deduce. I've already arranged a banquet to welcome you back." Fang Yuan smiled, "Thank you for your concern, First Supreme Elder. The matter of taking down Divine Bean Palace has stimulated my interest and fighting spirit. Moreover, I am Fang Clan's external Supreme Elder, helping Fang Clan is helping myself, isn't that so?" His mind, however, was clear, this Fang Clan is under too much pressure, they finally want my help to refine Divine Bean Palace as soon as possible. Fang clan's attitude towards me is not strange at all. It seems that I can use this chance to threaten them and raise the price. I will gain some benefits first. Fang Yuan's heart was simply too black. Not only did he want Divine Bean Palace, he also wanted to extort benefits from Fang clan. Fang clan was truly unlucky to have recruited him. In the previous life, without Fang Yuan's interference, Fang clan's situation would have been very good. With just Fang clan's hard work, they resolved the crisis. Even at the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, they did not manage to refine Divine Bean Palace. The banquet was grand. Fang clan really wanted to borrow Xuanbu Jin's strength. Fang clan's higher-ups were very enthusiastic. Fang Gong, who was a rank 8, was even more amiable. Fang Yuan promised on the spot that he would do his best to help. Thus, both the host and guest were happy. If Fang clan knew that this Gu Immortal they were entertaining was the greatest mastermind behind the scenes, they might tear apart Fang Yuan's tendons on the spot. In the following days, Fang Yuan followed Fang Dichang and assisted him in refining Divine Bean Palace through the Wisdom Path Immortal formation. Divine Bean Palace had an endless supply of resources. It could recover on its own and could not be penetrated. If today's progress was 10, tomorrow, it would fall to 3 or 4. Every time Fang Yuan and Fang Dichang made a move, they would deduce until their minds heated up. They could only stop helplessly when it reached the limit. Even though I did not use my full strength, I have displayed the standard of a rank 7 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Even so, Fang Dichang's progress is slow with my help. Not to mention what kind of situation he was in without my help. Fang Yuan understood the situation and felt a trace of sympathy towards Fang Dichang. He also felt a trace of rejoice. Precisely because Fang Dichang used his full strength to forcefully refine Divine Bean Palace, he did not have any spare energy and time. Fang Yuan's scheme against Fang clan succeeded. In comparison, Fang Dichang was a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. His attainment level was higher than Fang Yuan's. Putting in all his effort every day, even though Fang Yuan concealed a portion of his strength, he was gradually feeling exhausted. Fang Dichang was even more so. He was truly putting in all his effort. Relying on this tenacious spirit, even though refining Divine Bean Palace had always been very difficult, he had accumulated quite a bit of results. Fang clan has Wisdom Path and Formation Path attainment. They want to use this to forcefully take down Divine Bean Palace. This is a true refinement. There is naturally hope of success. However, the price we have to pay is huge. Let's not talk about other things, just the immortal essence alone is a huge sum. If I add Wood Path and Refinement Path, it will be much easier. Of course, if I use my full strength, not just in Wisdom Path, but also in Formation Path, the situation will be completely different. Fang Yuan naturally would not do this. Feeling that the time was right, he stopped on a certain day and did not appear in time. Fang Dichang hurriedly went to ask, "Brother, are you injured? Are you alright? I have already prepared everything, I can heal you." Fang Yuan coughed, "Thank you for your concern, second elder. I am indeed injured, but it is not a big deal, I can handle it myself. It is just that, the immortal essence loss is too severe. My mind is also tired, the workload is too heavy and heavy. How many years will it take to completely refine Divine Bean Palace? I really can't hold on for much longer." Fang Dichang's eyes widened when he heard this. Xuanbu Jin was going to quit. What should he do? He finally had some results. If he did not persevere every day, these results would quickly disappear. Thinking of Fang clan's situation, Fang Dichang was anxious. "Brother." Fang Dichang smiled, "Our Fang clan will not mistreat you, don't worry." Fang Yuan said seriously, "Second elder, don't think that I am purposely quitting. I am not that kind of person. I trust Fang clan, joining Fang clan is the best proof. At the same time, my cooperation with Fang clan started long ago. When we attacked Divine Bean Palace, we established an alliance agreement. I have never forgotten this alliance agreement. Fang Yuan spoke with deep sincerity. As a wisdom path great grandmaster, Fang Dichang immediately understood Fang Yuan's hidden meaning. He smiled again. Brother, I understand, ha ha ha. We have never forgotten the alliance agreement back then. Indeed, you helped our Fang clan seize Divine Bean Palace. According to the agreement, our Fang clan has to give you the immortal goo. We are still in arrears now. It is our Fang clan's fault. I apologize to you. If you need our clan's immortal goo, I will arrange for someone to send it over. Sigh. I can't. Second Elder, I really did not mean that, you misunderstood me. Fang Yuan said. Misunderstood? Why would I misunderstand you? Fang Dichang snorted internally. He had already seen through Xuanbu Jin. This was a ruthless person who would not do anything without benefits. Back then, when they attacked Divine Bean Palace, he had used this chance to ask for Great Thief Immortal Goo. Now, he was playing this trick again. Fang Dichang really wanted to slap Fang Yuan a few times, but he forcefully endured it. There was no helping it, he needed Xuanbu Jin's help now. With Xuanbu Jin helping him, the effect was indeed good. Thus, Fang Dichang strongly wanted to give Fang Yuan the immortal goo, but Fang Yuan kept pushing it away, refusing to accept it. Fang Dichang had a bad premonition. Xuanbu Jin was acting like this, he definitely had a bigger scheme. After pushing it away again and again, Fang Dichang said directly, Brother, if you have any thoughts, just say it. Fang Yuan said solemnly, Second Elder, don't look down on me, I am also a member of Fang clan. With Fang clan's current situation, how could I do such a despicable thing like taking advantage of the situation to threaten you? Am I, Xuanbu Jin, that kind of person? On the contrary, I feel that the previous immortal goo reward is too high. I am willing to take a step back and not want the immortal goo reward. Fang Dichang felt even worse, but then he heard Fang Yuan say, If you really want me to say it, I can only be frank. Second Elder, you are one of us, I have nothing to hide from you. To speak the truth, I am quite interested in thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's Theft Path True Inheritance. I don't need any Theft Path Immortal Goo, I just want to take a look at the True Inheritance's contents. Of course, if Second Elder finds it difficult, then forget it. Chapter 1870. Bam! Fang clan's first Supreme Elder Fang Gong slammed the table and stood up from his chair, his eyes flickered with anger. This Xuanbu Jin is too greedy. He actually dares to ask for our clan's Theft Path True Inheritance. What ability does he have? He is just a lone cultivator with rank 7 cultivation level, he dares to extort our Fang clan. Damn it! He deserves death. Fang Gong was furious after hearing Fang Dichang's report. Fang Dichang, however, had already calmed down. Xuanbu Jin indeed has some ability. Our Fang clan recruiting Xuanbu Jin is also a decision made according to the current situation. As a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal, Xuanbu Jin is naturally very astute. Now that he is asking for the Theft Path True Inheritance, our clan cannot reject him. What? You really want to give him the Theft Path True Inheritance? That is thieving Heaven Venerable's true inheritance. Fang Gong's eyes were wide open. Fang Dichang smiled bitterly. If we don't give it to him, he will not work. What can we do to him? Yes, he is in our clan's headquarters now, we might be able to kill him if we work together. But what about after we kill him? Without his help, it will be very difficult for me to refine Divine Bean Palace, it will take too long. Fang clan, on the other hand, is facing a lot of pressure. A rank 8 Goo Immortal has already made a move not long ago. This was done by Fang Yuan's 2 dragon generals, but it was done cleanly. Fang Dichang spent most of his energy on Divine Bean Palace, thus he could not find out the truth. Everyone in Fang clan thought, this was either one of Western Desert super clans, a Western Desert demonic path Goo Immortal with ulterior motives, or the Celestial Court. Fang Gong was silent, he was the first Supreme Elder after all, he gradually calmed down. Fang clan's current situation indeed required Xuanbu Jin's help. Once Divine Bean Palace was obtained, Fang clan would be able to turn the situation around and turn the situation around. In the future, if they repaired Fallen Flower Hall, Inquiry Dock, and the other Immortal Gu houses, Fang clan's overall strength would probably surpass most of Western Desert's Righteous Path super forces. Xuanbu Jin was the key to Fang clan to turn the situation around and ascend to the peak. As expected of a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, he is stuck at this juncture. This Xuanbu Jin has guts and ability. Fang Gong snickered. Fang Di Chong understood Fang Gong. Hearing his words, he knew that Fang Gong agreed. Of course, after the Fang clan survived this crisis, Fang Gong would definitely punish Xuanbu Jin and vent his anger. Fang Di Chong smiled. Actually, Xuanbu Jin knows his limits. He did not ask for my Wisdom Path inheritance, nor did he covet the secrets of my clan's Immortal Gu house. If he makes these two requests, we'll really be in a difficult position. Fang clan's foundation was not the path of theft. It was never like that. The path of theft was only an accidental gain of Fang clan. It was obtained from an otherworldly demon. After so many years, Fang clan's use of this Dao thieving heaven true inheritance had reached an extreme. The theft path Immortal Gu house that he used to counterattack Dong Lu Chen earlier was in tatters. Just this point alone was enough to explain many problems. Fang Di laughed. This Xuanbu Jin's wisdom path attainment is indeed deep. Not to mention that I've made a lot of progress with his help these days. Just by looking at this request of his, it was clear that he had a very precise and experienced grasp of the heat. He did not go overboard, but also obtained the greatest benefits. This is not easy to achieve. Fang Gong also laughed. You really think highly of this person, you actually praised him. Fang Di Chang's eyes shined. A talent is a talent, why would I purposely belittle him because of myself? If such a talent could really be used by our clan, that would be an extremely good thing. Fang Gong squinted his eyes and said in a low voice, it's not easy to make a daring thing like Xuanbu Jin truly loyal to our clan. After some discussion, Fang clan agreed to let Fang Yuan browse the thieving heaven true inheritance. Fang Yuan soon obtained the true inheritance's contents. It was indeed a thieving heaven true inheritance. Its essence was the killer move Theft Path. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was able to create Theft Path because of this killer move. Evidently, this killer move had great significance. It was the origin of Theft Path. Fang Yuan was simply amazed when he saw it. In this true inheritance, Theft Path was grand and majestic. Because it was not just stealing people or objects, it was stealing the entire world. He could steal all the Dao marks in the world. Other than that, there was another content that made Fang Yuan look at it again and again, enjoying it so much that he forgot to stop. This was the Theft Path Immortal Gu house in the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance, Thieves Denver. Fang Yuan's Theft Path attainment level is at Great Grandmaster. Fang clan's Gu Immortals do not have such attainment. Thus, Fang clan's advantage is in building Immortal Gu houses, but they have no way to deal with this thieves' den. They can only allow it to deteriorate. Fang Yuan only took a few glances and saw the efforts of Fang clan's successive generations from the contents of thieves' den. They had tried to repair this Immortal Gu house before. Even though there are many wondrous ideas, they are not compatible with Theft Path. They are at most superfluous. But if I were to repair it, it would be different. Fang Yuan was inwardly moved. But asking for the contents of the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance was already his limit. Fang Yuan knew, Fang clan was about to turn hostile, but he forcibly endured it. Even if Fang clan gave the true inheritance directly, they would definitely remember this grudge. If he asked for Thieves' Den, it would be too much, it would greatly exceed Fang clan's foundation, they would definitely not agree to it. Moreover, as a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, I am too interested in Theft Path. This is a huge suspicious point. The reason why Fang Di Chong did not suspect anything was because I had planned it well. Earlier, I stole Great Thief Ghost Hand and then used wisdom to kill Wan Lianghan. These left a deep impression in Fang clan's hearts, thus they acted naturally. But is this true inheritance the entire contents of the thieving heaven true inheritance? Fang Yuan could not tell, at least he did not see anything else in this content. But this was not certain, because Fang clan had the wisdom path great expert Fang Dichang. What if I make a move now and snatch it? Fang Yuan thought. With just his own battle strength, it was not difficult to deal with Fang clan. Even though Fang Gong was strong and was a rare strength path rank 8 Gu Immortal, he could not compare to Duke Long. There was still a gap in battle strength between him and Fang Yuan. However, the possibility of Fang Yuan making the final decision was not high. Fang Gong had once suppressed Chen Yi, his strength was at the top of rank 8. At the same time, this was Fang clan's headquarters, there were many arrangements that Fang Yuan did not know about. The biggest possibility was that a huge battle would erupt and the world would know about it. By then, not only would Fang Yuan's identity be exposed, Western Desert's righteous path super forces would also find the best reason to help Fang clan exterminate the demon and attack Fang clan. Moreover, the Celestial Court would not be idle, with such a good opportunity, they would definitely send Gu Immortals to take action. Fang Yuan thought for a long time before deciding to help Fang Dichang maintain the current situation. This was the most beneficial solution for him. After reading Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance, Fang Yuan no longer complained about fatigue, he worked together with Fang Dichang to forcefully refine Divine Bean Palace. At least, from the looks of it, he was doing his best. Progress was still difficult, but after accumulating time and time again, a qualitative change occurred, Divine Bean Palace's entrance opened, Gu Immortals could enter and leave freely. This was huge progress. Fang clan was very excited, even Fang Dichang was smiling happily. They could see Fang clan's rise. However, the following facts were like a bucket of cold water pouring over the hearts of Fang clan's Gu Immortals. No matter how hard Fang Dichang tried to refine Divine Bean Palace, there was no progress. This was a stark contrast to before. It seems that at this stage, Divine Bean Palace's internal structure is not what I deduced, it has undergone a huge change. We can only make progress by changing the entire wisdom path formation. Fang Dichang said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded, but how do we change this wisdom path formation? Before that, we need to probe Divine Bean Palace and understand more. Sigh, if we had a wood path great expert to help us, it would be much easier. Right now, with our wisdom path, we can only make wild guesses. Fang Dichang smiled bitterly, other than making wild guesses, what else can we do? The matter of forcefully refining Divine Bean Palace fell into a bottleneck. Divine Bean Palace was indeed a personal creation of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. The more Fang Dichang and Fang Yuan researched it, the more they felt its majesty and ingenuity. Fang Dichang racked his brains but could not find a good solution. Fang Yuan had many ideas, but he did not mention any of them. During this period of time, he had not had the chance to use Karma Divine Tree. If he used this move, he would definitely be able to open up a new situation. Sitting here and thinking is not in line with my cultivation path. I should go out and relax, maybe I will get some inspiration. Fang Yuan retreated in order to advance, he took the initiative to leave. Fang Dichang and Fang Gongku could not make him stay, they also needed Xuan Bujin's help in the future, so they could only let Fang Yuan leave. Fang Yuan left Fang clan and entered Green Ghost Desert on the surface, but he was secretly exploring dream realms. During this period of time, his transaction with Chi Chu Yu continued. He also used Second Aperture Mortal Gu to extort Southern Border's righteous path to collect dream realms for wood path. Without the help of a wood path great expert? No problem. I can become a wood path great expert myself, isn't that enough? Fang Yuan's method of breaking out of this situation was simple and violent. These wood path dream realms could not stump him, in terms of experience in exploring dream realms, Fang Yuan was already the #1 person in the world. People like Duke Long did not even have the qualifications to carry his shoes. Fang Yuan's woodpath attainment level had always been ordinary, he did not have any in-depth contact with it in the 500 years of his previous life. But not long after, he became a woodpath master. Several days passed in the outside world, he became a woodpath grandmaster. The dream realms in his hands were used up again. Fang Yuan was filled with confidence, he would research Karma Divine Tree and Divine Bean Palace again. Immediately, countless plans appeared in his mind, most of them were feasible. It seems I need to modify Karma Divine Tree. But to modify this killer move, I need to refine suitable woodpath immortal goo. The current woodpath immortal goo are not suitable. Fang Yuan was hesitant. If he wanted to refine woodpath immortal goo, it was possible. After all, he had Langya sect. But in that case, he could not refine luck path immortal goo. The two Eastern Sea immortals soul-searched Fangzheng and told Qi Sea ancestor about it, thus, Fang Yuan knew about Celestial Court scheme, he also knew about Qin Ding Ling. From the Hairy Man Goo immortals refining luck path immortal goo, he deduced that Celestial Court was also fighting to refine luck path immortal goo. Even though most of them could not win against Fang Yuan, Celestial Court still managed to get a small portion. Now that they were changing their target and refining woodpath immortal goo on a large scale, it meant that Fang Yuan was giving up on refining luck path immortal goo. But if he insisted on refining luck path immortal goo, Fang Yuan could only rely on Karma Divine Tree to subdue Divine Bean Palace, it would be very difficult. Chapter 1871. Fang Yuan placed great importance on this premonition. In the previous life, he had accidentally witnessed the activation of Tao Zhu's true inheritance in the 5 regional mountain range, but he did not succeed. After that, he had a similar feeling, he knew that he had missed a huge opportunity. And if he missed this opportunity, he would feel great regret in the future. As expected. In the Battle of Central Continent, the 5 regional limit formation played a crucial role. If Fang Yuan had this method, not only would he be able to deal with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's continuous formation, he could even use 5 restriction Profound Light Qi to deal with heroes among people. And this time, facing Divine Bean Palace, this feeling appeared again. But different from the premonition in the previous life, this premonition came before I made my choice, while in the previous life, I only sensed it after I lost Tao Zhu's true inheritance. Is this also a form of progress? If this is a form of progress, then what is the reason for this progress? Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Fang Yuan was very interested in the premonition itself. But he was even more interested in what caused this premonition. After deducing, Fang Yuan found the answer: attainment levels. My wisdom path attainment level should be the main reason. Wisdom path masters can produce intuition, while wisdom path grandmasters can comprehend by analogy. Wisdom path Gu immortals cultivate thoughts, wills, and emotions. The appearance of any emotion is a premonition, it has great significance and is different from Gu immortals of other paths. Next is luck path. Luck path is about change. My luck path attainment level is at master level, I can also produce intuition. Next is time path. In the previous life, when I sensed that I had lost Tao Zhu's true inheritance, my time path attainment level had already shown its effect. This time, my time path attainment level is quasi-supreme grandmaster, so I can sense certain situations in the future. It is precisely because of this change that I now have a premonition in advance and understand the importance of this choice. The increase in time path attainment level caused the relationship between premonition and events to change. This was a qualitative change. Finally, wood path attainment level. Because this matter concerns Divine Bean Palace, my wood path attainment level was very ordinary, so my premonition was not very sensitive. When I became a wood path grandmaster, my premonition finally filled up the last piece and condensed it into form. Wisdom path realm, luck path realm, Time Path Realm, Wood Path Realm, these four realms complemented each other and formed a miraculous premonition. Ordinary Gu immortals could not achieve this. As of now, Fang Yuan was probably the only one who cultivated in all kinds of schools. More accurately speaking, in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, spectral soul demon venerable refined sovereign immortal fetus Gu, he also had the sovereign immortal body. It was hard to say in the future. In the future, dream realms would appear everywhere. Gu immortals could use dream realms to rapidly raise their attainment levels of all sorts of paths. When these realms were combined, they might be able to get a premonition. Fang Yuan continued to analyze. The foundation of premonition is wisdom path attainment level. The level of time path attainment determined whether it was a premonition or a premonition. Luck path realm can make me more sensitive to certain changes. As for wood path and other paths, they are within the range of premonition. My premonition this time is because my wood path attainment level has risen, that's why I have such a clear premonition. In the future, if I make up for the other paths, I will be able to premonition all sorts of things. What kind of attainment level is that? A phrase flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, omniscience and omnipotence. No, it is not omnipotence, but omniscience can be achieved. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. When the attainment level of all paths reached a certain level, they could have premonitions that encompassed all things. This level of premonition was close to omniscience. If I can develop an outstanding cultivation level of all paths on the basis of the sovereign immortal body, wouldn't I be close to omnipotence? Omniscience and omnipotence. Fang Yuan muttered, his heart shuddered as his eyes shined with bright light. If I reach this level, I will definitely be able to see the path to eternal life clearly. Fang Yuan was secretly excited. Even though he had rich experiences and had been reborn many times, his past experiences were no longer of much help to him. Most of the time, he needed to explore and practice many things. For example, his rank 9 venerable cultivation level, Fang Yuan's Dao marks had already broken through the limit of rank 8, after annexing Qi Xiang Grotto Heaven, his calamities and tribulations should have jumped out of the range of rank 8. But he did not advance to rank 9. He needed to explore how to become a rank 9. And now, from this premonition, he found out the profundities of the various attainment levels. He was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected harvest of dual cultivation. Ordinary Gu immortals might stop at this level, but Fang Yuan found out the hope of eternal life from it. Venerables could not achieve eternal life, Fang Yuan only had the goal of eternal life. As for how to achieve this goal, he did not have any concept or feasible ideas. Finally, on this day, he figured out a possible path to immortality from a small premonition. Even though I do not know how to achieve eternal life, omniscience and omnipotence are the cornerstones. Next, I need to destroy Fate Gu and make eternal life a possibility. Next, I need to work hard to achieve omniscience and omnipotence. To achieve omniscience, I need to explore dream realms and raise the attainment levels of all paths. To achieve omnipotence, I need to rely on the sovereign immortal body to cultivate all paths and have a firm grasp of all methods. Be it omniscience or omnipotence, just this alone would allow him to surpass all the predecessors in history. Even those venerables only cultivated 2 or 3 paths, they could not reach the realm of omniscience. Even though their abilities were extraordinary and even Fang Yuan could not understand them, without the sovereign immortal body, they could not achieve omnipotence. If Fang Yuan could achieve omniscience and omnipotence, he would definitely surpass all the venerables. By then, venerables might not be able to achieve eternal life, but he might be able to. Wait a moment, the prophecy of 3 venerables clearly stated that Great Dream Immortal Venerable would become the strongest venerable. Is it because she will reach the realm of omniscience? This was very likely. Great Dream Immortal Venerable was definitely a great expert in dream realm exploration, her attainment levels of all paths were extraordinary, she had a very high standard. Thus, it was not strange for her to achieve omniscience. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, he had a new and deeper understanding of the prophecy of three venerables and the future. He had rank 8 cultivation level now, his battle strength could rival Duke Long, he was already at the peak of this world. However, towards this world, towards the future, he was still minuscule. He needed to learn and understand many things, there were still countless aspects that he needed to grow in. Omniscience and omnipotence was too high of a goal, it could scare people to death. Most people would feel suffocated from despair if they saw this, they would not even have the slightest thought of trying. But Fang Yuan's inexhaustible fighting spirit was ignited. This way, all the conflicts, all the hard work, my life will be filled with color. Several days later. Langya blessed land. Quick, quick, increase the intensity of the fire. Langya white-haired land spirit urged while controlling the long hair refinement path formation. The hairy man Gu Immortal in charge of controlling the fire immediately used all his strength to increase the intensity of the fire. But land spirit of Langya felt it was not enough, he shouted, the fire needs to be even bigger, even bigger. But Lord, this is already the biggest fire. The hairy man Gu Immortal shouted. Land spirit of Langya was experienced, he thought of a method with a turn of his eyes, he ordered, 6th hair, activate the wind formation in the formation, we will use wind to push the fire. 8th hair, use a refinement path killer move to pull out the remnant wind and purify the incomplete immortal Gu. With wind, there would be the pollution of wind path Dao marks. Thus, they needed to purify it before the immortal Gu refinement could proceed smoothly. Land spirit of Langya made precise arrangements, he was busy but not chaotic. A moment later, the refinement path formation shook, a rainbow light burst out, charging into the sky before vanishing. The formation stopped working, a brand new wood path immortal Gu was refined. It's a success again this time. As expected of Lord Land Spirit of Langya. The hairy man Gu immortals were overjoyed, they praised endlessly. Land Spirit of Langya, however, sighed, it is all thanks to Master's Gu recipe. Fang Yuan had quasi-supreme Grandmaster attainment in refinement path and wood path Grandmaster attainment, the wood path immortal Gu recipe he modified had reached an extremely high level. Adding on Land Spirit of Langya's peak level refinement path attainment, he could get twice the result with half the effort, the success rate was very high. The other hairy man Gu immortals felt the same way. Lord Land Spirit is right. All along, the success rate of immortal Gu refinement has been too low, it is limited by refinement path attainment and Gu recipes. Most Gu immortals do not cultivate refinement path, they do not even cultivate refinement path as a secondary path, their refinement path attainment is unimaginable. As for modifying Gu recipes, not only does it require the corresponding attainment level, it also requires refinement path attainment and wisdom path deduction attainment. Refining immortal Gu had always been a huge trap, but for Fang Yuan, it gradually became a common thing. This was because Fang Yuan had wisdom path methods like the light of wisdom, he also had quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level in refinement path, his attainment levels in other paths were also not small. Thus, the several obstacles that had been restricting the refinement of immortal Gu were now non-existent for Fang Yuan. The sovereign immortal aperture's time flow was very fast, after so many days, Fang Yuan obtained several wood path immortal Gu. He chose wood path in the end, he refined them on his own side. Actually, there were many wood path Gu immortals in southern border, they also had many wood path immortal Gu, but Fang Yuan did not extort them. Southern border's righteous path was now setting up beacon towers on a large scale, they were also gradually integrating and cooperating with the celestial court, they were restraining Fang Yuan's businesses in jewel yellow skies. This situation had occurred in the previous life as well, it showed that Wu Yong was gradually putting in effort to unify the whole of southern border's righteous path. If Fang Yuan extorted southern border's righteous path would path immortal Gu, the celestial court would definitely find out. Fairy Myrtle would have doubts, Fang Yuan is collecting wood path immortal materials, is he trying to develop in wood path? He wants to refine wood path immortal Gu. What is he trying to do? The Celestial Court was paying close attention to Fang clan because of Divine Bean Palace. Chapter 1872. Fairy Myrtle was a wisdom path great expert. She had star constellation chessboard. She was likely to deduce Fang Yuan's actions in Fang clan and interfere. There was a similar situation in the past. Fang Yuan cultivated Qi Path and wanted to collect Qi Path immortal materials. He did not extort them from southern borders righteous path. But when he arrived in Eastern Sea, Duke Long pointed out the connection between Qi Sea ancestor and Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was shocked. If Fang Yuan had extorted Qi Path immortal materials from southern borders righteous path, during the contest for Dragon Palace in Eastern Sea, Duke Long might have seen through Fang Yuan's true colors. Being able to deceive Duke Long was a close shave, it was just a step away. Many times in life, one could not be greedy for convenience, one had to look far ahead. If Fang Yuan had been greedy for convenience and directly extorted Qi Path immortal materials from southern borders righteous path, the Celestial Court might have recognized Qi Sea ancestors' true identity. That way, Fang Yuan would not have obtained a portion of primordial origin immortal venerables Qi Path true inheritance. Fang Yuan had a vigilant nature. All of his risks, unless he had no other choice, were usually planned out before taking action. He struggled for hundreds of years, he walked countless paths, he experienced life and death situations, he moved between venerables and providence's struggles, he finally reached his current stage. Hardships and setbacks were wealth in life. With such energy, Fang Yuan would not act arrogantly and lose his composure. Stability, everything depended on stability. During the contest for Eastern Sea's Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan obtained Fangxing's information. He knew that he had interfered with him twice, he even knew of Qin Dingling's existence. Qin Dingling was a person from Giant Sun Immortal's era, Central Continent's immortal empress. She cultivated Metal Path before focusing on Luck Path. She had been in hibernation for 300,000 years. According to Fang Yuan's deductions, Qin Dingling's Luck Path attainment level was at least Great Grandmaster, Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster was not impossible. The other party had such Luck Path attainment level. Even if he only refined 2 or 3 Luck Path immortal goo, it would be enough to modify killer moves and form a rich and comprehensive Luck Path method. In this situation, the tactic of refining Luck Path immortal goo was meaningless. Previously, Fang Yuan had focused on investing in Luck Path because the Celestial Court's foundation in Luck Path was weak. Fang Yuan's investment was worth 10 times more. Now that he had invested, the returns would be very worrying. Just like before, Fang Yuan had mastered the true inheritance of the Shadow Sect, but he did not choose to invest in the Soul Dao. Even Spectral Soul was captured by the Celestial Court. This Soul Path true inheritance had little value. It was extremely likely that the Celestial Court would be able to break and restrain the strength of the Soul Path. After considering these aspects, Fang Yuan chose to stop using Luck Path Goo refinement and turn to Wood Path. Rank 8 Immortal Goo House Divine Bean Palace could greatly increase Fang Yuan's strength. The Celestial Court had always been Fang Yuan's greatest obstacle. To stop the Celestial Court from repairing Fate Goo, it was not just a battle, it involved information, disguise, misdirection, Goo refinement, resources, and all other aspects of competition. Only by assessing the opponent's trump cards could he deal with them calmly. Thus, information was very important. In history, there were many famous battles. Some victories seemed simple and easy, but in fact, there were many secret contests, early preparations, and racking one's brains to think about it. A brainless person would only be killed by others. A foolish person would not be able to go far. Since the ratio of input and output in Luck Path had changed greatly, Fang Yuan's timely change was a way to stop losses. After careful consideration, Fang Yuan no longer hesitated, he chose this path. Time passed, the outside world of the 5 regions was calm, but undercurrents were surging. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, because the time flow was much faster, it was changing rapidly. The entire sovereign immortal aperture was developing further. After annexing Qi Si Grotto Heaven, he obtained 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks. It had already deeply influenced all aspects of the sovereign immortal aperture. Right now, there were large amounts of clouds floating in the mini-9 heavens. These clouds had different colors. Mini-yellow heaven had yellow clouds, mini-white heaven had white clouds. Next, a portion of these clouds would condense into clumps and form clouds. Fang Yuan had originally planned to bring in clouds, but the sovereign immortal aperture's natural development was already very good. Fang Yuan did not have to invest a lot of resources. Dao marks are the foundation of the immortal aperture's development. With these 1,000,000 Dao marks, just the immortal aperture's natural development can produce all sorts of beneficial changes. Of course, there are risks. During this process, I need to pay attention and make timely adjustments to prevent these changes from endangering the ecology. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was too spacious. The sudden addition of 1,000,000 Qi Path Dao marks would spread out and the sovereign immortal aperture could bear it on its own. In the mini-5 regions, Qi currents were also forming in many places. There were some famous mountain peaks in the little southern border that were covered in mist. Kokitahara's sky was covered in a large area of frost and snow Qi. Mini-western desert was steaming hot. There were many Qi whirlpools in mini-central continent. The true growth was in the two most basic Qi, heaven Qi and earth Qi. Fang Yuan could clearly sense that deep underground in the sovereign immortal aperture, there was already a considerable amount of earth Qi accumulated. In the sky, the vast amount of heaven Qi was spreading out, but it was not as obvious as the earth Qi gathering together. If heaven Qi continued to grow, the mini-9 heavens would become even more cloudy. At the same time, a thin Qi membrane would form in the mini-9 heavens. If this Qi membrane continued to grow, it would eventually become a heavenly wind Qi wall. And earth Qi had two directions of development. One was for Fang Yuan to ignore it and let the earth Qi condense into a lump. This lump of earth Qi would accumulate together. After a long period of time, it would form some underground caves. And these caves would be filled with earth Qi. Anything that entered would be infected by the earth Qi and turned into a stone statue. If this earth Qi was too dense, it would form earth Qi sandstorms and make the environment more dangerous. But earth Qi sandstorms would continue to produce large amounts of earth path immortal materials. The second direction was for Fang Yuan to carefully channel this huge lump of earth Qi. Around it, tunnels were created and dug, allowing the earth Qi to flow and scatter in all directions. By distributing the earth Qi to all parts of the immortal aperture, there would be no earth Qi sandstorms. This would make the soil of the mini-5 regions more fertile. There would be more crops, minerals, and other resources. And those thin and long tunnels that were used to clear the earth Qi would be eroded by the earth Qi and gradually expand. They would be filled with earth path Dao marks and eventually form earth trenches. These two directions had their pros and cons. Fang Yuan did not think, he chose the second option. He did not lack earth path immortal materials. Digging the tunnels and creating the future earth trenches would improve the entire sovereign immortal aperture. It would greatly expand its development prospects. Fang Yuan had delegated the development of the sovereign immortal aperture to his subordinates. These Gu immortals would not slack off. As for Fang Yuan's main body, he was working hard to cultivate Karma Divine Tree. Originally, Karma Divine Tree was something that Fang Yuan had barely pieced together. It used the rank 7 mature bamboo immortal Gu as the core and the other rank 6 wood path immortal Gu as supplementary. He lacked the core rule path immortal Gu cause, and wood path immortal Gu effect. Fang Yuan could only use a large number of ordinary Gu worms to replace them. Back then, because he lacked wood path immortal Gu and wood path attainment level, Fang Yuan did not put much effort into this. Because of this, the steps became more complicated and involved more concentration. Karma Divine Tree took a long time to prepare. It could not be used in battle. Not just that, the rank 7 core immortal Gu Karma Divine Tree killer move's power had fallen to rank 6. After Fang Yuan's hard work, Karma Divine Tree's 2 core immortal Gu, cause and effect, were still lacking. Back then, mature bamboo immortal goo had already been replaced with a more orthodox wood path immortal goo. At the same time, because of Fang Yuan's wood path attainment level, Karma Divine Tree itself was greatly improved. Now that Fang Yuan used this move, not only did the preparation time decrease greatly, it could be used in battle, its power also rose to rank 7. This move is clearly not enough to deal with rank 8 goo immortals. It can at most bully rank 7s. The most important thing is to subdue Divine Bean Palace. As for Karma Relocation, I cannot restore it for now. With Karma Divine Tree, Fang Yuan was eager to try it. As long as he used this move, Divine Bean Palace would definitely have a huge breakthrough and progress. However, Divine Bean Palace was in Fang clan's headquarters. Fang Yuan had been assisting Fang Dichang. He had been in contact with Divine Bean Palace day and night, but did not have a good opportunity. How could he fight for and create such an opportunity? Before Fang Yuan solved this problem, Fang Dichang invited him to return to Fang clan. In fact, while Fang Yuan was cultivating wood path outside, Fang clan had been urging him to return several times. But this time, Fang Dichang personally sent a letter. Unlike the previous times, Fang Dichang clearly told Fang Yuan that he had already found a way to refine Divine Bean Palace. As long as he followed this method, he would definitely be able to refine Divine Bean Palace and obtain this immortal goo house. Not only did this arouse Fang Yuan's curiosity, Fang Dichang also made a breakthrough. What is going on? Fang Yuan disguised as Swan Bujin again and returned to Fang clan. This is my plan, what do you think, brother Swan Bujin? Fang Dichang informed Fang Yuan of his plan and asked. Fang Yuan pondered. Fang Dichang was worthy of being a wisdom path great grandmaster. He really thought of a feasible method. That was to use a house to destroy a house. Fang Dichang's plan was to temporarily build an immortal goo house in Divine Bean Palace. This immortal goo house would first deduce and probe before self-destructing, erupting with an extremely powerful force to break through Divine Bean Palace's internal defenses. Fang clan was not like Fang Yuan who could break through in wood path in a short period of time and become a wood path grandmaster. But Fang Dichang made full use of Fang clan's advantage to resist Divine Bean Palace. But if we attack it like this, Divine Bean Palace will probably be incomplete. Fang Yuan said. Fang Dichang smiled bitterly. There is no other way. Fang clan's situation is worsening day by day, but as long as we refine Divine Bean Palace and keep the secret of its incomplete state, who would know about it? Fang Yuan frowned. The first step is to build an immortal goo house in Divine Bean Palace. Even though this is difficult, with our foundation, we should be able to do it. But what next? To probe the deeper mysteries of Divine Bean Palace, we need a goo immortal to guard the immortal goo house in the palace and resist Divine Bean Palace at all times, activating the immortal goo house according to Divine Bean Palace's operations. Then on this foundation, under the premise that the goo immortal cannot stop activating the immortal goo house for even a moment, they can self-destruct the immortal goo house to destroy a portion of Divine Bean Palace and make it defenseless. But wouldn't the goo immortals inside the immortal goo house be in danger? Saying so, Fang Yuan's gaze became sharp as he looked at Fang Dichang. The best choice to control the immortal goo house was undoubtedly wisdom path goo immortals. That was, Fang Yuan and Fang Dichang. Who should he send? Fang Yuan immediately understood why Fang clan insisted on his return. He would not do such a dangerous thing. Fang Dichang naturally knew what Fang Yuan was thinking. He smiled. Don't worry brother, we will not let you control the immortal goo house alone, we will cooperate during the entire process. After we succeed, Fang clan will not mistreat you. Fang Yuan pondered. I can agree. But I need to participate in the entire process of constructing the immortal goo house. Fang Dichang's eyes shined with bright light. He hesitated for a moment before nodding. That's fine. Come, let's start now. Constructing the immortal goo house inside the hall was not easy. It was much more difficult than setting up a formation within a formation. Many times, the immortal goo house that was constructed would collapse mysteriously. Fang clan's losses were not small, but thankfully, they had deep foundations in this aspect. Adding on the fact that Fang Yuan occasionally contributed some correct ideas, the immortal goo house was finally constructed successfully. Fang Dichang and Fang Yuan entered the round tent-like immortal goo house and started to probe the mysteries of Divine Bean Palace's internal workings. With this immortal goo house, there was indeed huge progress. Not long after, Fang Dichang felt that the time was ripe. He said to Fang Yuan, "We can proceed to the final step. Are you ready?" "Yes." Fang Yuan nodded. "That's good." Fang Dichang said as he activated the immortal goo house. Chains shot out from the four walls and instantly bound Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was pale with fright. "Second elder, what are you doing?" Fang Dichang looked at him deeply, saying with deep meaning, "Brother Swanbujin, Fang clan will not forget your contribution." "So that's it. Is this immortal goo house going to self-destruct? You want to destroy me?" Fang Yuan suddenly came to a realization. The immortal goo house still needs to be destroyed. Fang Dichang said, "But if we simply destroy the immortal goo house, the power that will erupt will only be a motley crew. Only by sacrificing a wisdom path goo immortal like you can I break through my bottleneck and reach a higher wisdom path level in a short period of time. I use the power of the self-destruction to restrain Divine Bean Palace and subdue it in one fell swoop. Brother Swanbujin, I know I have let you down. But there is no other way. You have seen Fang clan's situation. For the sake of Fang clan's future, please die." Saying so, Fang Dichang bowed deeply towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan panicked and started cursing loudly. Fang Dichang's expression turned cold. "You are also a member of Fang clan, your death is a worthy one. Rest in peace." Chapter 1873. Fang Gong was hiding near Divine Bean Palace with a worried expression. "What's going on? Why is there no movement in Divine Bean Palace? Did something happen?" Fang Gong calculated the time. Fang Dichang's scheme against Fang Yuan was not his own doing. He had already discussed it with Fang Gong and the rest. In order to prevent the wisdom path goo immortal Swanbujin from getting suspicious, Fang Gong had been hiding outside the palace to prevent any accidents from happening. First Supreme Elder, don't be anxious. Second Supreme Elder acted after planning. His strength is higher than that Swanbujin. Together with the immortal formation outside the palace and the immortal goo house inside the palace, there is no doubt he could defeat Swanbujin. Furthermore, if anything happens to Second Supreme Elder and you cannot control the situation, you will definitely send a message. Third Supreme Elder consoled from the side. He was an old man with white hair and wore a yellow robe. "You said it." Fang Gong nodded. Right at this time, with a loud sound, Divine Bean Palace exploded. Fang Gong and Fang Huasheng looked at each other. The latter blurted out, "They attacked. The immortal goo house self-destructed. Go, let's go take a look." Fang Gong moved quickly, rushing into Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace's entrance was originally closed, but Fang Dichang had already refined it to a certain extent with Fang Yuan's help, allowing Fang Gong and Fang Huasheng to directly barge in. Second Supreme Elder. Fang Gong entered the palace and his gaze focused. He saw a bloodied and heavily injured Fang Dichang lying in the wreckage of an immortal goo house. "Second Supreme Elder, are you alright? Hang in there." Fang Huasheng also rushed over and used healing methods. He was the goo immortal most skilled in healing among Fang clan's goo immortals. Sure enough, after receiving his healing, Fang Dichang recovered. His mind was roused and he could speak now. He spoke weakly. "That Swanbujin still had hidden strength. Even though I successfully ambushed him, I was also counterattacked. I need to rest for some time." As for Divine Bean Palace. Before Fang Dichang finished speaking, Fang Gong raised his hand to stop him. "Second Supreme Elder, don't mention Divine Bean Palace. You are the brains of our Fang clan, you are the strategist, Fang clan cannot do without you. Quickly let Third Supreme Elder heal your injuries. Fang Gong's words were very heartwarming. Fang Huasheng also chimed in, Second Elder, don't try to be brave, your injury is not light, it's better to listen to Grand Elder. Come, let me help you back to the secret room. Let me treat you with all my strength. Okay. Fang Dichang weakly closed his eyes after saying this. He was brought to the secret chamber and received emergency treatment from Fang Huasheng. The treatment process lasted for 1 day and 2 nights. With the results of the treatment, Fang Huasheng came to report to Fang Gong alone. How's the situation? Fang Gong asked. Fang Huasheng said, there shouldn't be a problem if I report it to Grand First Elder. I've checked Second Elder's bloodline, soul, and body, and they're all genuine. Adding on the Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu in the Ancestral Hall, there are no abnormalities, Second Elder should still be himself. It turned out that Fang Huasheng was not only treating Fang Dichang, he was also carrying the secret mission of investigating Fang Dichang's identity. Fang Gong nodded, of course I trust Second Elder, but the necessary checks are indispensable. Why did Southern Border's righteous Dao become the laughingstock of the 5 regions? They were the ones who let Fang Yuan sneak in. Although Xuanbu Jin is not a demon on the level of Fang Yuan, he is a wisdom path Gu immortal after all, we have not thoroughly investigated his methods yet, we can't be too careful. Moreover, the Second Elder requested me to set up this identity test before the operation. Fang Huasheng smiled, you two are worrying too much. In my opinion, that Xuanbu Jin might be a wisdom path rank 7 expert, but he is a lone cultivator after all, his foundation is limited. Our Fang clan is a super force, but we used all our strength to scheme against him and even destroyed an immortal Gu house that we just created, we spared no expense. With such a difference in strength, it is not difficult to get rid of Xuanbu Jin. If he's alive, I want to see him, if he's dead, I want to see his corpse. I did not see Xuanbu Jin's corpse or soul, that's why I have some doubts. Fang Gong's gaze was slightly dark. The other party is wisdom path, not transformation path. Even if Second Elder did not tell me the details, I can roughly guess it. It must be that Xuanbu Jin's last-minute counterattack was extremely powerful, causing an even more intense collision and explosion, causing his corpse and soul to vanish. Fang Huasheng said. On the bed, Fang Dichang opened his eyes. It has been a day and a night since Fang Huasheng's report. It seems I deceived him. Fang Dichang thought to himself. He was no longer the real Fang Dichang, but a clone of Fang Yuan. Rewinding time to the moment when Fang Dichang schemed. Brother Xuanbu Jin, I know I have let you down. But there is no other way, you have seen Fang clan's situation, for the sake of Fang clan's future, please die. Saying so, Fang Dichang bowed deeply towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan panicked and started cursing loudly. Fang Dichang's expression turned cold, you are also a member of Fang clan, you died a worthy death. Rest in peace. The moment he said so, he activated his final method. There was no movement. Fang Dichang was slightly stunned before activating again. There was still no movement. What's going on? Fang Dichang's pupils shrunk, he quickly inspected and his expression changed. He looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief, you actually interfered with this immortal Gu house. The panic on Fang Yuan's face disappeared, he showed a sinister smile as if his scheme had succeeded. Oh, that's right, this is terrible, you found out. How can this be? I personally controlled the entire formation, you only made a few suggestions. Fang Dichang said this with a horrified expression, don't tell me. Fang Yuan clapped, as expected of a wisdom path great grandmaster, you reacted so quickly. That's right, even though I only made a few suggestions, you accepted them all. The Immortal Goo House created according to these suggestions is compatible with Divine Bean Palace in many aspects. You set up the Goo formation outside the palace and the Goo House inside the palace to infiltrate Divine Bean Palace and forcefully refine it. But from another perspective, Divine Bean Palace has also infiltrated your Goo formation and Goo House. And I can influence Divine Bean Palace. Divine Bean Palace was like a treasure chest, it was locked. Meanwhile, Fang Clan's Goo formation and Goo House were like iron bars that were inserted into the cracks of the treasure chest's lid. With great force, one could break the lock of the treasure chest and open the lid. But at the same time, the treasure chest that was Divine Bean Palace was like a huge mouth that bit down on the iron bars. What Fang Yuan was doing now was influencing this Divine Bean Palace to exert force and bite down on the iron bars. This created the current situation. Fang Dichang had already activated his method, but there was no reaction. Fang Dichang urged Fang Yuan firmly, "Who in the world are you? It is not easy to do this. First, you need to have extremely high formation path attainment. Secondly, you need to have a secret method to influence Divine Bean Palace." Fang Yuan smiled. Even though his wisdom path attainment level was lower than Fang Dichang, he was a grandmaster after all. He was also a grandmaster in formation path. This was dual grandmaster attainment level. Thus, when Fang Dichang changed the immortal formation outside the palace and set up the Immortal Goo House inside the palace, he had already seen through Fang Dichang's scheme. Fang Yuan was not angry, he was pleasantly surprised. He restrained himself and beat Fang Dichang at his own game. Fang Dichang thought the situation was under his control, but Fang Yuan had already seen through him. Immortal Killer Move, Karma Divine Tree. Green smoke rose from Fang Yuan's shoulders and head, forming a huge divine tree. The divine tree was lush and green, there were a few fruits on the leaves. Instantly, Divine Bean Palace started to shake. Fang Dichang stared with wide eyes, he was shocked and furious, pointing at Fang Yuan, "So you sided with the Celestial Court? You despicable scoundrel." He was familiar with the killer move Karma Divine Tree because he had once fought with Chen Yi, he had personally seen this killer move. Now that he saw this move, he did not think of Fang Yuan immediately, he felt that Xuan Bujin sided with the Celestial Court and that Celestial Court gave Karma Divine Tree to him to retrieve Divine Bean Palace. Ever since Fang Clan snatched Divine Bean Palace and chased away Chen Yi, they had always treated the Celestial Court as their main enemy. Sweat appeared on Fang Dichang's forehead, he was scared. Because he naturally thought, if this was really the Celestial Court scheme, then Xuan Bujin definitely had reinforcements, maybe the rank 8 Goo Immortals of the Celestial Court were already hiding outside their blessed land. Seeing that he had misunderstood, Fang Yuan did not explain, he activated Karma Divine Tree. This was the first time he was using this move openly. Fang Yuan soon realized that Divine Bean Palace was responding to this move, it gradually let down its guard and started to accept him as the killer move's owner. Soon, Fang Dichang was unable to move. Immortal Goo Houses had the effect of imprisoning Goo Immortals. This ability was originally used by Fang Dichang to deal with Xuan Bujin, but Fang Yuan's influence was much greater than Fang Dichang's, he used Divine Bean Palace's pressure to make Fang Dichang a prisoner in a cage. "Good, Xuan Bujin. I admit defeat, kill me." Fang Dichang sneered, he did not fear death. At the juncture of life and death, he displayed his demeanor. Fang Yuan also sneered, "You want to use your death to trigger a mutation in Life Tablet Goo and notify Fang Gong and the rest? This spirit is admirable, but I will not fall for it. I will extract your soul and use my split soul to occupy your body will not die and your soul will not perish, so Life Tablet Goo will not mutate. From now on, this Fang Dichang clone will replace the real you and infiltrate Fang Clan. I will search your soul clean, I will know all your experiences, memories, and information." Humph. Impossible. Forget about it. Fang Dichang snorted coldly, "Do you think you can't inspect a soul that has been split? The situation of my soul has already been recorded in Fang clan, any abnormalities will be your weakness. Moreover, you have too little time. Before taking action, I had already set a time limit with First Supreme Elder and the rest. Once the time limit is up and they do not see me, they will immediately rush over to reinforce me. By then, even if you have reinforcements from Celestial Court, how many rounds can you last? The furious First Supreme Elder Fang Gong will definitely turn you into minced meat first. So, Xuanbu Jin, cooperate with my Fang clan. Celestial Court is using you to execute this plan, even though it involved me, it is completely disregarding your life. Fang Dichang said. He was worthy of being a wisdom path great grandmaster, his words were sharp and logical, he actually instigated Fang Yuan to betray him. His words were very reasonable. Fang Yuan smiled without saying anything, he looked deeply at Fang Dichang. Fang Dichang had been staring at Fang Yuan all along, seeing his expression changed again. Because he thought of an even more shocking truth. You beat me at my own game, you are so confident, there must be a reason. To complete this plan, you need to have deep attainments in Formation Path and Wisdom Path, as well as outstanding methods in Soul Path. No, you are not sent by Celestial Court. You are Fang Yuan. Fang Dichang's expression was pale. He realized. The other party had Karma Divine Tree, it was not necessarily Celestial Court, because Chen Yi was killed by Fang Yuan. This matter was exposed by Fang Yuan himself long ago, and the whole world knew about it. Clap clap clap. Fang Yuan applauded, as expected of a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. Fang Dichang blinked and swallowed his saliva. Fang Yuan, we can cooperate. There is no need to go to this extent, please believe in our Fang clan's strength and sincerity, ugh. Fang Dichang's eyes suddenly widened, he was speechless. Veins bulged on his forehead, his face was red, it was as if an invisible hand was grabbing his throat and nose, he could not breathe. While talking to him, Fang Yuan had been exerting his strength to influence Divine Bean Palace. Finally, this influence reached a qualitative change. Fang Yuan, everything can be discussed. Fang Yuan shook his head with a smile, as a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, it is a pity to die. But you know too much. Chapter 1874. Fang clan's headquarters. Fang Dichang was lying on the bed, his expression was still pale. A young rank 6 Gu immortal was standing beside the bed, it was Fang Yun. Fang Yun was Fang Dichang's adopted son, he was indeed very young with a handsome face and starry eyes. Right now, his face was filled with concern as he bowed, "Father, you are heavily injured, you need to recuperate properly. What can I do for you, please give the order." Fang Yun did not know that the father in front of him was someone else, it was a clone of Fang Yuan. In a sense, Fang Yuan could be considered as Fang Yun's father's murderer, Fang Yun was acknowledging a traitor as his father. Fang Dichang coughed and waved his hand weakly, "Yun no need to pretend. Do you think I don't know your temperament? Come, sit here, don't be reserved." Hearing this, Fang Yun's expression immediately relaxed. He shrugged his shoulders and shook his eyebrows. He smiled and sat on the bedside. "Father, I was really scared by you. I didn't expect you to play so big this time. It was really too risky. It is a pity that Senior Xuanbu Jin actually lost his life." Saying this, Fang Yun showed a sorrowful expression. Fang Yuan had once saved Fang Yun's life by pretending to be Xuanbu Jin. Fang Yun had always been grateful for this and respected Xuanbu Jin greatly. But this time, Fang Dichang's plan did not tell Fang Yun the truth, the people who killed Xuanbu Jin were only Fang clan's first Supreme Elder, second Supreme Elder, and third Supreme Elder. This plan did not need too many people, especially involving Fang Yun. Xuanbu Jin interacted with Fang Yun often, he was a Wisdom Path Gu immortal, if Fang Yun knew the truth, with his temperament and shrewdness, he would easily be exposed. Fang Di Chang was a wisdom path great-grandmaster, he took care of such details very well. In all fairness, if it were any other Gu immortal, they might really die in Fang Di Chang's hands. Even if it was Fang Yuan, if he did not have the premonition earlier that caused Fang Yuan to raise the killer move Karma Divine Tree, he would also feel troubled. Fang Di Chang did not make any mistake, he had already overestimated Xuanbu Jin. But when he found out Xuanbu Jin's true identity, he instantly realized that he had greatly underestimated Fang Yuan. Actually, not just Fang Di Chang, even the wisdom path great expert of the celestial court, Fairy Myrtle, had underestimated Fang Yuan. Even the current Gu immortals of the 5 regions greatly underestimated Fang Yuan, they all thought that Fang Yuan still had rank 7 cultivation level. In fact, Fang Yuan had become rank 8 long ago, he even used Qi Si ancestor's identity to cheat a portion of Primordial Origin's Qi Path true inheritance from Duke Long. And Fang Di Chang only had rank 7 cultivation level, the Gu formation and Gu house he relied on were completely understood by Fang Yuan. At the same time, Divine Bean Palace became Fang Yuan's helper. Fang Di Chang originally treated Xuanbu Jin as a crocodile, he did not expect the crocodile to be a ferocious dragon. Therefore, he was defeated. If he fell too hard, once he made a mistake, there would be no chance for him to make a comeback. Yun come, give me your hand. Fang Di Chang said. Fang Yun was confused but he did not want to disobey his father's orders, so he obediently extended his hand. In the end, Fang Di Chang gave him all 3 immortal Gu. Father, what are you doing? Fang Yun was greatly shocked. I intend to pass the wisdom path inheritance to you. Fang Di Chang said. Fang Yun was dazed, but father, I cultivate cloud path, not wisdom path. Moreover, didn't you allow me to cultivate cloud path before? Fang Di Chang nodded. I allowed you to cultivate cloud path because your nature was carefree and lazy, it suited cloud path itself. But cloud path is only a small path, it cannot compare to wisdom path in the end. Most importantly, after this matter, I have been reflecting on my actions these days. Friend Xuanbu Jin's death is the best warning for me. I need to find a wisdom path inheritor for the clan, if anything happens to me, there will be a junior to replace me. Father, don't say that it's unexpected, Fang Yun said. Fate is unpredictable, what accidents cannot happen? Life is full of accidents. I am heavily injured and bedridden now, this is something I did not expect. Moreover, you know our Fang clan's current situation. I need to make plans for the future of Fang clan. Fang Di Chang said earnestly. Fang Yun nodded, showing a rare solemn expression on his face. Father, you are right. In that case, I will change to wisdom path. Fang Di Chang nodded with a smile before shaking his head. You are my son, I know you are not suited for wisdom path, cloud path is the most suitable for you. If I want to make plans for the clan, I will not leave you out. So father's arrangement is to pass the wisdom path inheritance to you first, you do not need to change to wisdom path. After all, you already have a foundation in cloud path, if you change, it will be very troublesome and the losses will be huge. Currently, you only need to grasp this wisdom path inheritance. In the future, if the situation becomes dangerous and you need to sacrifice yourself, change your cultivation path. If I pass away one day, you will choose a suitable inheritor and pass down this wisdom path inheritance, understand? Father, your arrangement is too wise, I understand. Fang Yun smiled, not letting him change to wisdom path made him feel relaxed. Let's go, rascal, I need to rest. Go and experience these 3 wisdom path immortal Gu first. Senior Xuanbu Jin's distracting thought immortal Gu is inside, although he is dead, I need to leave his inheritance behind. Fang Di Chang said as he waved his hand. I will take my leave. Fang Yun quickly left, closing the door behind him. In the room, only Fang Yuan's clone was left. He closed his eyes with an exhausted expression, but he was thinking, my body is Fang Dichang's body to begin with, so my bloodline is not a flaw. Fang Dichang is not dead, life tablet Gu will not have any abnormalities. As for the soul, the main body personally used many soul path methods after splitting the soul, together with the advantage of the sovereign immortal aperture's faster time flow, the soul is extremely compatible with the body, there are no flaws at all. However, just these are not enough. Fang Dichang thought of Fang Gong. Although Fang Gong had not interacted with Fang Yuan for a long time, he had a clear understanding of Fang Gong's temperament. Just from appearance, Fang Gong was bold and unrestrained, he was broad-minded and did not care about trifles. But in fact, under his bold appearance, he was extremely shrewd and cautious. This was something he was very clear about from the time he plotted against Chen Yi. He was a Grand Rank 8 Gu Immortal, but he actually concealed his cultivation level and pretended to be an ordinary Gu Immortal during the battle. Then, he suddenly erupted and ruthlessly attacked Chen Yi, causing the latter to feel disdain and suffer a huge loss because he was caught off guard. Fang Yuan knew that to deceive such a person, he could not just rely on not having any flaws to find. He also needed to take the initiative to perform. Oh. Second Supreme Elder intends to pass the wisdom path inheritance to Fang Yun? Fang Gong quickly received the news. The one who reported the news was his great-grandson, an outstanding talent among rank 6 Gu Immortals, the future star of Fang clan, Fang Leng. Fang Leng had a square face and was slightly older than Fang Yun. Usually, Fang Yun and Fang Leng were very close, and this time, he did not conceal the inheritance that Fang Dichang gave him from this respectable elder brother. Fang Leng was clearly more shrewd than Fang Yun, he reported this matter to Fang Gong that very night. Fang Gong frowned slightly and did not speak. He knew Fang Dichang's plan. Fang clan's external situation was very difficult and pressured, but internally, Fang clan had always been fighting. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. Even if there were more and more resources, they had to consider how to distribute them. The clan's resources were limited, who used them first and who used them later, who used them well and who used them poorly. This was a natural contradiction that could not be resolved. Fang clan's two largest factions were Fang Gong and Fang Dichang's factions. These two factions had always been cooperating closely, but this did not mean they did not fight openly and covertly. In fact, these two factions had always been competing, but because Fang Gong's faction had third Supreme Elder Fang Huasheng and Fang Dichang only had rank 7 cultivation, they had always firmly held the highest authority in Fang clan. Fang Dichang's wisdom path inheritance had always been the foundation of Fang clan's second faction. The reason why Fang Gong frowned was because he was thinking of taking this opportunity to ask for this wisdom path inheritance. Look, you almost lost your life this time. If something happened to the wisdom path inheritance in your hands, it would be a huge loss to Fang clan. This was the righteousness of the clan. If they suppressed it, they could indeed force Fang Dichang to hand over the inheritance, or at least a portion of it. There was a difference in the politics of clans and sections. The politics of clans were passed down through generations of bloodline and emphasized on kinship. Although Fang Yun was Fang Dichang's adopted son, their relationship was extremely good. This was because Fang Yun had been personally raised by Fang Dichang since he was young. Fang Dichang truly loved this son. If not for this, he would not have let him cultivate Cloud Path. This was out of consideration for his personal feelings and happiness. When Fang Dichang retires in the future, his position as second Supreme Elder would be taken over by Fang Yun according to convention. Fang clan had many Gu Immortals, but this position would only belong to Fang Yun. Unless, in the future, Fang Dichang nurtured an inheritor who could cultivate wisdom path and was even more outstanding than Fang Yun. The wisdom path inheritance that Fang Dichang possessed belonged to Fang clan in name, but in reality, it was in the hands of this faction, passed down from generation to generation. Fang Yun cultivated Cloud Path and was not qualified to inherit this Wisdom Path inheritance. This was the most obvious weakness of Fang Dichang's faction. Fang Gong wanted to make use of this weakness this time, but he did not expect Fang Dichang to take precautions and block this point in advance. As expected of a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. Fang Gong's frown eased, a smile appeared on his face as he waved his hand. Fang Ling understood, I will take my leave. There is no chance this time, so forget it. After all, we are both Fang clansmen. Fang Gong did not feel any vexation, but he was still somewhat worried. After all, Fang Dichang's scheme succeeded this time. He sacrificed Swan Bujin to refine Divine Bean Palace. With this rank 8 Immortal Gu house, Fang clan's second faction's strength rose greatly. Fang Gong felt great pressure. As a person of high status, he had to consider many aspects. Fang clan's first supreme elder had been in charge of Fang clan for so many years. Not only did he have to focus on his own cultivation and nurture the younger generation, he also had to lead Fang clan to resist external enemies and expand their territory. At the same time, he had to pay attention to Fang clan's internal strength. Chapter 1875. Deep in Eastern Sea, Gu tribe headquarters. Half a month had passed in the Blessed Land. The seal that had been sealed for a long time was finally undone. There were many Gu immortals present: Fang Yuan's Dragonman clone Wu Shuai, the 2 dragon generals, Gu tribe's leader, and several Beastman Gu immortals. Seeing that the seal was undone, Gu tribe's leader nodded to himself. He was even more certain of Wu Shuai's identity. This seal was created by Wu Shuai himself. It was reinforced by generations of Gu tribe leaders. Back then, Wu Shuai knew that he had little chance. He placed a portion of his inheritance in Gu tribe's headquarters. Gu tribe's leader looked at Wu Shuai, smiling, please. Wu Shuai waved his hand as a gray rock floated out and entered Wu Shuai's immortal aperture. Wu Shuai used his method to dissect the rock. Because the method was correct, the rock was quickly dissected, revealing 2 immortal Gu inside. One was rank 8 immortal Gu ant nest. It was like an inverted bowl. It was yellow in color and had a rough appearance. It was not eye-catching. However, this immortal Gu was the core immortal Gu of green ant ascetics cultivation. Using this Gu, all sorts of army ants could be incubated. Army ants were created by green ant ascetic. They were very suitable for enslavement path Gu immortals. In history, Wu Shuai's main method was army ants. Of course, the queen of army ants could also incubate other ants. But the queen could not incubate another queen. This was a huge flaw. Moreover, after the Dragonman race was exterminated, Duke Long personally ordered to erase all information and records related to them. Back then, green ant ascetic was enslaved by Dragon Palace. Army ants became one of the symbols of the Dragonman race. They were implicated. Because of these reasons, army ants were like meteors in history. They disappeared in a flash. Other than Ant Nest Immortal Gu, there was also an Information Path Immortal Gu. It was rank 7, it was called Letter. Letter Envelope Immortal Gu recorded a large amount of information. They were all related to army ants. Other than this, Letter Immortal Gu was also the price to seal Ant Nest Immortal Gu. Ant Nest Immortal Gu was rank 8, it was not easy to preserve it as an inheritance. Because when an immortal Gu is alive, it needs to be fed in time, otherwise it will starve to death. Wu Shuai used Letter Envelope Immortal Gu to wrap a thick layer of rock around Ant Hole Immortal Gu, turning it into an Immortal Gu rock. As the price, Letter Immortal Gu had to stay in the rock. The Gu masters of the gambling den would create some fake rocks for profit, and place some Gu worms inside, then purposely let people open them to increase the reputation of the gambling den. The technique that Wu Shuai used back then was similar to it. But he was not faking it for profit, but to preserve Ant Cave Immortal Gu. This method was indeed effective. After so many years, the Ant Hole Gu was still well preserved. Of course, now that Fang Yuan's clone Wu Shuai opened the rock, Ant Hole Immortal Gu was extremely weak and hungry. letter Immortal Gu was the same. But it didn't matter. Fang Yuan had already prepared the ingredients in advance and handed them to Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai fed the Immortal Gu while returning with the Gu Immortals. On the way, Wu Shuai thanked him, "Nobles are trustworthy. You have preserved my inheritance until now, you are truly the most reliable ally of our Dragon Man race." The current Gu tribe leader smiled, "Lord Wu Shuai, to speak the truth, there were some setbacks during this period. It is not that our tribe's Gu Immortals did not covet your inheritance. It is just that the previous tribe leader set a rule: every time a new Gu tribe leader ascends to the position, he has to first add a seal to this inheritance. Adding on the revelation of Fate Gu, we have always kept it in mind, thus this inheritance was preserved with much difficulty." Gu tribe's leader spoke honestly, causing Wu Shuai to laugh heartily again. Wu Shuai immediately guaranteed, "My friendship with your tribe has lasted for 1,000,000 years, it will continue from now on. Right now, I have cooperated with Fang Yuan and have already broken the killer move Dragon Man Extermination. This move had once killed me and exterminated my tribe, but from now on, it will no longer be usable." Gu tribe's leader's eyes brightened, "This is great. Dragon Men will reign supreme, it is heaven's will. Senior, to speak the truth, I have a request." Fang Yuan's clone had been in Gu tribe's headquarters for the past few days. Gu tribe had received great hospitality from them, they had even offered Wu Shuai's inheritance. As allies, they had to benefit each other. It was reasonable for Gu tribe's leader to make some requests at this time. Fang Yuan's clone did not hesitate, he said, "Speak, as long as it is within my capabilities, I will definitely help you. I want a portion of my tribe's members to become dragon men. Senior, what do you think?" Gu tribe's leader said expectantly. Fang Yuan nodded. "Back then, my close friend, your tribe leader Gu Liang, also had this intention. Now that I have a new Dragon Man lifespan extension method, I can help you." Gu tribe's leader was overjoyed, "Thank you, Senior. My tribe has already prepared Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. What other immortal materials do you need, Senior?" Gu tribe was hidden in the depths of Eastern Sea. They had been searching for Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire for generations. Over 1,000,000 years had passed. With Eastern Sea's abundant resources, it was the number one in the 5 regions. The Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire in Gu tribe's treasury was indeed rare. Fang Yuan's clone gave some pointers. Gu tribe's leader followed them. A few days later, the immortal materials and candidates were selected and presented to Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai immediately took out Dragon Palace. Using the Dragon Man lifespan extension method in this immortal Gu house could obtain the help of Dragon Palace itself. There were more than 10 Gu tribe members in this batch, most of them were rank 5 Gu masters. There were also 2 Gu immortals. Half of them were old men, their lifespans were near the end, they did not have any other methods to extend their lifespan, so the Dragon Man lifespan extension method was their only choice. The other half were young men, they were the current elites of Gu tribe. A few days later, with the help of the Dragon Spirit and Fang Yuan's clones methods, the Dragon Man lifespan extension method was used one by one. Most of the Gu tribe members turned into new Dragon Men. The others, unfortunately, lost their lives. After all, the Dragon Man lifespan extension method had the risk of being damaged. Even so, Gu tribe's leader was quite surprised at this result. "Senior, the new method you modified has a much higher success rate than the original method. After all, this is the result of our tribe's extinction." Fang Yuan's clone pretended to sigh. Gu tribe's leader quickly consoled, "Senior, please restrain your grief." Saying so, he presented another batch of immortal materials. If Ant Nest Immortal Gu produced army ants, immortal essence was only one of the expenses, it also needed specific immortal materials. These immortal materials were what Fang Yuan's clone needed. Back then, Gu tribe's leader Gu Liang knew this secret, Gu tribe thus controlled it. This time, Gu tribe's leader was presenting gifts, it showed his sincerity and sincerity. Fang Yuan's clone rejected, I helped your tribesmen to change their identities, it is my gratitude, there is no need to talk about compensation. Senior, don't stand on ceremony, this is just a small token of our appreciation. Gu tribe's leader smiled. But Fang Yuan's clone did not accept it. It is not easy for your tribe to survive, you are the most reliable and trustworthy ally of my Dragonman tribe. How can I, Wu Shuai, treat my ally like this? Even though I do not have immortal materials, I have already cooperated with Fang Yuan, he will provide the immortal materials. Gu tribe's leader said, Senior, Fang Yuan is a great demon of the current era, even though he only has rank 7 cultivation level, Celestial Court cannot deal with him. He is sinister and crafty, ruthless and vicious, as long as there are enough benefits, he can do anything. Senior, please take note of this. Fang Yuan's clone heard this and laughed inwardly. Gu tribe's leader was speaking ill of Fang Yuan in front of Fang Yuan. If he knew that this Wu Shuai was Fang Yuan's clone, who knew what kind of expression he would have? Fang Yuan's clone nodded, you are right, but Celestial Court is too powerful, Fang Yuan is a huge help that cannot be ignored. Even if we are working with a tiger, as long as we can increase our chances of winning against Celestial Court and Duke Long, I am willing to take this risk. Gu tribe's leader nodded and sighed, Senior is right. I will not hide it from Senior, even though my Gu tribe is hiding in this corner, we have many reliable allies in the dark. Eastern Sea's Merman Imperial Court is one of them. My Gu tribe has survived until now and has received much help from the Merman Imperial Court. Merman Imperial Court, this is indeed good news. Fang Yuan's clone's eyes brightened. The Merman Imperial Court was a super force, it was once supported by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Humans were powerful, Gu tribe was an underwater beast man, it was not strange for them to have a close relationship with mermen. Gu tribe's leader continued, other than that, my tribe has some connections in the other 4 regions. For example, Northern Plains has a stable trade relationship with Murong tribe. Several years ago, when Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed and 88-point Jianghu Tower collapsed, I went to Northern Plains and participated in the Northern Plains auction. I was warmly received by Murong tribe. Wu Shuai thought, so it was you. Back then, Fang Yuan's main body had also participated in the Northern Plains auction. This auction was organized by Qin Bai Sheng. Back then, Gu tribe's leader wore a tall hat and a large cloak, he had a simple appearance, it was clearly a disguise. Right now, Wu Shuai was facing the true appearance of Gu tribe's leader. Fang Yuan had turned Gu tribe's clansmen into dragon men, their relationship had clearly deepened, Gu tribe's leader took the initiative to tell him many secrets. Even though Gu tribe was a secluded cultivator, they had existed for so many years, their connection with the outside world was not weak, it was very stable and reliable. Through Gu tribe, they could influence the 5 regions. Of course, the extent of this influence was limited. But this limited influence, through Fang Yuan's planning, could display a huge effect. This is good news. Fang Yuan's main body soon received this information, he felt joyful. Right now, he was no longer in Western Desert, he had arrived in Northern Plains. He rapidly descended from the sky, below him was a huge pit. The pit was almost circular, it had a radius of 100,000 feet, it was a grand sight. Fang Yuan looked down and saw that the inside of the pit was a desolate scene. A dense rainforest was growing, yellow and green intertwined. From time to time, the roars of desolate beasts could be heard, a large group of featherless strange birds flew in and out, their crimson-red bodies resembling the prehistoric winged dragons of Earth. Chapter 1876. Fang Yuan slowly descended into Crazed Demon Cave while dressed in white clothes. On the ground, there were 2 Gu immortals who had been waiting for a long time. One Gu immortal had a fair complexion, a black beard fluttered in the wind, he wore loose sleeves, his eyes were bright like stars, and he had an extraordinary demeanor. He was known as not immortal, he cultivated rule path. The other Gu immortal was short, only reaching Fang Yuan's knee. His small eyes were shining brightly. He was secret schemer, he cultivated wisdom path. Now, Fang Yuan was no longer the same as before. He had trampled on Celestial Court in the Battle of Langya and the Battle of the River of Time. During this period, he had even captured a large group of southern border righteous path Gu immortals, including 2 rank 8s. Not long ago, there was news from Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world that Fang Yuan had borrowed Qi Si ancestors' strength to resist Duke Long and take away the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. In terms of the strongest and most famous demonic path Gu immortal of the current era, it was none other than Fang Yuan. Friends, we meet again. After Fang Yuan landed, he first greeted them with a smile and a very polite attitude. Secret schemer and Not Immortal quickly returned the greeting. Not Immortal smiled. After we parted last time, I heard that Brother Lu's true identity was Guyue Fang Yuan. This really surprised and delighted us 3 crazed demon eccentrics. Since you could come this time, you must have a method to break through your current bottleneck. We have been anxiously waiting for it. Back then, Fang Yuan had used Lu Guanyi's identity to enter the Crazed Demon Agreement and become a member of Crazed Demon Cave like Chu Du. Thus, Not Immortal called Fang Yuan Brother Lu. As for the 3 crazed demon eccentrics, Fang Yuan's appearance had not changed, because back then, Lu Guanyi's appearance was that of Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body. Why don't I see Pang Shan? Fang Yuan asked. When he explored the 7th layer last time, he seemed to have gained some comprehension. He is in closed cultivation now. Secret Schemer replied. Is that so? Fang Yuan smiled, understanding in his heart. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics were guarding against him. Back then, when he was disguised as Lu Guanyi, his battle strength was not strong. Right now, Fang Yuan was advancing rapidly. It was publicly acknowledged that although Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, his battle strength could rival rank 8. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics naturally had to be wary of Fang Yuan, to prevent him from suddenly attacking them. After all, Fang Yuan was the greatest devil of the current generation. He had a cruel temperament. Don't be fooled by his smiling appearance. He was a ruthless person who killed without batting an eye and ate people without spitting out their bones. Although the 3 crazed demon eccentrics had been living in the Crazed Demon Cave for a long time and devoted themselves to cultivation, they were not stupid. In particular, the leader of the 3 monsters, Secret Schemer, had quite an impressive performance in Fang Yuan's previous life, causing the Celestial Court to suffer a great loss. The 3 crazed demon freaks were afraid of Fang Yuan, so Pang Shan did not show himself. Instead, he hid at the side. It was very likely that his closed cultivation was just an excuse, in case Fang Yuan lost his mind and suddenly attacked them. As long as one of the 3 monsters was missing, there would be no worry of Fang Yuan capturing them in one fell swoop. Not only that, the 3 crazed demon eccentrics might have some methods that can be activated. Thus, I need to keep one person outside. Fang Yuan deduced in his mind. Although Fang Yuan had signed the Crazed Demon Pact, he had already removed this pact. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics also had a killer move. They could completely ignore the pact. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics were afraid of Fang Yuan. They were on guard against Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan did not want to make a move. At least, he did not want to make a move now. Speaking of which, this is the 3rd time I have come to Crazed Demon Cave. I hope there will be some gains. Fang Yuan's main goal this time was limitless true inheritance. In the near future, the Celestial Court would definitely organize the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention to repair Fate Gu. At that time, there would definitely be a grand battle between the 5 regions Gu immortals. In this battle, even though Fang Yuan had great strength, he could not control the situation. Any of the Venerable One's techniques could easily overturn the original situation. Fang Yuan had already seen this clearly in his previous life. The best example was Duke Long. Duke Long was strong and invincible, but against a venerable method, it was not enough. Limitless Demon Venerable bound him with one move, making him unable to move for a long time. Eventually, it was because of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method that Duke Long escaped and regained his freedom. Fang Yuan had planned before, in this life, not only did he want to increase his strength, he also wanted to collect some venerable true inheritances. If he could trigger a venerable method, it would be the best support for his plan to destroy Fate Gu. And the most reliable clue was here, Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan's timing was also perfect. His current battle strength had increased by a lot. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level on the surface, he had already advanced to rank 8. Even if the 3 crazed demon eccentrics tried to harm him, he could retaliate quickly and his life would not be in danger. And after some time, Bing Sai Chuan, who was in longevity heaven, would awaken. His awakening would have a huge impact on longevity heaven and northern plains Gu immortal world. At that time, if Fang Yuan came to northern plains again and caused a huge commotion, he might have to face Bing Sai Chuan's longevity heaven. It would be difficult to resolve the situation. Not Immortal led the way, while Secret Schemer stayed beside Fang Yuan and conversed with him. Fang Yuan followed the 2 eccentrics deep into Crazed Demon Cave. Crazed Demon Cave had 9 layers. The first layer was the outermost layer, it was also the scene Fang Yuan had seen earlier. The second layer was an incomparably hot volcanic rock beach. The third layer was shrouded in clouds, ferocious beasts were hidden, there was also fog capital, it was very dangerous. Each layer had a vastly different environment. Every once in a while, demonic sounds would spread from the deepest 9th layer, radiating to the whole of Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer. During the demonic sounds, all living beings would go crazy and fight, it was extremely chaotic. The deeper they went, the stronger the demonic sounds. But the methods deduced by the 3 crazed demon eccentrics could effectively resist a portion of the power of the demonic sounds. Fang Yuan did not use this method. Before coming here, he had modified the original foundation, it was very effective, it could be considered an optimized version. After all, his rule path attainment level had reached Great Grandmaster. The demonic sounds had a huge influence on the activation of immortal killer moves. Because the demonic sounds themselves were chaotic Dao marks, losing one's mind and falling into madness were only side effects. The 3 immortals went all the way down, they took many twists and turns before finally reaching the 7th layer, which was the 3rd last layer. Back then, Fang Yuan's final destination was here. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics had also stopped here for hundreds of years. Because they were stuck in a bottleneck and could not break through, they took in Chu Du and Fang Yuan. But they also had a lot of gains. In the 7th layer they explored, there were scattered inheritances of limitless demon venerable. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics obtained all sorts of clues and studied them painstakingly, they also made deductions and roughly deduced the scene of the final layer. Even though they had never entered. In Fang Yuan's vision, it was a field of dazzling light. The rocks, the soil, and the plants were shining with light. There were all sorts of colors, it was a riot of colors. This was the light of Dao marks. When the density of Dao marks reached a certain level, they would naturally shine with this kind of extremely dazzling radiance. In this 7th layer, every piece of soil and every rock was a quasi-rank 9 immortal material. However, it was a pity that these Dao marks were all messed up and could not be used. Fang Yuan, you go first. Secret Schemer modestly declined. Ever since the previous failure, I have reflected a lot and gained a lot of insights. Fang Yuan laughed heartily and took the lead. Secret Schemer and Not Immortal glanced at each other before entering as well, walking side by side with Fang Yuan. Recently, Fang Yuan's reputation had shaken the world, but how much strength did he really have? The 3 crazed demon eccentrics were not sure, this was the best time to observe. Secret Schemer and Not Immortal both focused their attention on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked leisurely. The first 10 steps were leisurely and leisurely. 20 steps, he walked with ease. 30 steps, he started to have a serious expression. 40 steps, he gradually started to pant. After 50 steps, he looked exhausted. More than 60 steps later, Fang Yuan stopped and gasped for breath. Secret Schemer looked at Not Immortal. Not Immortal also looked at Secret Schemer at the same time. Both of them could see the shock in each other's eyes. To walk here, one needed to overcome the rejection of a large number of Dao marks. The furthest the three crazed demon eccentrics could go was over 10,000 steps, but they walked and stopped intermittently. If they walked like Fang Yuan in one breath, they would only be able to take 40 to 50 steps at most. What's scary is that Fang Yuan walked more than 60 steps. He clearly didn't use his full strength. He's still doing it with ease. Just this result alone has already surpassed the three of us. But where exactly is his limit? Not Immortal and Secret Schemer had such thoughts. But in reality, Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body and was not rejected by any Dao marks. All of his exhaustion was just an act. Fang Yuan would rather put on a show because he could also intimidate the three crazed demon eccentrics, and he could hide his true strength. Fang Yuan was cautious by nature and liked to hide his strength. He wouldn't easily show his cards if he could. As expected of Daoist Fang Yuan. Yes, such strength makes the three of us feel ashamed. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. You two don't need to be humble. I've been reborn many times and have many memories. The three crazed demon eccentrics are famous. They all have their own wonderful methods. I also admire them. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer felt a chill in their hearts. Fang Yuan's words were very convincing. You could take it as a compliment, but you could also take it as a warning. I've been reborn and am familiar with your methods. Don't make me your enemy. The three immortals continued to walk forward. The deeper they went, the harder it was to walk, the more pressure they felt. For the rest of the journey, relying on the Dao marks of each path will save a lot of effort. Daoist Fang Yuan, let's split up for now. Not Immortal said. He chose to walk towards the front left. There were more rule path Dao marks there. And he himself specialized in rule path. Not long after, Secret Schemer also took his leave. He chose a path with more wisdom path Dao marks. Fang Yuan could of course walk in a straight line, but he didn't. He chose to hide his true strength and carefully chose a path. Chapter 1877. Crazed Demon Cave's 7th layer was very wide. It felt even more vast to Not Immortal and Secret Schemer. That was because they had to think carefully with every step they took. They had to endure the test of conflicting Dao marks at all times. The more they walked, the more difficult it became. This kind of difficulty would increase the distance of the journey in their hearts. Fang Yuan persisted for a while like a normal Gu immortal. He could empathize with Not Immortal and Secret Schemer's situation to a certain extent. Without the sovereign immortal body, I still have to choose a path. But this path is getting narrower and narrower. At the beginning, there are many choices, but the deeper I go, the fewer choices I have. Fang Yuan walked for a while before stopping. His path was cut off. The path ahead was filled with Dao marks of other paths. But fortunately, after getting through this part, there were still paths that Fang Yuan had chosen for them. Fang Yuan discreetly glanced at Not Immortal and Secret Schemer. These two had already been left behind by him. It was very difficult for them to walk at the back. At the same time, they were also paying attention to Fang Yuan at all times. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and continued to move forward. He pretended to be having a hard time, walking forward step by step. After a while, he finally overcame the difficulty and walked on the path that suited him. A relaxed expression appeared on his face again. These conflicting Dao marks have no meaning to me. Instead, it is a disguise that consumes a lot of my effort. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer glanced at each other from afar. Fang Yuan's strength was above their estimation. Although Fang Yuan walked that short distance with difficulty, his speed was still very fast. If not Immortal was in the same situation, he might have vomited blood already. Next, these two walked slower and slower, their hearts also becoming heavier. The surrounding Dao marks pressured them at all times, making it difficult for them to move forward. Not Immortal had already started to vomit blood, while Secret Schemer's face had a golden-purple color. Not long after, the two had no choice but to stop. They had reached their limit. Fang Yuan was still walking in front, looking at his expression, he seemed to be much more tired than before. But he still had plenty of energy left. This Fang Yuan is really a monster. Sai, the other party is someone who has inherited the legacy of the Venerable One. To be able to defeat the Celestial Court time and time again, it is not surprising that he has such attainments. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer conversed in secret, sighing with emotion, full of helplessness. Then we'll stay here and watch him. I want to see just how far he can go. Secret Schemer snorted coldly. Not Immortal hesitated for a moment before asking, do you think he will leave the 7th floor and enter the 8th floor? How is this possible? Secret Schemer denied it immediately without even thinking about it. But soon after, he muttered to himself, this possibility isn't high. To walk out of the 7th floor, it's at least several 100,000 steps. We're not even 10% of the way out yet. Fang Yuan was indeed powerful, he was a rare rank 7 monster that only appeared once in 100 or even 1,000 years. But he is not rank 8, I suspect that only Venerables can leave the 7th layer and enter the 8th layer. Venerable One. Not Immortal thought for a moment. Should we tell Fang Yuan about the clues of those Venerable Ones coming here? Yes. Secret Schemer nodded, when Fang Yuan reaches his limit and we return, we'll tell him this information. Secret Schemer had seen Fang Yuan's strength and admitted that Fang Yuan was stronger than him. If he told Fang Yuan this information, he might be able to stimulate Fang Yuan's fighting spirit and interest, allowing him to stay in Crazed Demon Cave and accompany the 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics in attacking this place. Fang Yuan walked for a while before stopping slightly. This is where I saw Secret Schemer last time. Fang Yuan looked around but did not see any traces. Back then, Fang Yuan remembered that the Dao marks here were mainly Metal Path and Earth Path, but now they had completely changed. Fang Yuan was not surprised. It was because the Dao marks in the 7th layer would also change. Every time the demonic sound started from the 9th layer, it would spread from the 8th layer to the 7th layer, all the way to the 1st layer. After reaching the 1st layer, the demonic sound would be sealed by a formless force, it would not spread to the outside world and harm the innocent. Fang Yuan continued to walk. Secret Schemer and Not Immortal stayed on the spot, looking at his back from afar. When Fang Yuan unknowingly surpassed Secret Schemer's furthest record, the corners of this wisdom path Gu Immortal's eyes twitched. Although he had foreseen this situation in advance, when he really saw it happen, he couldn't help but feel a great sense of loss in his heart. I have been surpassed. Secret Schemer sighed deeply in his heart, I am the leader of the 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics, I have always been the person who explored the furthest in this place. I have been living in seclusion here for hundreds of years, concentrating on my research, but I did not expect Fang Yuan to easily surpass me today. A kind of jealousy and even hatred, as well as a kind of anger towards himself, bitterness, sorrow and other feelings surged into his heart, making him feel complicated. Not Immortal's feeling was much better than Secret Schemer's, after all, he had the worst results among the 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics. Seeing Secret Schemer's expression, Not Immortal sighed inwardly and was about to console him, but his expression changed at the next moment. The demonic sound suddenly resounded. What's going on? Not Immortal turned pale with fright. Secret Schemer was also horrified, why would the demonic sound appear at this time? Not Immortal shouted, your earlier deduction was correct, the demonic sound's pattern is already completely chaotic, we can no longer grasp it accurately. Quick, let's retreat. This place is too dangerous. Secret Schemer's forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat, he shouted at Fang Yuan in front of him, "The demonic sound is coming, quickly retreat. We can only be safe if we retreat from the 7th layer." Fang Yuan turned around to look at the two of them. These two no longer had the demeanor of the 3 crazed demon eccentrics, they were anxious like ants on a hot pan and were rapidly retreating. "From the looks of it, it doesn't seem like they are intentionally trying to harm me." Fang Yuan frowned slightly. In order to stall for time, not Immortal and Secret Schemer had no time to choose a path, they could only barely find the direction and quickly retreat. The demonic sound had just started, but the Dao marks here were already restless. What was even more terrifying was that when the demonic sound truly rumbled, the 7th layer would set off a tsunami of Dao marks. Once the Immortal killer moves were activated, they would immediately collapse in chaos. At that time, even Duke Long would be in grave danger, he would be as weak as a baby, his death would be unchangeable. The 7th layer had already become a dangerous area that devoured everything, only venerables might be able to contend against it. The 2 crazed demon eccentrics used all their methods, spitting out blood as they retreated. "Quick, we are about to get out." Secret Schemer's eyes shone with wild joy as he looked ahead. "I can't take it anymore." Not Immortal fell to the ground. Secret Schemer gritted his teeth, "Persevere." The two were very close to each other. Secret Schemer disregarded the danger and pulled the unconscious Not Immortal up. At the moment of danger, his true feelings were revealed. Finally, Secret Schemer took several steps and rushed out. His 7 orifices were bleeding, his face was pale and his eyes were turning black, he felt as if his whole body was filled with lead and extremely heavy. But he didn't dare to stop here. Once the demonic sound started, there was no safe place in the 7th layer, only by retreating to the 6th layer would he have any hope of survival. The demonic sound started to spread, the alarm in Secret Schemer's heart became louder and louder. He gritted his teeth and used the last of his strength to send himself and the unconscious Not Immortal to the 6th layer. Wait, where is Fang Yuan? Before leaving, he took a risk and looked back. In an instant, his eyes bulged as if someone was punching behind his eyes. Secret Schemer was stupefied. Not only did Fang Yuan not retreat, he even went deeper than before. You. Secret Schemer was so agitated that he couldn't speak. Fang Yuan heard the voice and turned around to look at him, smiling faintly. "It is already too late for me to leave at this distance. But I have a life-saving secret method, there is still a trace of a chance of survival. Exploring this place will naturally bring danger to my life. I was already mentally prepared, there is no harm in it. Friend Secret Schemer, I hope we will meet again in the future." Secret Schemer was speechless, he wanted to say, "Oh Fang Yuan, you are dead meat," but he didn't say it in the end. Finally, he left behind a sentence, "Fang Yuan, we will definitely meet again." This sentence had a deep meaning to it. On one hand, he was encouraging Fang Yuan, hoping that he would persevere and not give up, there might be a chance of survival. On the other hand, he was also foretelling himself that if he continued to explore like this, one day, he would also fall into the same predicament as Fang Yuan and meet again after death. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment before smiling. This Secret Schemer is indeed loyal. In the 500 years of his previous life, Secret Schemer was like this. He originally didn't want to leave Crazed Demon Cave, but Not Immortal and Pang Shan were dragged into the 5 regions' chaotic war. This made Secret Schemer leave Crazed Demon Cave to protect his companions. Although he only had rank 7 cultivation, his wisdom path attainment level was high, he caused a lot of trouble and losses to Central Continent and the Celestial Court. Although the 3 crazed demon eccentrics were secluded cultivators and didn't have any bloodline connection, their friendship was very deep, even surpassing that of many righteous path Gu immortals. Humans weren't plants or trees, they couldn't be emotionless. These 3 had lived here in seclusion for hundreds of years, they had a common goal and even helped each other, they had already become each other's life fetters. Fang Yuan looked at the swaying Dao marks in front of him with an extremely relaxed expression. It could even be said to be carefree. Even if these Dao marks surged violently and created a gorgeous tsunami, they had no effect on him. Sovereign immortal body, Dao marks didn't conflict. Fang Yuan was even more relaxed than before, because not immortal and secret schemer had already left. He smiled lightly as he walked forward calmly. Looking at the grand and resplendent waves of Dao marks in front of him, he clicked his tongue in praise. This was truly the most wondrous scene in the world. There were many wondrous scenes in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Some were magnificent, some were elegant, some were vast, and some were exquisite. In his previous life and this life, Fang Yuan had traveled almost all over the world. His horizons were broadened, his experiences were plentiful, and he had seen many wondrous scenes. But now, he felt that those wondrous scenes in his memories couldn't compare to the raging waves of Dao marks in front of him. Chapter 1878. Crazed Demon Cave, 6th Layer. The 2 crazed demon eccentrics were lying on the ground. Secret Schemer was kneeling on the ground, treating Not Immortal's injuries for the time being, ignoring them. Not Immortal slowly opened his eyes and woke up. He was confused at first, but then he came to his senses and said gratefully, "I actually escaped. Boss, you saved my life again." Next, he asked in confusion, "Why don't I see Fang Yuan? Wait, did he not retreat in time?" Secret Schemer smiled bitterly, "No. He is still in the 7th layer now." However, what he said when we parted was not wrong. It was already too late to escape from that distance. Not Immortal was stunned and speechless. After a long while, he sighed, "Such is fate, to think that the great Fang Yuan would actually die here." Even if Fang Yuan was so famous, he did not think that Fang Yuan had much hope of survival. Because Not Immortal was well aware of the terrifying power of Crazed Demon Cave. Secret Schemer, on the other hand, had completely calmed down, his expression carrying a trace of peculiarity. "Speaking of which, it is inconceivable, but I have a mysterious feeling that Fang Yuan can survive. Although reason tells me that there is no possibility of this, and I cannot deduce any method by which he can survive. But I have this feeling in my heart. Boss, you are a wisdom path Gu Immortal." Not Immortal was also dazed. Even if I am a wisdom path Gu Immortal, could all my feelings be correct? Secret Schemer shook his head with a bitter smile. Maybe this is just my feeling towards Fang Yuan's outcome. He was so strong, surpassing us, shocking the world, even the Celestial Court could not do anything to him. But such a person is going to die in Crazed Demon Cave. Sigh, maybe his outcome will be our outcome in the future. I can empathize with him because we are in the same boat. Not Immortal was silent. After a long while, Secret Schemer broke the silence. "Let's go. We will retreat and recuperate. When the demonic sounds completely stop, we will go to the 7th layer to search for Fang Yuan." Not Immortal nodded, even though he understood that Fang Yuan was almost dead. He barely stood up, his body suddenly staggered and was about to fall. Fortunately, Secret Schemer supported him in time. Secret Schemer grabbed him, and the 2 of them slowly moved forward while resisting the demonic sound. The road ahead was hidden in the darkness. Both of them gradually blended into the darkness as they staggered forward. They had no idea that not only had Fang Yuan not been harmed in the 7th level, he had even made a new discovery. "Are these new Dao marks?" Fang Yuan's eyes lit up and he looked surprised. Amidst the multicolored waves of Dao marks, he began to discover new Dao marks. Fang Yuan was no longer the same as he was in the past. His realms of various schools had improved greatly, and he had also inherited several supreme experts' true inheritances, so his horizons had broadened. But now, he was sure that he had never seen these marks before. These were brand new Dao marks. Originally, when these Dao marks were still, these brand new Dao marks were too few in number and scattered all over the place, making them inconspicuous. But now, the demonic sound was howling and all sorts of Dao marks were shifting. And because of the conflicting Dao marks, the Dao marks of the same path gradually became unified. This caused the scale of these new Dao marks to gradually increase, making it easier for people to discover them. Fang Yuan quickly concluded the reason. When the demonic sound had just started, all sorts of Dao marks intersected and weaved at will. They were intricate and colorful. When the demonic sound resounded for a period of time, the Dao marks of various schools gathered together and formed a unified color. It was much clearer than before and looked even more magnificent. In front of Fang Yuan, a metal path Dao mark was like a golden python, slithering around. On Fang Yuan's left side, a soul path Dao mark was even larger. It was like a black cloud, as big as a city wall, and it was advancing majestically. And beside Fang Yuan's feet was that brand new Dao mark, like a curved stream, flowing. Fang Yuan stopped slightly and carefully observed it. Soon, he revealed a surprised expression. From this brand new Dao mark, he saw swords, he smelled axes, he felt hammers and spears, and he heard darts and arrows. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn as he thought to himself, this brand new Dao mark represents a brand new path. This path is quite grand, it actually contains all sorts of Dao marks. If someone creates it in the future, it will definitely include sword Dao and blade Dao. This new path will definitely have strong battle strength, it also clearly borrows many of the profundities of human path. But soon, Fang Yuan shook his head. However, to create this path, who knows how many generations will be needed, and how much time will be needed. Maybe someone already has the idea and foundation to create this path. If he or she can witness this scene, it will definitely be of great help to him or her. Or maybe no one in the world has such an idea, this path will always be hidden, like a treasure that is buried deep underground, no one will ever open it. Fang Yuan did not have any regrets. This situation was normal in the Gu world. People often say that talents need to be recognized, talents need to be recognized. Actually, an outstanding path also needed talented people to be discovered. Fang Yuan did not want to use this chance to create a brand new path. He could no longer learn all of the schools of thought that he had on hand. Moreover, creating a new path required too much time and energy, it was too much. He did not have the time to do so. Fang Yuan continued to move forward. Along the way, he saw many new Dao marks. One Dao mark was condensed into a ball, it was plump and smooth. Fang Yuan seemed to smell the fragrance of plants from it. When he smelled it carefully, it felt like the fragrance of food. Fang Yuan guessed, were these the legendary pill Dao marks? There was another Dao mark that was spread out like a carpet. They were clearly the same type of Dao mark, but there were lights and shadows intertwining on it. Sometimes it looked like mountains and rivers, sometimes it looked like birds and beasts. When the other torrents of Dao marks swept over, this Dao mark was like a leaf in the wind. It would also be swept up and lightly attached to the surface of the other torrents of Dao marks. It would not affect these attached Dao marks, nor would it cause the tiny Dao marks to collapse. It was truly mystical. The moment Fang Yuan saw it, his heart shook. If I am not wrong, these are painting path Dao marks. He wanted to take these Dao marks for himself, but now that the demonic sounds were raging, he had no way to do so. Fang clan has thieving heaven demon venerable's inheritance and that immortal Gu house, thieves Denver. If I use it, can I steal the Dao marks here? Fang Yuan had a thought, he had an inspiration. There were many immortal materials in Crazed Demon Cave, but none of them had any value. The root of the problem was that the Dao marks contained in these immortal materials were all kinds of chaotic Dao marks. However, the immortal materials were useless, not the Dao marks. Fang Yuan beat him at his own game and attacked Fang Dichang. Right now, Fang Dichang was his clone. From Fang Dichang's soul, Fang Yuan obtained almost all of Fang clan's information. This naturally included Thieves Denver. This was indeed thieving heaven demon venerable's immortal Gu house, but it was very damaged. Because it involved theft path, Fang clan was not proficient in it. Back then, when Fang clan obtained it, they did not obtain the complete contents of the Immortal Gu house, so they could not repair it. Right now, Thieves' Den only had one method, that was to use a theft path immortal material as a primer to expend the theft path Dao marks in the immortal material, then steal the outside world's Dao marks. The stolen Dao marks had to be attached to this theft path immortal material. Eventually, this immortal material would be filled with all kinds of chaotic Dao marks, it would no longer have any value. This was similar to the situation with the immortal materials in Crazed Demon Cave. Thieves' Den had the ability to steal the outside world's Dao marks, but it had no way to use them. This was the main reason why Fang Yuan did not try to bring Thieves' Den with him. But in this situation, it is different. When these identical Dao marks gather together, I can use Thieves' Den to create all kinds of immortal materials of the corresponding path. These immortal materials all have the same Dao marks, they should be usable. As Fang Yuan thought of this, he could not help but feel his chest heating up. If this method worked, then he would have an endless source of rank 8 or even rank 9 immortal materials. What an enormous amount of wealth this was. Even Fang Yuan could not estimate it. The created immortal materials could not only be used for trade or Gu refinement, they could also be used to comprehend the corresponding path. For example, using these new Dao marks, he could create painting path, pill path, and other immortal materials. These immortal materials were extremely useful for creating paths. However, the same type of Dao marks can only be condensed when the demonic sounds are rampaging. Activating immortal moves at this time is extremely risky. Immortal moves are also arranged using Dao marks. There is a high chance that the Dao marks will become chaotic and the immortal move's activation will fail, causing a backlash. Not to mention the ant nest, this immortal Gu house, it cannot be taken out directly. It is not a sovereign body, it will be rejected and crushed if taken out. Fang Yuan calmed down. There was a huge technical obstacle to completing his plan. His current foundation was unparalleled in the world, but he did not have any confidence. Eventually, Fang Yuan sighed, he gave up on this thought and continued to move forward. He quickened his steps. No matter what Dao mark torrent was ahead, it was like a harmless light shadow to him, like a light breeze. Not long after, he saw dream path Dao marks. Crazed Demon Cave could be said to be filled with myriad phenomena, even dream path Dao marks were included. Fang Yuan cautiously stopped and probed, he found that dream path Dao marks were also harmless to him. These were only Dao marks and not dream realms. For the sovereign immortal body, they were more like a flowing immortal material. If it were dream realms, Fang Yuan would have to take a detour. Fang Yuan walked forward in a straight line without any obstruction. The demonic sounds resounded in his ears, causing him some trouble. Thankfully, he had an excellent method to modify it. This killer move was very particular. Once activated, there would be a long-term effect. Even though the demonic sounds interfered, the long-term effect would be very short. But everything was within the range of Fang Yuan's tolerance. Even if he was corroded by the demonic sounds and went into a killing frenzy, there were no living beings in this danger zone that could threaten him. Even if he crashed into a mountain rock, the sovereign immortal body's innate quality would ensure that he would be fine. The surroundings were surging with rainbow-colored light without any pattern. Sometimes it was like a tsunami, sometimes it was like a stampede of horses, sometimes it was like a waterfall, and sometimes it was like birds flying in the sky. And Fang Yuan was moving rapidly among them. If the three crazed demon eccentrics saw this, their jaws would probably drop to the ground. This was not subverting their worldview, it was directly shattering their worldview. Fang Yuan went deeper, going deeper than the three crazed demon eccentrics could imagine. When he finally got close to the entrance of the 8th layer, he gasped and paused his footsteps. He actually saw 3 paths. One path was shining with golden light and surging luck. One path was dark and terrifying, filled with killing intent. One path was simple and unadorned, filled with virtue. Fang Yuan's eyes shined as he instantly understood, these three paths are likely the traces of venerables, they are filled with luck path, soul path, and earth path Dao marks, they should correspond to Giant Sun Immortal, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. These three venerables had been here before. The demonic sounds were vast and mighty, the Dao marks were chaotic, forming a terrifying chaotic scene with terrifying might that could wipe out almost all Gu immortals, not even a trace of them would be left behind. But the Dao marks on these three paths were extremely firm. Even though the surrounding Dao marks were rubbing, rolling, and colliding with each other, the Dao marks on these three paths were unshakable. Only occasionally, at the edges, there would be some Dao marks peeling off, like fragments. Fang Yuan squinted slightly. He knew that he had the sovereign immortal body and his Dao marks did not conflict, thus, he was able to come here through trickery. But venerables were different. The Dao marks on a venerable's body conflicted, they were able to come here because they had forcefully made their way here. This was the supreme style of the three venerables. Characters like the three crazed demon eccentrics had talent and attainment levels that were rare in this world, but they still needed to find their own path. Venerables did not need it. Just by stepping on it, they would be able to find a supreme path. Fang Yuan was not surprised that a venerable had come here before, in fact, he had already made some predictions. After all, Limitless Demon Venerable was a person of the olden antiquity era, he was the third venerable in history, second only to Primordial Origin and Star Constellation. The crazed demon cave that he created had existed until now, although it was hidden. If the three crazed demon eccentrics could discover this secret, why couldn't others? As venerables among Gu immortals, these venerables were all world-shaking, it was normal for them to discover this place. Hoping for unparalleled inheritances and inheritances to be left for themselves without anyone discovering them, that was the naive and arrogant thinking of an inexperienced youngster. Humans were ordinary, but every person was unique. If they had such a fortuitous encounter, why couldn't others have it? But, why are there only traces of these three venerables? The paths left behind by these three venerables, why did they only appear near the entrance of the 8th layer? There were some doubts in his mind, but Fang Yuan did not stop moving, he directly jumped into the entrance of the 8th layer. Darkness flashed in front of him, at the next moment, Fang Yuan landed on the ground. How can this be? Fang Yuan was stunned. Chapter 1879. This was a vast grassland. The grass was green, the sky was blue, and the clouds were white. There was no sun in the sky, but it was very bright. There were many wildflowers, they were in full bloom, it was a dazzling sight. The air was filled with the fragrance of flowers, the wind was gentle, caressing Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan was stunned. This is Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer? He was surprised. According to the three Crazed Demon Eccentrics deductions, the last 3 layers of Crazed Demon Cave should be the same as the 7th layer, there were Dao marks everywhere. The 8th layer's Dao marks were definitely larger than the 7th layers. And in the 9th layer, there was an immortal formation set up by Limitless Demon Venerable. The core of this immortal formation was the legendary rank 9 Immortal Gu derivation. But after Fang Yuan entered the 8th layer, he found that this was a small world. Don't tell me, I entered a blessed land? Fang Yuan had a thought. But right after that, he rejected this conjecture. He used investigative methods, a subtle expression appeared on his face. This world seems to be different, it is not a normal blessed land or grotto heaven. This world is a bit thin. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, he heard a loud crack. A huge crack pierced down from the sky, it was like a bolt of lightning, it traversed the entire land. At that instant, Fang Yuan's hair stood on end, alarm bells rang in his mind. This huge crack gave him an extremely strong sense of threat. He was certain that if he were to be affected by it, he would most likely die and his Dao would disappear. Even if he used reverse flow protection seal in time, he would not last for more than a few breaths of time. Thankfully, even though the crack was fast, it was not aimed at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan dodged it smoothly, but he heard cracking sounds in his ears. This is the cry of this small world. It is collapsing, it is about to be destroyed. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold as he assessed everything. That huge crack continued to expand, the small world seemed to have been cut into two, it soon separated completely. The blue sky, the white clouds, the grass, and the flowers were all devoured by the crack. However, there was nothing in the crack. It was like an extremely ferocious beast that was eternally hungry. Fang Yuan's pupils contracted. This is the power of the Void Tao, a crack in the void. Realizing this, he hurriedly used his means to conceal himself. The rift closed in on him, but Fang Yuan didn't dodge. Instead, he threw himself into it. He successfully entered the crevice and did not suffer any destructive blows. The crack in the void at the beginning was very dangerous, but after its power spread out, it was just enough for Fang Yuan to shelter. There were fewer and fewer small worlds, and the crack in the void in the middle was getting bigger and bigger. Fang Yuan flew up through the crack and soon left the boundary of the small world, arriving in the outside world. This is. What he saw shocked him both physically and mentally. He was like a water worm that had suddenly arrived in a vast ocean. This ocean was nothingness. The void was vast and boundless, its boundaries unknown. Fang Yuan felt extremely insignificant when he was in the middle of it all. But he was not alone. Accompanying him were thousands of worlds. These worlds were like colorful bubbles, some were forming, some were growing, and some were being destroyed. The small world that Fang Yuan was in earlier was being destroyed. In a short while, it was only left with two crescent-shaped fragments. The shock in his heart made Fang Yuan gape slightly, unable to say anything. He suddenly realized that this was the true appearance of the 8th level. The 7th level was a sea of Tao marks, while the 8th level was boundless nothingness. In this nothingness, there were thousands of worlds being born and destroyed at every moment. This is. Fang Yuan caught a strange movement in his eyes. The small world that he was in just now was completely destroyed, but only a long white thread was left. This thread could not be destroyed even by the nothingness, it was very tough. It was a Tao mark. Even though it was just a Tao mark, it was extraordinary, shining with the light of a Tao mark. What kind of Tao mark is this? Fang Yuan had never seen such a Tao mark before, he couldn't help but look at it with rapt attention. Clearly, this Tao mark was not ordinary. Because in the small world before, if there was heaven and earth, there would be space Tao, if there was movement, there would be time Tao, if there were flowers and grass, there would be wood Tao, if there were grass, there would be earth Tao, if there were clouds, there would be cloud Tao. But these Tao marks no longer existed, they were all destroyed by the nothingness, leaving only this translucent white thread-like Tao mark. From this Tao mark, Fang Yuan could see space path, he could sense time path, he could sense wood path, and he could sense cloud path. What path is this Tao mark? It has a kind of all-encompassing tolerance? Fang Yuan was shocked, he suddenly thought of an answer. I understand, this is Heaven Tao. Heaven Tao 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 mark. When he was running around in the 7th level, he was feeling strange, he had seen all kinds of Tao marks, including Dream Tao and other new Tao marks. But he was missing two types of Tao marks. One was Human Tao, the other was Heaven Tao. Fang Yuan had seen Human Tao mark before, but this was the first time he had seen Heaven Tao Tao mark. All the other Tao marks have been destroyed, leaving only Heaven Tao Tao mark. What does this mean? Fang Yuan stared at this Heaven Tao Tao mark. The thread-like Heaven Tao mark seemed to be floating in the wind, flickering with white light. Its posture deeply attracted Fang Yuan's gaze. Fang Yuan was cautious, he did not try to attack this Tao mark. He followed the Tao mark, after flying for a while, the void in front of him suddenly changed. Undercurrents surged, a whirlpool suddenly formed and swallowed this heaven Dao mark. The Dao mark lasted for a while in the whirlpool of nothingness, then suddenly collapsed. In an instant, the whirlpool of nothingness seemed to be dyed with all kinds of colors, becoming a crazy wheel of 7 colors. Not long after the whirlpool rotated, it suddenly exploded with a soft sound. The nothingness of this place returned to normal. But there was a blue and white bubble that appeared out of thin air. This bubble was very small at first, only the size of Fang Yuan's pinky, but very quickly, it continued to expand, its volume rapidly increasing. Fang Yuan used his investigative method to look. He was shocked to find that this blue and white bubble was a newly formed small world. In the small world, the land was expanding, the sky was extending, everything was following some kind of strange law, undergoing a drastic change. After a few dozen breaths of time, this small world had grown to a size that Fang Yuan could enter. The small world's growth slowed down, everything inside gradually stabilized. Fang Yuan entered. This small world was no longer what he saw before. Clouds floated, islands floated in the air, around the small world were countless huge green vines, interweaving into an inner net. Although it's the same heaven Dao mark, the small world's appearance has changed a lot. Fang Yuan's heart trembled. There was a kind of thing that was about to be comprehended, but had not yet been comprehended, like a layer of window paper. Fang Yuan had a strong hunch that as long as he grasped this inspiration and comprehended it, he would definitely be able to get a great improvement. This kind of improvement was a qualitative improvement. So he began to stare closely at these small worlds, watching the small worlds constantly being born and destroyed. His whole body and mind were deeply immersed, as if possessed, unable to extricate himself. The 7th level of the crazed demon cave is the derivation of Dao marks, but this 8th level is the derivation of the small world. No, derivation of the small world is just the appearance, what it actually wants to do is derivation of heaven Dao marks. Fang Yuan carefully observed that after each small world's birth and destruction, that heaven Dao mark would usually increase by a part. The actual situation was more complicated. Sometimes, it was not just one heaven Dao mark, the nothingness vortex swallowed the surroundings, it was likely to swallow 3 or 4 heaven Dao marks at the same time. After these heaven Dao marks were scattered, the small world formed was often wider, more profound, and grew rapidly. But after it was destroyed, only 1 heaven Dao mark would be left behind, at most 2. And in terms of total length, the total length of the previous 3 or 4 heaven Dao marks would undoubtedly exceed the total length of the remaining heaven Dao marks. The heaven Dao marks will also be damaged. Or rather, the heaven Dao marks that I have seen do not meet Limitless Demon Venerable's standards. He wants to create heaven Dao marks that meet his standards. Then what kind of heaven Dao marks did he want to create? Fang Yuan's mind jolted. He suddenly thought of the 3 crazed demon eccentrics deduction. Limitless Demon Venerable wanted to pursue eternal life, so he settled in Crazed Demon Cave in his later years to find the correct method. Limitless Demon Venerable wanted to pursue eternal life, but the heaven Dao did not allow it. The Legends of Renzu has already recorded that Fate Gu decrees that all living beings in the world must die, their souls will return to the door of life and death. What was Fate Gu? Gu was the essence of heaven and earth. Fate Gu was essentially a fragment of the heavenly path. Limitless Demon Venerable wanted eternal life, he could not avoid the heaven Dao. He understood this, so he directly targeted the heaven Dao and researched it. Fang Yuan guessed. Limitless Demon Venerable had once attacked the celestial court, but he was not an otherworldly demon, he could not destroy fate. But he did not give up, he worked even harder and faced the difficulty head-on. He wanted to find the reason why he could not destroy Fate Gu, he wanted to thoroughly understand the truth of the heaven Dao. Such ambition. Such methods. Even Fang Yuan could not help but feel admiration. Then how do I collect these heaven path Dao marks? Fang Yuan was very troubled. He tried many methods, but they were all useless. He even had a premonition, even if he took Thieves' Den now, he could not do anything to these Heaven Path Dao marks. Thieves' Den was only a rank 8 theft path immortal goo house, it was extremely damaged. And this immortal formation was clearly rank 9, it was personally created by Limitless Demon Venerable. I should directly take the immortal formation. Fang Yuan fell into a dilemma again. Because he did not know where to go to the 9th layer. The first 7 layers of Crazed Demon Cave had a clear path, but in the 8th layer, Fang Yuan was in a vast void, there were no signs or clues. How should he enter the 9th layer? Fang Yuan did not know which direction to choose. He could only wander aimlessly. After an unknown period of time, he unexpectedly found a world. This is the biggest world I have seen so far. But clearly, it is about to be destroyed. Let's go in and take a look. Fang Yuan entered this world. Greetings, sage. There were living beings in this world. After seeing Fang Yuan, they immediately kowtowed in extreme excitement. Sage, are you trying to save this world and build a Dao field? Sage, please take me in as your disciple, take me in as your disciple. These living beings had misty bodies, they looked like humans, they had noses and eyes, they shouted endlessly. Sage? Fang Yuan frowned, he immediately realized the huge significance of this. That means there are other sages like me? Yes. There was a sage who wore a green robe and a white belt, he created Green Lotus Dao field with every step he took. There was a sage who wore a yellow robe, he was kind and benevolent, he protected Yellow Earth Great World. And there was a sage who had a fierce appearance, he was tall and muscular, every movement of his could cause the roars of countless beasts, he created Savage Wilderness Great World. Chapter 1880. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and Reckless Savage Demon Venerable? Fang Yuan's heart jumped. According to the descriptions of these humanoid mist natives, Fang Yuan quickly compared these 3 sages with the 3 venerables in history. All sorts of thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, these 3 venerables have been here before? Then in the 7th layer, I saw the Dao mark paths left behind by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and Giant Sun Immortal. This means that at least 5 venerables have been here before. Fang Yuan was somewhat surprised, but also confused. When he saw the 3 venerables' paths in the 7th layer, he had a doubt, were these really the only 3 venerables who had been here before? If other venerables had been here before, why did they not leave behind their paths? Now that I think about it, even though other venerables have been here before, like Reckless Savage and Genesis Lotus, even if they left behind their paths, they were probably destroyed because of the passage of time. Limitless Demon Venerable was from the olden Antiquity era, 1,000,000 years ago, Reckless Savage and Red Lotus appeared after him. Then came the Medieval Antiquity era, 300,000 years ago. Genesis Lotus, Thieving Heaven, and Giant Sun appeared one after another. In this era, Long Hair Ancestor appeared. Because he was a hairy man, he had lived for a long time, he had cooperated with Thieving Heaven and Giant Sunday. After the Medieval Antiquity era was the recent Antiquity era, 100,000 years ago, there were 2 venerables, Spectral Soul and Paradise Earth. And now, according to the prophecy of the 3 venerables, a great dream immortal venerable would appear. She was an unprecedented venerable, she would surpass the 10 venerables of history. Giant Sun, Spectral Soul, and Paradise Earth left behind their paths in the 7th layer, they were actually the traces of their journey here. They were the 3 venerables closest to the current era, that was why their Dao marks were left behind. As for the previous venerables, even if they left behind Dao mark paths, they were destroyed because of the passage of time. Fang Yuan's doubt was resolved, but more questions arose. Why did these venerables come here one after another? Crazed Demon Cave is too attractive. Did these venerables go to the 9th level after arriving here? The 9th layer's formation should still be working, Then if these venerables went to the 9th layer, why didn't they destroy the formation and take away the rank 9 derivation goo inside? If they didn't succeed and stopped at the 8th level, why would they establish a dojo or a world? Fang Yuan pondered for a while and decided to take a look at the world of these venerable ones. He couldn't find the way to the 9th floor at all. When he was on the 7th floor, he had never expected that the 8th floor would actually be so magnificent. Perhaps he could find the corresponding clues in the dojos and worlds of these venerable ones? Even if there were no corresponding clues, even if these venerable ones didn't enter the 9th level, it was very likely that they had left their legacies in these worlds. Even if there was no true inheritance or something left behind, the venerable one's scales and claws would still be very beneficial to Fang Yuan. That's interesting. Do you know where these dojos and worlds are? Fang Yuan asked. These human-shaped mists shook their heads, expressing that they didn't know, they had only heard of it before. Oh sage, we are living in this world, we don't have the ability to leave. The outside world is too dangerous and fatal, it is not a place we can enter. Fang Yuan frowned, then how did you obtain this information? The human-shaped mist answered, every once in a while, the disciples of the sage will travel through the void, entering and exiting worlds to trade or plunder. We got all this information from them. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. These disciples are venerables of different generations, how is their battle strength? To be able to travel through the void and different worlds, they should be quite strong. But soon, Fang Yuan sensed something amiss. He asked again, since there are so many of these disciples, why did you call me a sage the first time you saw me? The human-shaped mists answered, that's because all the sages look like you, but their disciples have different forms. Fang Yuan instantly understood, it seems like there are no humans living here, the so-called disciples of the sages are probably some mutants. Like these human-shaped mists in front of me? Speaking of which, it was his first time seeing these human-shaped mists. They were not beasts, plants, or mutants, but they had blurry human forms. Sage, please save me. Sage, please preach and save this world. The humanoid clouds kowtowed once more. Well said, well said. Fang Yuan smiled and attacked brazenly. Sage! What are you doing? Ah! Cries of surprise and screams rang in Fang Yuan's ears. In just 2 breaths, Fang Yuan captured these human-shaped mists. He looked at them with a frightening cold glint in his eyes. Just by asking, how could this kind of information be reliable? If the human-shaped mists wanted to deceive Fang Yuan, it would be too easy. As Fang Yuan spoke, he had already investigated the surroundings and the other party secretly. Now that he attacked, he immediately captured them. Then, he used his soul-searching method to check for himself. The result was a little awkward. These human-shaped mists did not have souls. Could they still be considered living beings without souls? Even plants had their own souls. Fang Yuan was stunned for a moment before coming to a realization. It seems like there are no soul Dao marks in this small world, so the living beings here do not have souls. This was quite a novel discovery. In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, because there were soul Dao marks, all living beings had their own souls. However, these human-shaped mists did not have souls. It would be a little troublesome to search their memories. But these troubles were quickly overcome by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan obtained all the information that the other party had. From this information, it could be seen that the human-shaped mists did not deceive Fang Yuan at all. Their lives were very simple. Ever since they gained sentience, they had been staying here until this world was about to be destroyed. Even if there were sage disciples who came here to trade, they would only do so once and for a short period of time. Thus, these human-shaped mists were quite pure in nature. Fang Yuan also found that these human-shaped mists were not individuals, they were still a part of this world. They could not leave this world and go to the outside world. These human-shaped mists are actually very similar to land spirits and heavenly spirits. A flash of inspiration flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. Land spirits and heavenly spirits were formed from the Gu Immortal's obsession and heavenly power. They did not have souls but had sentience and could be communicated with. In fact, not just land spirits and heavenly spirits, Fang Yuan also had formation spirit and dragon spirit. Formation spirit was created from formation spirit Gu, while dragon spirit was a secret method of the Dragonman race. That is to say, these human-shaped mists are the embryonic forms of land spirits and heavenly spirits? If I can understand their profundity, wouldn't I be able to mass-produce land spirits and heavenly spirits? Fang Yuan's eyes shined, he immediately saw the most valuable thing. However, half a day later, he looked at the destruction of this world with a regretful expression. He really wanted to comprehend the profundity of these human-shaped mists, but he did not have enough worlds. Just when he had made some progress in his research, this world was destroyed. No problem, I can continue searching. Although such worlds are rare, they still exist. If I can find the Dao fields of those venerables, that would be even better. Thus, Fang Yuan continued to travel in the void, searching for valuable targets. Puff! Pang Shan coughed out a mouthful of blood and took a step back. His body was huge. When he took a step back, there was a loud sound when he stepped on the ground. If it were normal ground, a deep hole would have formed, but in this 7th layer, every inch of ground was a quasi-rank 9 immortal material. It was very sturdy. I didn't find any traces of Fang Yuan. Pang Shan wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth and said. Not Immortal was silent. Secret Schemer heaved a sigh. The 3 crazed demon eccentrics had gathered at this time. Earlier, they were guarding against Fang Yuan, but now that the demonic sounds had ended, they immediately came down together. Firstly, they felt that even if Fang Yuan survived, he would be struggling at death's door and would not be able to pose any threat to the 3 eccentrics. Secondly, they wanted to do their best to save Fang Yuan. When Gu Immortals were injured, it was often more troublesome and not so easy to heal. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer were injured, only Pang Shan was unharmed, but he was also injured now. Using an investigative killer move in this 7th layer was not a good idea. Because the Dao marks here were too concentrated, it was almost like a battlefield killer move. Conflicting Dao marks made it unfriendly to all paths here. Pang Shan's investigative range was very limited because the Dao marks of his path were only a small portion compared to the entire number of Dao marks. I know what the 7th layer looks like when the demonic sounds are activated. In my opinion, let's just leave it like this. The hope of Fang Yuan's survival. Pang Shan shook his head. I didn't expect Fang Yuan to die like this. Not Immortal raised his head and sighed. Secret Schemer was also extremely regretful. They did not have any thoughts of getting rid of a threat for the people. Their life goal was very simple. They wanted to explore the 9th layer and grasp the derivation formation to find a certain possibility of eternal life. Fang Yuan's main body did not come out of the 8th layer for a long time, while his clones were nervous. Fang Clan's headquarters. Divine Bean Palace floated in the air, emitting jade light that soared to the sky. Outside the palace, Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder Fang Gong, third Supreme Elder Fang Huasheng, as well as Fang Leng and Fang Yun, were watching from afar. The jade light suddenly changed, turning into countless lightning balls that bombarded the surroundings. Rumble, a series of explosions resounded, rocks were sent flying and air currents were raging. After the bombardment, the uneven ground was suddenly filled with green grass. At the same time, small saplings drilled out of the soil at a visible speed and grew into towering trees. This was Divine Bean Palace's killer move, Myriad Life Spring Lightning. This killer move could be used freely. It proved that Fang Di Chang had basically controlled Divine Bean Palace. The palace opened and Fang Yuan's clone Fang Di Chang walked out with a smile. Good. Fang Gong laughed heartily. Second Elder, you have made a great contribution. Although he was still somewhat worried about the faction balance in Fang clan, this was undoubtedly great news for Fang clan as a whole. With this house, our Fang clan can break through our predicament and truly rise up. Fang Yun cheered excitedly. Fang Dichang smiled. With this house, we are already in an invincible position. But there is no rush to act. Divine Bean Palace still has areas that can be improved. The most important move, Divine Bean Soldier, needs to be prepared in advance. No problem, if you need any Woodpath Immortal materials, just take them from our Fang clan's treasury. Fang Gong laughed heartily, he was truly happy. Chapter 1881. In front of him was a barren and grey land. The land was dry and cracked, forming many ravines. There was no fertility at all, not even a blade of grass grew. Fang Dichang looked at this vast land and waved his hand to sprinkle yellow jade bean seeds. There were many bean seeds sealed in Divine Bean Palace, mainly yellow jade bean seeds, green jade bean seeds, red jade bean seeds, and black jade bean seeds. Besides them, there were also special blue pea seeds and white frost broad bean seeds. After these bean seeds were planted and cared for, after some time, they would grow into all kinds of Divine Bean Soldiers. Thus, Divine Bean Palace's signature method, Divine Bean Soldiers, was not a killer move that could be formed in one go. It needed to be accumulated over a long period of time before it could reach a certain scale and be effective. Precisely because of this, when Chen Yi suppressed Qing Chou and used Karma Divine Tree to influence the battle between Divine Bean Palace and Fang clan, he could not use this move. Chen Yi could only use soul beasts to temporarily replace it. What Fang Dichang was planting now was yellow jade bean seeds. This was the most basic type of bean seeds. After being planted, they could grow into yellow bean soldiers. At this moment, the yellow jade bean seeds were already sprinkled. Fang Dichang activated Divine Bean Palace, strong winds blew, the formless wind condensed into light green hose in the air. The hose aimed at the ground and started to plow. After a while, Fang Dichang waved his hand again, rain started to fall from the sky. The amount of rain needed to be paid attention to. It could not be too much or too little, it was mainly used to moisten the dry soil. When the soil became wet, the yellow jade bean seed started to undergo a mystical change. But this change was very slow. Fang Yuan's clone activated another killer move. This time, when the killer move was used, this piece of land flickered with emerald green light, wave after wave. It was like a tide, like a wave, continuously washing the yellow jade bean seeds in the ground. The yellow jade bean seeds absorbed these jade green light waves and their growth speed rose sharply. They sprouted and grew at a visible speed. At this rate, after a day and a night, yellow bean soldiers will be born. Fang Yuan's clone nodded in satisfaction. With a thought, he suddenly left and returned to the main hall of Divine Bean Palace. He turned around and saw that the mural on the wall of Divine Bean Palace had changed. Originally, the mural depicted a piece of dry land. But now, there was a small piece of land that was densely packed with bean sprouts. This is the method of the painting Dao. Divine Bean Palace contains painting path immortal goo. The land inside is not fake. This method is truly amazing. Plant bean sprouts in these murals, grow Divine Bean Soldiers, continuously cultivate them. After they grow, these Divine Bean Soldiers will leave the murals and come to the main hall. The land is extremely barren, but it doesn't matter. Planting beans doesn't require a lot of soil fertility. In fact, if you plant more beans in the future, you can even increase the fertility of the soil in the mural and even turn it into an immortal material. The first is water path immortal material and the second is wood path immortal material. The former was used to moisten the soil, while the latter was used to speed up the growth of the yellow jade bean seeds. The immortal materials were stored in Divine Bean Palace. The two killer moves that Fang Yuan used earlier used up the stored immortal materials to form the killer moves. The effect is good, but the price is not cheap. Thankfully, I don't need to worry, Fang clan will pay for it. Fang Dichang smiled. Divine Bean Palace had already become Fang Yuan's. Fang clan was kept in the dark. They were helping Fang Yuan raise the Divine Bean soldiers. Deep in Eastern Sea. In Gu tribe's headquarters. It's done. Fang Yuan's clone Wu Shuai slowly stopped his killer move. His forehead was already covered in sweat. In front of him, a new batch of dragon men had been born. However, the identities of these new dragonians were not all beast men. There was also a group of merfolk. Thank you Lord Wu Shuai for your help, this is my tribe's gift, please accept it. A merman Gu immortal waved his tail as he floated towards Wu Shuai, handing over an immortal material with both hands. This immortal material was a pool of clear water, it gave off a pungent smell, it was restrained by the merman Gu immortal's killer move. Even though the merman's hands moved, this pool of water did not move, it was like it was frozen. So it is a movable rotten water, I can use it to nurture my army ants, I will accept it. Thank you. Wu Shuai accepted it without hesitation. He needed to nurture arrow ants, he needed immovable rotten water. Speaking of which, ever since he started nurturing his army ants, they had been growing at a shocking speed. Other than Fang Yuan's own resources, Gu tribe and the mermen also helped him greatly. Of course, Fang Yuan's clone did not extort them, he obtained them through transactions. Wu Shuai used his killer move to turn the beast men and mermen into new dragon men. Every day, my strength is growing rapidly. I'm simply changing with each passing day. My negotiation with Gu tribe was very effective, I even have a relationship with the merman tribe now. Together with Qi Si ancestors' influence, my control over Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world is getting deeper. Eastern Sea's merman imperial court was a super force with immense strength. This was the only variant human super force in the world, it had obtained Paradise Earth immortal venerables' help to develop and survive until now. Even so, the mermen were facing immense pressure from all directions. Earlier, they were already trembling in fear when they were surrounded by Eastern Sea's human forces. Now that the 5 regions' chaotic war was about to descend, the merman race's knowledgeable people started to look for a way out. Once the 5 regions' chaotic war broke out, the fragile balance of the past would be broken. The merman race's future was bleak, as variant humans, they would definitely become the main target of the human forces. A portion of the mermen saw the dragonmen's future development, they did not hesitate to change their identity. This was because the merman imperial court's higher-ups had been secretly helping Gu tribe to conceal their traces, they also learned about the dragonmen's secrets from Gu tribe. After knowing that Fate Gu had the revelation of dragonmen reigning supreme, a portion of the merman higher-ups had this idea. Thus, the mermen turned into dragonmen as well. The merman imperial court has already started to diversify their investments to ensure the survival of their race. The human forces have also foreseen the future chaotic times, they are especially worried and wary of Central Continent's celestial court, I can make use of this. Maybe I can persuade the mermen to send troops, when the celestial court repairs Fate Gu, some merman Gu immortals can participate in the battle. Wu Shuai had a devious thought. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The situation was extremely dangerous, there was no time to waste. Little Do, are you really going to do this? Mountain Cliff City Lord looked at Fang Yuan's clone, Zhan Budu, worriedly. Zhan Budu raised his head, his eyes were shining brightly, his tone was firm and unwavering, yes, master. You are already heavily injured, in this situation, we cannot defeat that monster. But if we let it wreak havoc, Mountain Cliff City will be completely destroyed. Who knows how many people will die? I can only take the risk and break through, as long as I become a combat beast warrior, I will be able to display the arrow-tail eagle's full strength and kill this despicable monster. Mountain Cliff City Lord looked at Zhan Budu for a long time, he knew that his beloved disciple had already made up his mind, there was no point in trying to persuade him, he waved his hand, Sai, you can go. Zhan Budu did not hesitate, he turned around and left, starting his immortal ascension. Mountain Cliff City Lord and the rest watched him closely. Countless commoners knelt on the ground and prayed silently, cheering for Jean Budu. There were even many combat beast envoys that fought the monster desperately. What was surprising was that the huge monster seemed to be tired. It slowed down its attacks. This was actually Jean Budu's secret manipulation. The current situation was also part of his original plan. I have a portion of my main body's memories and foundation. My immortal ascension is almost certain. But I need to pretend to be in danger, not only to deceive everyone in Mountain Cliff City, but also the heavenly spirit of this grotto heaven. The entire process was full of twists and turns, causing Mountain Cliff City Lord and the rest to be alarmed. But in the end, Jean Budu finally became an immortal, becoming a combat beast warrior. Next, Jean Budu displayed his prowess and defeated the monster. Yay! Little Do is mighty. Little Do, you saved the lives of everyone in our city. We really do not know what to say. As expected of our little savior, Little Do, you are probably the youngest combat beast warrior in history. Everyone surrounded Jean Budu and tossed him high into the air, catching him in unison. Jean Budu became the hero of the entire city. He was in the limelight. Chapter 1882. Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer was much larger than Feng Yuan had expected. Ever since he found out about the venerable Dao field here, he had explored this place for a long time, but the results were not good. Feng Yuan saw the birth and destruction of many worlds. He had also entered some large worlds, but he could not find the venerable Dao field that he wanted. However, he did not gain nothing. These days of exploration gave him a deeper understanding of the 8th layer. In this void, there is no concept of up, down, left, right, or any other direction, so it is both limited and limitless. Originally, the 8th layer was only a cave, but after Limitless Demon Venerable's arrangements, it became a boundless place. Who knows, I might have only been moving in a small circle these days. If I do not understand the arrangements here, I might not be able to find the venerable Dao field. Feng Yuan guessed. To find his destination in the void, Feng Yuan needed to raise his Phantom Path attainment level. Phantom Path was only a small path, it was derived from Rule Path. But this small path was quite successful. Phantom Path focused on the illusory and the real, it was untainted by all methods, it was undefeatable. Phantom Transformation was the signature method of Phantom Path. Once Heaven Overseeing Tower turned Phantom, other than Dream Path, almost no other methods could do anything to it, it was extremely safe. Phantom Path also had a supreme profundity. Like how one of the supreme profundities of Soul Path was to cultivate 100 million desolate souls, like Spectral Souls 3 Venerable 6 Direction 1000 Arms Demon Souls. Transformation Path had 2 supreme profundities. One was endless transformation, following one's will, and the other was myriad paths converging, myriad beings assimilation transformation. The members of Celestial Court would give up their immortal apertures, and whenever they left Celestial Court, they would be given a phantom aperture to store immortal essence, immortal goo, and so on. This phantom aperture was the supreme profundity of Phantom Path. At this moment, in the void that Feng Yuan was in, countless worlds were born and destroyed here. Evidently, this void was also the supreme profundity of Phantom Path. Phantom Path was only a branch of Rule Path, but to raise Phantom Path attainment level, one needed Rule Path true meaning in essence. But this path was deep and profound. With Feng Yuan's current Rule Path Grandmaster realm, he still had a long way to go to understand this void. Since he couldn't break through from the front for the time being, Feng Yuan thought about it and decided to find another way. With a thought, he activated the cooking luck pot. If he started from luck path and blessed himself, he might be able to make a breakthrough. Even though the cooking fortune pot was of a lower tier, and it was difficult for it to affect Zhang Xian's luck completely, it was still able to change a portion of it. At the very least, Feng Yuan could change the fate in the cooking luck pot as he wished. With the luck cooking pot, it was very convenient to change one's luck. Soon, Feng Yuan was done. He then checked the luck of his clone. His time path clone's luck was still the same. A small stream of providence that looked like the river of time glowed brightly and flowed. Upon closer inspection, there were wisps of black misfortune constantly being produced on the surface of the river, slowly accumulating. Fang Yuan's dream path clone had the smallest luck. He only had rank 5 Gu master cultivation level and his aperture was sealed. Clone Wu Shuai had the best luck. Wu Shuai was already a peak rank 7 Gu immortal, he had obtained Dragon Palace and was currently cultivating army ants. Thus, Wu Shuai's current luck was a slithering flood dragon, it had dragon scales and shining eyes, it had sharp horns and claws, it was very handsome. Around the flood dragon's luck, there were waves of light blue water halos. When the flood dragon met water, it indicated that he was receiving external help, Gu tribe and mermen. And in the mouth of the flood dragon, there was a huge dragon pearl. There was a palace inside the dragon pearl, it was a miniature version of Dragon Palace. There was another dragon pearl, it was much smaller, it was held in one of the dragon claws of the flood dragon. There were countless ants inside the dragon pearl, they represented army ants. Next to him was clone Fang Di Chang with the greatest luck. His luck was rather special, it was like a tree, the trunk was not thin, but it was not extremely thick either. The crown of the tree was verdant and ingeniously stacked to form the shape of Divine Bean Palace. And on the ground, the roots were intertwined, many of them were exposed. This implied that Fang Di Chang and Fang clan were inextricably linked, they were deeply connected. Other than these, there were the two clones, Zhan Budu and Li Xiaobai. Zhan Budu's clone's luck was much larger than Li Xiaobai's, it was like an eagle that spread its wings and soared. Zhan Budu had just become a rank 6 Gu immortal, while Li Xiaobai was still a Gu master. Li Xiaobai's luck was like a blooming flower, there was a thin layer of nectar accumulated in the stamen. This layer of nectar was the result of Li Xiaobai's hard work and hard cultivation during this period of time. And outside the flower luck, there was a butterfly that was as white as frost, it flapped its wings and created icy winds as it flew towards the flower. This luck sign. Fang Yuan saw this and frowned slightly. Butterflies are usually female, they want to pick the nectar and create icy winds, they are not beneficial to the flower. In terms of scale, the butterfly's size is slightly larger than the flower's. But the icy winds it creates are grand and majestic, it represents a certain trend. The main reason is not the butterfly is only a catalyst. Clone Li Xiaobai's situation is good now, but it will not be good in the future. If an accident happens, the frost will descend and the flower will wither. But the butterfly is close to the flower, this itself represents a fortuitous encounter. Clone Li Xiaobai had been attacking Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, but this Grotto Heaven was different from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, because there was a rank 8 Gu immortal guarding it, Fang Yuan could not use it as freely as he could in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. In Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, Fang Yuan could use his schemes and make all sorts of plans as he pleased. But he was restrained in Profound Literature's abode, and he couldn't utilize most of his abilities if he wanted to preserve the greatest gains and benefits he could obtain here. Thus, the support of luck became the main help that Fang Yuan's main body could provide to Li Xiaobai. Immediately, Fang Yuan moved cooking luck pot and started modifying Li Xiaobai's luck. A moment later, Li Xiaobai's flower luck turned bright red, like peach blossoms in spring, it was love luck. Changing luck was not random, it had to follow certain rules. For example, after Li Xiaobai's luck turned into love luck, it became much more effective, it formed a special interaction with the butterfly luck. Next, it will depend on whether the clone can make use of this. Fang Yuan continued to move forward. Luck was only a form of change, when the real fortuitous encounter came, it would depend on the person's ability to make use of it. Fang Yuan's eyebrows rose, not long after he changed his luck, he had a delightful discovery. He saw a huge fish floating in the void, it was swaying its huge tail, it looked slow but it was actually very fast. This was the first time he had seen a life form that could travel in the void, it could exist outside of the world. I'm afraid it is the disciple of the sage that the human-shaped mist mentioned before. Fang Yuan chased after it. That huge gray fish resembled a goldfish. After seeing Fang Yuan, it was very surprised. It quickly kowtowed. Yellow Earth Sage's disciple Little Flower greets the sage. Even though the huge gray fish was as large as a whale, its human voice sounded like that of a young girl. Very good, very good. I have been searching for Yellow Earth Dao Field for a long time, bring me there. You will receive many benefits. Fang Yuan smiled. But the huge gray fish shook its head. Sage, it is not that I am unwilling to help you, but I cannot find the location of Yellow Earth Dao Field. Why? You were exiled? Fang Yuan frowned. The huge gray fish shook its head again. No, no. I reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, so I took the initiative to bid farewell to my fellow sect members and left Yellow Earth Great World. I came to the outside world to gain some experience and strive for a breakthrough. Saying so, the huge gray fish stared at Fang Yuan with its huge fish eyes shining with anticipation. If this sage could enlighten it, its bottleneck would be nothing. But Fang Yuan was not that kind of person. He did not want to waste time talking. He immediately restrained the huge gray fish and searched its memories. So it was like this. Even though these venerable Dao fields exist for a long time, they are always moving. The huge gray fish was born in Yellow Earth Dao Field. From its memories, Fang Yuan could see the richness of this world. Yellow Earth Dao Field was vast and vast, it was not inferior to the sovereign immortal aperture. It had dense earth path Dao marks and complete other Dao marks. The immortal material storehouse was rich. There were many goo worms, including immortal goo. There were also all kinds of living beings. Even though there were no humans, it was truly a treasure land. Even with Fang Yuan's current wealth, he coveted this Yellow Earth Dao Field. If I can obtain Yellow Earth Dao Field and devour it completely, my total assets will triple. Fang Yuan was refining immortal goo intensely. He had already digested most of the gains. His immortal material storehouse had shrunk drastically. If he could obtain Yellow Earth Dao Field, it would be a huge supplement. It would be like growing from a skinny person to a fat person. However, it was very difficult to reach Yellow Earth Dao Field. There were all kinds of living beings in Yellow Earth Dao Field. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had set it up in the past to educate everyone without discrimination. All living beings had souls. Because Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had left behind a goo master cultivation method, most living beings had apertures and could cultivate as goo masters. Among them, the best of the best had even become goo immortals, even though there were not many of them. And among these goo immortals, there were elites. These elites often had the ability to leave the world. When their cultivation reached a bottleneck and could not advance any further, they would leave the Dao field and go to other places to temper themselves. When they were in the void, far away from the Dao field, they would not be able to find their way home. But it was not important. When the time came and they broke through the bottleneck, they would see the Dao field and return smoothly. This was all the information Fang Yuan had obtained from the gray fish. Don't look at how this gray fish was easily captured by Fang Yuan. It had rank 7 cultivation level and was an elite goo immortal of Yellow Earth Dao Field. Fang Yuan's brows furrowed even tighter. He was able to deduce even more information. When the time comes, they can naturally return to the Dao Field. This is the saying in Yellow Earth Dao Field, and in the gray fish's memories, many seniors have also returned like this. It seems that Yellow Earth Dao Field itself has the ability to receive these living beings who have left. Every once in a while, Yellow Earth Dao Field will let out the elite goo immortals inside to temper themselves, and when the tempering results, the Dao Field will take the initiative to bring them back. Why did they do this? The gray fish's memories had the same answer. The reason being that the dojos did not coexist peacefully with one another. They were all fighting against one another, resulting in chaos. The living beings nurtured by the Dao fields would fight and kill each other, attempting to invade each other's Dao fields. Back then, when the Venerables set up the Dao fields, they probably had this arrangement. But what is the benefit of letting them fight each other? What is the goal of the Venerables? Fang Yuan shook his head as he thought of this. Only by entering a venerable Dao field would he be able to find the answer to these questions. Fang Yuan turned his gaze towards the gray fish. He smiled. Didn't you want me to give you pointers? You are lucky to have met me. The gray fish shuddered, it stammered and could not speak, it was already frightened by Fang Yuan. Although it had not interacted with Fang Yuan for a long time, the gray fish was deeply aware that the sage in front of it was extremely terrifying. He had a cruel and cold demonic nature, he was not a good person like Paradise Earth Sage. It was truly unfortunate for it to have met him. Alright, even if you don't say it, I know your doubts. Fang Yuan searched through all of the gray fish's memories, he knew clearly what its bottleneck was. He immediately gave it pointers, his words were concise and comprehensive, they were easy to understand. The gray fish gradually stopped trembling, attracted by Fang Yuan's words, it was immersed in it and temporarily forgot about its dangerous situation. Why haven't you broken through? Fang Yuan frowned, after talking for so long, his mouth was dry. The gray fish was still in a daze. Although it had intelligence, it could not compare to humans. Chapter 1883. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. A large river flowed east, a large ship was moving down the river. Jianghu by carries the sky, reflecting the red jade of the human heart. Emperor Gu Wen's talent is unimaginable. To think that he was able to compose such a poem at the age of 7. Su Qihan sighed as she looked at the wide river. She was the daughter of a minister, she had a graceful figure, delicate and pure beauty, cultured and elegant, and had a scholarly temperament. Other than her beauty, her most praiseworthy trait was her talent. She was full of poetry and well-versed in historical records, she could make most men in the world feel inferior. Young miss, the wind is rising, be careful not to catch a cold, let's go back. The servant girl beside her advised. Su Qihan sighed, but she still stood by the side of the ship, looking at the surging river. The servant girl insisted, young miss, are you worried about the rest of the journey? Didn't you chase away that evil thief? In my opinion, we've already chosen 8 of the 10 great scholars. As for the remaining 2, we can just pick any one of them. Su Qihan shook her head, you don't understand. The matter of picking the 10 great scholars is not just an imperial edict, it also concerns the future prosperity of our Su family. The servant girl pouted, young miss, I don't understand the principles of the imperial court, but you have to let me drink the medicine. Su Qihan smiled bitterly, how can ordinary medicine have any effect on my injuries? It is just a form of consolation, it's fine if I don't drink it. The servant girl stomped her feet, young miss, don't try to deceive me. This medicine has no effect on your injuries, but your body has been cold since young, if you don't drink this warm medicine, you will suffer from frostbite. So, you have to drink this medicine. Alright, bring it over. Su Qihan could not do anything to her personal servant girl, she could only take the bowl and drink it in one gulp. She had just finished drinking when she heard a burst of wild laughter. Then, a figure broke through the water and jumped onto the deck. Who is it? It's you again, you evil thief. The guards on the ship immediately moved out and surrounded the newcomer. However, the newcomer was very powerful. After a series of chaotic attacks, the guards were beaten into a mess. You are not his match, retreat for now. Su Qihan's expression was solemn as she stepped forward, preparing to fight. The newcomer's face was ferocious, he had a stocky build, and his skin was greenish-black, like the skin of a shark. This was the effect of the shark skin goo. Miss Su. He greeted her with a smile, revealing his sharp teeth, making him look even more ferocious. Su Qihan sneered, "Shark Bandit, you lost to me not long ago, have you not learned your lesson? How dare you come back?" Shark Bandit laughed sinisterly, "Miss Su, I am not your opponent, but that was before you drank that bowl of medicine. Do you feel that your hands and feet are a little numb?" Su Qihan's expression changed. "Is there a problem with this medicine?" She immediately turned to look at her personal maid. The maidservant hurriedly shook her head, her face as pale as paper. "This is impossible. I've been keeping an eye on this medicine and I've never left it. Miss, you must believe me. Of course the medicine, cough, cough, there is no problem. Cough, cough, but the medicine, cough, I did something to it." Right at this time, another uninvited guest climbed up the ship's railing and stepped onto the deck. Su Qihan's brows were tightly furrowed, her heart sank to rock bottom. "Medicine Demon, you actually did not die." Medicine Demon looked like an old man, but he was actually only over 20 years old. He cultivated poison path and blindly pursued strength, causing him to suffer a backlash. His whole body was old and decaying inside and out. Medicine Demon's eyes revealed deep hatred. "Thanks to your cousin, I won't be able to live for long. But to be able to have a taste of Su tribe's young miss before I die, it is worth it." Su Qihan's expression turned pale, she took a step back. "What medicine did you give me?" She felt her whole body turning numb. Medicine Demon laughed loudly, "Of course it is, the strongest aphrodisiac. It can turn the most chaste woman in the world into the most lascivious and promiscuous slut." Before he finished speaking, Shark Bandit pounced forward. Bam bam bam. Explosions resounded as Su Qihan retreated step by step. "Miss, leave quickly, I will block them." At the crucial moment, the servant girl stood up and sacrificed herself to buy time for Su Qihan to escape. Su Qihan fell into deep hesitation. "Miss, leave quickly." The servant girl used a forbidden technique, her battle strength rose sharply, but the consequence was death. Su Qihan shed tears as she retreated, walking on the water. "Shark Bandit, Medicine Demon, I will not spare you. The imperial court will not spare your 9 clans." In a pavilion by the river, there were only 2 people. One was Fang Yuan's clone Li Xiaobai, the other was his teacher, Teacher Jiang. Teacher Jiang looked at the river under the night sky as he said to Li Xiaobai, "Come, compose a poem for me. I will give you 10 steps." The so-called 10 steps was the time it took for a normal person to walk 10 steps. Li Xiaobai's talent was not as good as the main body, but after this period of hard work, he had made great progress. He immediately recited a poem. Next, after thinking for a while, he recited the next 2 lines. Teacher Jiang was silent for a while before shaking his head. "Oh Xiaobai, you have indeed made great progress recently, but with your current talent, you are still not enough to compete for the position of scholar. Teacher, I know that 10 steps poem composition is Emperor Gu Wen's test. Emperor Gu Wen created the scholar selection. Every 20 years, the imperial court would choose 10 great scholars. This 10 steps poem composition is the first round of the scholar selection. I have already passed. Why do you not recommend me to participate in this selection, teacher?" Li Xiaobai asked in confusion. Teacher Jiang turned around and looked at his favorite student, smiling. "Xiaobai, you only know one thing but not the other. The selection of the 10 great scholars is only a kind of glory and competition on the surface, but it is actually to nurture future officials of the imperial court." "Teacher, you are talking about becoming an immortal?" Li Xiaobai was surprised. Li Xiaobai was only acting, he already knew everything. Fang Yuan's Heaven Form Killer move was a powerful method to investigate Grotto Heavens. Even if profound literature Grotto Heaven had a rank 8 Gu Immortal guarding it, it could not do anything to the constant investigation of Heaven Form from outside the Grotto Heaven. In this profound literature grotto heaven, information path was undoubtedly the mainstream. Every time a Gu master wrote a beautiful article, they would be rewarded by the grotto heaven. Originally, this grotto heaven had many sects and Gu immortals had their own territories. But later on, Emperor Gu Wen appeared. This person had extremely high talent and outstanding talent. He became a Gu immortal at an astonishing speed. Afterwards, he made a move against other Gu immortals, either killing or surrendering. He created an imperial court and brought the whole grotto heaven under his rule. In his later years, he created the selection of the 10 great scholars. He chose the most outstanding scholars in the world and bestowed them with the glorious title of the imperial court. The imperial court would choose suitable people among these scholars and recruit them, giving them resources before nurturing them into Gu immortals and appointing them as officials. Thus, the imperial court in profound literature grotto heaven was the strongest super force. Every rank 1 official was a Gu immortal, there was no exception. The current emperor was naturally also a Gu immortal. And now, the rank 8 Gu immortal guarding this place was the current supreme emperor. Because it involved the chance to become an Gu immortal, the selection of the 10 great scholars looked peaceful on the surface, but in fact, there were undercurrents surging and the stench of blood. All the forces were competing, using all kinds of connections and relationships, scheming and overt. Great scholar Shen, who competed with teacher Jiang earlier, was one of the 10 great scholars in every generation. But his political ideology was not high, or rather, he was not a proper person, thus he is still at rank 5 peak stage. This teacher of mine is the same example. He was once one of the 10 great scholars, but was not conscripted as an official. My own talent is only just enough to meet the selection criteria. Moreover, I am teacher's disciple. Because of his influence, the imperial court does not like me. Even if I succeed, I might not become a high official. At best, I would be a minor official, working for the imperial court and delaying my own cultivation. Without anyone above me, my life would be delayed like this. Teacher Jiang and great scholar Shen probably saw this future, thus they chose not to become officials and wandered outside the imperial court. One opens a private school, the other roams around. Li Xiaobai's mind was clear and organized. It was not that teacher Jiang and great scholar Shen had no future. If they could decipher the mystery of becoming an Gu immortal and pass the tribulation, they would naturally become Gu immortals. It was just that this profound literature grotto heaven was small compared to the 5 regions, the resources were very limited. Almost all the immortal materials were controlled by the colossus known as the imperial court. It was extremely difficult for teacher Jiang and great scholar Shen to become Gu immortals. There was little hope. Teacher Jiang called Li Xiaobai to the riverside and talked to him privately. He wanted to persuade this student to give up on this selection of the 10 great scholars. He had put in a lot of effort. He knew Li Xiaobai's strength was low. Even though he reached the lowest standard, there was no hope. The selection of the 10 great scholars was like a whirlpool. Many scholars lost their lives because of it. Teacher Jiang had poured his heart and soul into teaching Li Xiaobai. He did not want this student to be implicated and die a miserable death. But he did not know that Li Xiaobai already knew everything. He even knew how to become an Gu immortal. But he still had to put on a show. Li Xiaobai first investigated. Before feeling regret and unwillingness, he finally thanked teacher Jiang solemnly. He expressed that he was willing to give up on this selection and even the next few selections. This child is worth teaching. Teacher Jiang was greatly relieved. He left with a peace of mind. Li Xiaobai was alone, walking along the riverside, on his way home. I can become an Gu immortal by myself. But if I cultivate too fast and advance to an Gu immortal, that rank 8 Gu immortal will definitely be alerted. He will definitely investigate. If he finds any clues, or even just a trace of suspicion, I will be in danger of dying. This was not what Li Xiaobai or Fang Yuan's main body wanted to see. Since Fang Yuan's soul transmigrated, he secretly set up a clone like Li Xiaobai to save time and let the clone open up the situation, or even control this profound literature grotto heaven alone. Even though this was just a casual move, if it succeeded, it would definitely save Fang Yuan a lot of time and energy. Of course, there was a backup plan. For example, when Li Xiaobai matured to a certain stage, he could coordinate with the main body and scheme against a rank 8 Gu Immortal. But it is still too early now. I am Teacher Zhang's disciple, I can be considered to have established myself. I have studied hard during this period of time and gained some fame. But if I want to continue progressing, this environment is not enough to push me forward. If I can become one of the 10 great scholars, it will definitely be a springboard for me. Unfortunately, I have no power or backing, I only have a teacher. If I participate, I will definitely be assassinated, I will not gain any benefits. Actually, joining the Imperial Court is the best cultivation path. The Imperial Court controls most of the immortal materials. Even if I become an Gu Immortal in the future, without these cultivation resources, it will be difficult for me to advance. Li Xiaobai sighed bitterly in his heart, his footsteps suddenly stopped. He found a person lying in the weeds by the riverside. "Lady, what's wrong?" After checking the situation, Li Xiaobai bent down to save her. When he dragged the unconscious woman ashore, he was shocked to find that this person was Su Qihan. What happened? This Su Qihan is the beloved daughter of the current Imperial Court's first-rank official, Prime Minister Su. She is in charge of the selection and assessment of the 10 great scholars. She actually fainted from her injuries. Prime Minister Su is a rank 6 Gu Immortal. Su Qihan is also a future Imperial Court official. She definitely has immortal methods to protect her. She actually fell to such a state. This selection of the 10 great scholars is really too deep. Chapter 1884. Eastern Sea, Gu Tribe Headquarters. In the main hall, a grand banquet had been going on for several days. At this time, the attendants served plates of fragrant roasted chicken. These were not ordinary chickens, they were immortal chickens, at least desolate beast level. And Gu tribe's leader and Fang Yuan's clone Wu Shuai were enjoying ancient desolate chickens. After staying here for so many days, Wu Shuai had already experienced the customs of the beast men, eating meat and drinking wine. They were bold to the point of being arrogant, they were straightforward to the point of being brainless. If you could obtain the beastman's recognition, you would be an esteemed guest and enjoy the best banquet. If you could not obtain their recognition, you would forever be despised, loathed, or even hated by them. All of the beastman Gu immortals present saw the immortal chicken and started to salivate with desire. These immortal materials could not be eaten normally, they were usually used as Gu refinement materials, they were never as extravagant as today. But according to historical records, when the beastmen were at their peak, these immortal materials were freely eaten by the wealthy beastman tribes. They were extravagant and wasteful, they were extremely extravagant. Gu tribe's leader directly held the millstone-sized roasted chicken in his hand. "Lord Wu Shuai, please take a look," he said as he activated a food path killer move. The killer move took effect. Gu tribe's leader opened his mouth and sucked lightly. The huge roasted chicken was directly sucked into his mouth. With a gulp, Gu tribe's leader's throat moved as he swallowed the roasted chicken. His abdomen immediately bulged like a pregnant woman. Gu tribe's leader rubbed his belly as he smiled. This ancient desolate chicken will need half a day to be completely digested. During this time, my luck will be strengthened. This is my tribe's food path killer move, chicken dinner. Wu Shuai nodded, praising. Chicken dinner is a good move, the effect is outstanding, it can use food path methods to imitate luck path effects. From what I can see, your increased luck seems to be more focused on survival. Gu tribe's leader said in admiration, "Senior's insight is correct, it is indeed so. According to the records, if my tribe's Gu immortals get into dangerous situations or chaotic battles, they can often use this move to survive." Wu Shuai nodded, he tore a piece of chicken meat and swallowed it. "Next, let me demonstrate an enslavement path killer move." Naturally, this banquet wasn't simple at all. It was an exchange of legacies between Fang Yuan's doppelganger and the ancient race. Gu race had the transformation path and food path inheritances. They were willing to use a portion of them to exchange for the enslavement path inheritance with Fang Yuan. Gu race was already preparing to develop towards Dragonman. Dragonman had natural enslavement path Dao marks, thus they had a need for enslavement path inheritances. Fang Yuan had no objections. By taking out some items from the enslavement path, one could exchange for the ancient race's inheritance. Their inheritances were rather unique. The transformation path inheritance had an ancient style, while the food path inheritance made Fang Yuan pleasantly surprised. Speaking of which, food path was created by Beastman Gu immortals. The Gu race had been lurking at the bottom of the East Sea and had gradually developed a rather complete food Dao inheritance. What the Gu clan leader had just demonstrated was one of the killer moves, chicken dinner. The Beastman style resulted in the killer moves' names being easy to understand, simple and crude, but their effects were very practical. The cooperation between Fang Yuan and Gu tribe continued to deepen. Earlier, Fang Yuan helped them transform into dragon men. Now, they were exchanging inheritances. Fang Yuan's doppelganger Wu Shuai demonstrated an enslavement path killer move. All of the Beastman Gu immortals present were shaken and cheered. Gu tribe's leader clapped his hands and summoned a group of dragonman women. Lord, please enjoy the song and dance. These dragonman women were beastmen who had just changed their identities. They immediately started to sing and dance. They were filled with wildness and allure. They had an ancient style to them. One of the dragonman female immortals even swayed her body seductively. After the dance, these dragonman women did not leave. Instead, they gathered around Wu Shuai. Lord Wu Shuai. Gu tribe's leader said sincerely, I see that Lord does not have any servants to serve you. I am willing to give these women to Lord, please accept them. Wu Shuai laughed heartily. He pulled the seductive dragonman female immortal into his arms. I will accept your good intentions. My dragonman race does not have many people. It is our responsibility to pass down descendants. I will take this woman as my main concubine, the rest will be concubines. Gu tribe's leader was overjoyed. He raised his wine cup. Everyone else cheered as well, celebrating the deepening of the relationship between the two tribes. After the banquet, Wu Shuai brought these dragonman women into Dragon Palace to hold a major event. Not long after, Fang Yuan's main body, who was in the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, received information from Wu Shuai. A marriage alliance with Gu tribe? This is a good thing. His eyes shined with bright light. Wu Shuai's concubine was naturally a marriage alliance. Taking care of these women was to give Gu tribe peace of mind. If they had children in the future, the relationship between the two sides would become even closer. When the time is right, I can make use of the children that are born and swallow up this ancient clan without batting an eyelid. Gu tribe wanted to curry favor with Wu Shuai, but they did not know that this was all within Fang Yuan's expectations. Fang Yuan's intention was to absorb the entire Gu tribe. Mature people would know that fighting and killing were only one of the methods. There were many other ways to deal with things. Fang Yuan intended to use gentle political methods to annex Gu tribe. Although it would take a long time, the method was tactful. It could preserve the tribe's vitality to the greatest extent and obtain the greatest benefits for Fang Yuan. Gu tribe's inheritances are truly extraordinary. The inheritances they have are definitely more outstanding. And the inheritances they are taking out to exchange are also quite interesting. Especially the food path inheritances. Fang Yuan had the source of food path, the inheritance left behind by the Beastman Gu immortal who created food path. It was the most orthodox. And Gu tribe's food path inheritances were also very outstanding after the vicissitudes of life. They were able to open up new paths in many areas. Ugh! Fang Yuan. Is that you? Not Immortal and Pang Shan were shocked to see Fang Yuan slowly walking towards them. Of course it's me. Fang Yuan nodded. That's great, you didn't die. Not Immortal shouted. But why didn't we see you? Secret Schemer asked doubtfully. Fang Yuan nodded again. That's because I went to the 8th layer and got a hint from the Venerable. The 8th layer? A hint from the Venerable? The three crazed demon eccentrics were shocked again. Each killer move was at rank 8 level, but it was clear that the immortal formation that formed the yellow cloud was also rank 8. Fortunately, the immortal formation was reinforced, otherwise, the previous rank 7 formation would not have been enough to resist Fang Yuan. This is Myriad Year Flying Warship? It is truly amazing. Immortal concubine Qinglan's expression was pale, facing Fang Yuan's fierce attacks, she was under immense pressure. She had never expected that Fang Yuan would suddenly attack this place, there was no warning at all. The formation rumbled as several Gu immortals were teleported from Myriad Statue Desert. The leader was Night Temptress, the first wife of Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Other than her, the other Gu immortals were also Thousand Transformations' ancestors' wives and concubines. Where is my husband? Immortal concubine Qinglan's expression changed slightly. Night Temptress said with a solemn expression, "It is not time for my husband to make a move yet, the actual situation is far more complicated than this. We came here on orders to help you defend this place." Immortal concubine Qinglan shook her head, "With just us, we are not Fang Yuan's match, we won't be able to last long." The moment she said that, a female immortal sneered, "Qinglan, what are you afraid of? This formation is rank 8. Boom! Right at this time, with a loud sound, the yellow cloud disintegrated by a small portion. Within the immortal formation, the female immortals turned pale. Night Temptress screamed, "What are you waiting for? Quickly take action and suppress the formation." The female immortals could not be bothered to argue, they used all their strength to control the formation and defend against Fang Yuan's fierce attacks. Fang Yuan was still standing at the bow of the ship, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Myriad Year Flying Warship had made great contributions, in the River of Time, it had killed Qing Yi and Li Huang. These two were rank 8 experts, especially the latter, he was extremely powerful. But at that time, Myriad Year Flying Warship had the upper hand, because in the River of Time, the power of all killer moves was amplified to a terrifying extent. In contrast, Qing Yi, Li Huang, and the rest were greatly suppressed. This time, Myriad Year Flying Warship was fighting in the sky of Western Desert, without the help of the environment, the killer move's power immediately became ordinary. Precisely so, Myriad Year Flying Warship could not do anything to the yellow cloud even with its full power. This formation is not simple, it is a transformation path Gu formation, not only does it have great defense, it also has a teleportation function, it is likely a part of Reckless Savage's true inheritance. Fang Yuan deduced many things. His guess was not wrong, this formation was the Myriad Li adaptation formation of Reckless Savage's true inheritance, it was a genuine rank 8 formation. Myriad Year Flying Warship was about to attack these female immortals when a female immortal suddenly stood up, her appearance changed as she shouted, "Fang Yuan, you are going too far. Husband." Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qinglan were still barely conscious, they were overjoyed. It turned out that Thousand Transformations' ancestor had already teleported here, he had only disguised his identity and deceived everyone around him. He had endured for a long time and purposely set up a trap to seize an opportunity. But Fang Yuan did not give him any chance, he was cautious and did not leave Myriad Year Flying Warship from start to finish, he did not even have the thought of personally capturing these female immortals alive. Myriad-year flying warship was like a dazzling giant sword as it ruthlessly slashed towards Thousand Transformations' ancestor. At the moment of crisis, Thousand Transformations' ancestor laughed sinisterly and did not dodge, he only raised his left arm. At the next moment, his left arm expanded and turned into the giant arm of a violent ape. The giant arm was covered in purple-gold dragon scales. Thousand Transformations' ancestor raised his left arm and with a loud bang, Myriad-year flying warship crashed into it. Thousand Transformations' ancestor took a small step back while Myriad-year flying warship was sent flying. Fang Yuan's expression sank slightly. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was indeed worthy of being someone who inherited Reckless Savage's true inheritance. His methods were amazing. He had only defended a bit earlier, but he had displayed many exquisite methods. His body did not change, only his left arm had changed. But his left arm's transformation was not simple, it was dragon scale transformation and ape arm transformation used together, their power superimposing. Myriad-year flying warship could do nothing to such a defense. But Thousand Transformations' ancestor did not block it forcefully, he used deflection and guidance techniques to send Myriad-year flying warship flying. The killer move is exquisite, his personal combat skills are also very amazing. Just from one attack and defense, Fang Yuan had already grasped many details of Thousand Transformations' ancestor. At the next moment, he turned Myriad-year flying warship around and pounced towards Thousand Transformations' ancestor again. Thousand Transformations' ancestor, you are finally willing to come out, then die. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was furious. You are a rank 7 Gu immortal, you want to take my life with the help of an immortal Gu house? Shameless boasting. Fang Yuan scoffed, even celestial court's Gu immortals died under my worship, you will also follow in their footsteps. Chapter 1886. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was furious, he hated Fang Yuan for not knowing the big picture. Fang Yuan knew this, he laughed loudly, if Celestial Court comes, I will kill them. If one comes, I will kill one, if two comes, I will kill both. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was stunned, he thought, did Fang Yuan win a few rounds in a row and become arrogant, or does he really have a trump card that makes him so confident? It turned out that when Thousand Transformations' ancestor underwent a myriad tribulation, he barely survived and had been recuperating. At that time, Fairy Chui Bo was killed by Fang Yuan. Thousand Transformations' ancestor sensed this but he was heavily injured, he had to send Dancer Hong Yun to investigate. He was also worried that his weakness would be exposed, he gave Dancer Hong Yun rank 8 Immortal Gu mutation, to prevent her from losing face when she met a strong enemy. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was a lone cultivator, he did not have a good relationship with Western Desert's righteous path. He was at his weakest when he was recuperating. Later, Fang Yuan schemed and harmed Dancer Hong Yun. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was informed by Celestial Court that Fang Yuan was the culprit. But at this time, the Dream Realm had already trapped Dancer Hong Yun and Mutation Immortal Gu. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had to send Night Temptress and Immortal Concubine Qing Lan to set up a rank 7 Immortal formation. But to think that Celestial Court would be able to see through him. Ever since then, Fairy Zi Wei had been actively plotting to kill this Western Desert rank 8 in advance, to prepare for the 5 regions' chaotic war. Celestial Court secretly sent people, Fairy Myrtle schemed to trap Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was a rank 8 Gu immortal, he was not an ordinary person, he sharply sensed that something was amiss, but because of his injuries, he could only use schemes to deal with Celestial Court. Both sides competed in the dark, even though Celestial Court had a wisdom path great expert like Fairy Myrtle, she had many things to deal with every day. Moreover, a strong dragon could not suppress a local snake. Western Desert was Thousand Transformations' ancestors' territory after all. Thus, after the Thousand Transformations' ancestor was alerted, the progress of the Celestial Court became slower and slower. Seeing this, Fairy Myrtle took the initiative to recruit Thousand Transformations' ancestor. wanting to emulate the successful example of funding ancestor Xuehu. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was different from ancestor Xuehu. He had Reckless Savage's true inheritance and controlled the entire Wanxiang desert. He had many cultivation resources and could even help his wife and concubine become immortals. As for old ancestor Xuehu, because he failed in refining the rank 8 immortal Gu fortune rivaling heaven, he had almost used up all his accumulated wealth. With the help of Celestial Court, he could quickly recover. Thousand Transformations' ancestor did not directly refuse, but promised the Celestial Court to consider it. Neither side had truly shed all pretense of cordiality. But at this time, Fang Yuan suddenly appeared and launched a surprise attack on the 10,000 Li adaptation formation. The Thousand Transformations' ancestor was unwilling to act. Fang Yuan, this shit stirrer, immediately broke the stalemate, causing the Thousand Transformations' ancestor's plan to stall for time to fail. The fight between the Thousand Transformations' ancestor and the Celestial Court was like a barrel of dynamite. Both sides were restraining themselves, trying to find a better opportunity. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was like a spark that directly entered the barrel of dynamite. The stalemate was broken. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had no choice but to act. Fang Yuan immediately knew, with just myriad-year flying warship, he could not break through Thousand Transformations' ancestor's defense. Not only this, Fang Yuan had to avoid close combat as much as possible. He knew many transformations that could restrain myriad-year flying warship. If myriad-year flying warship charged over, it would be the scene that Thousand Transformations' ancestor would be most happy to see. Fang Yuan sneered, as expected of Reckless Savage's true inheritance, so be it, let's end the battle today. Thousand Transformations' ancestor, we will meet again. Saying so, he mobilized myriad-year flying warship and used the killer move Torrential Charge. Water rippled around the bottom of myriad-year flying warship. It was the phantom image of the River of Time that had been summoned. Myriad-year flying warship used the flow of the river to increase its speed. It shot out like an arrow. But right at this time, a delicate voice resounded, "Fang Yuan, go inside." Before she finished speaking, 4 immortal Gu houses appeared from all directions, 4 rank 8 Gu immortals attacked together. There was indeed an ambush. Even Thousand Transformations' ancestor was shocked. The Celestial Court's move was too huge. They actually had such a huge force hidden. Thousand Transformations' ancestor suddenly realized, so close. I purposely stalled for time, but the Celestial Court wanted to make use of this to numb me, then secretly mobilized a large number of people to surround me and kill me. From this perspective, I have to thank Fang Yuan. If he did not draw out this force, I might still be in the dark. Although he thought it through, Thousand Transformations' ancestor did not feel any gratitude towards Fang Yuan. He immediately shouted at Fang Yuan, "Fang Yuan, look ahead, my words have come true." Fang Yuan's expression was solemn. He controlled myriad-year flying warship to charge left and right, but after several attempts, he was blocked by the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan stopped trying pointlessly. He turned around and came to Thousand Transformations' ancestor's side. "Ancestor, the situation is like this, let's cooperate." Thousand Transformations' ancestor was furious. He pointed at Fang Yuan, "Damn you, Fang Yuan, I have never seen such thick skin in my life." Fang Yuan sneered, "Then you want to continue fighting me?" Thousand Transformations' ancestor choked, forcefully swallowing his anger. "Humph. When we fight later, don't drag me down. I should be the one saying that to you. You are really dragging me down too much." Fang Yuan ridiculed, implying that Thousand Transformations' ancestor had many wives and concubines. It was his weakness. Thousand Transformations' ancestor's expression was grim. He said, "Stay away from me, don't get close. If you cross this line, I will attack you as well." He was still worried about Fang Yuan. He did not trust Fang Yuan at all. But he had no choice. The situation was like this. He could only cooperate with Fang Yuan to have a chance of victory. Just as Thousand Transformations' ancestor expected, the Celestial Court secretly deployed a large number of troops to ambush him. But the situation suddenly changed. Fang Yuan suddenly attacked and started fighting with Thousand Transformations' ancestor. The troops of the Celestial Court did not expect this. They immediately contacted Fairy Myrtle, who was far away in the Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was overjoyed. She immediately ordered the troops of the Celestial Court to hide in the dark, watching the tigers fight, waiting for the opportunity to reap the benefits. But Thousand Transformations' ancestor was very shrewd. He pointed out the existence of the Celestial Court, and displayed his extraordinary battle strength. Fang Yuan seemed to be unable to break through his defense, so he wanted to retreat. Once he retreated, the troops of the Celestial Court had no choice but to move. Fang Yuan controlled Myriad Year Flying Warship nimbly, dodging as much as he could while resisting the two Rank 8 Gu Immortals' fierce attacks, still looking for a way to break through. Bam bam bam, Myriad Year Flying Warship charged left and right, continuously crashing into the ground. Whenever the Immortal Gu House's charge was obstructed, Wei Feng and Prince's Impatience would grab the opportunity to bombard it. Celestial Court's formation had clearly gone through a lot of preparation. These two Rank 8 Gu Immortals cooperated very well. The wind fueled the fire, and the fire fueled the wind. The pressure on Myriad Year Flying Warship was increasing. Fortunately, there were many of Fang Yuan's subordinates inside. These people were sweating profusely as they repaired and replaced the Gu worms in the warship. Fang Yuan had encountered many obstacles, and with his wisdom path attainment, he could see many things. This killer move overturning heaven and earth is truly exquisite. It cuts this world into countless cubes, and can even change the positions of these cubes continuously. It is only a killer move and not a battlefield killer move, thus it can be activated very quickly. But its effect is to change a part of the world. It can also form a battlefield to trap enemies. A battlefield killer move needed some time to activate. Fang Yuan was vigilant and crafty. He could have escaped during this period of time. Thus, Celestial Court's activation of this overturning heaven and earth killer move was extremely fast. Even Fang Yuan could not escape in time with Myriad Year Flying Warship. This showed how much effort Celestial Court put in. Ever since rebirth, Fang Yuan had repeatedly defeated Celestial Court. But Celestial Court could never be underestimated. After reacting, they prepared a killer move that made the few movement methods that Fang Yuan was most proficient in become mere decorations. This overturning heaven and earth killer move still has loopholes compared to a battlefield killer move. As long as I deduce its essence, I can destroy or interfere with it, and escape through the cubes in the sky. Now, is not the time yet. Fang Yuan pondered inwardly. He suddenly turned the warship around and flew towards Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Celestial Court did not expect Fang Yuan to change his mind. They were caught off guard and allowed Fang Yuan to approach Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Thousand Transformations' ancestor protected the formation behind him. No matter how fiercely the two Celestial Court Rank 8s attacked, he was able to defend himself. Overturning heaven and earth split the entire battlefield, but Thousand Transformations' ancestor's piece of sky could not be divided. It became the most spacious piece of land. Seeing Fang Yuan return with Myriad Year Flying Warship, Thousand Transformations' ancestor sneered, "Fang Yuan, why did you come back?" Fang Yuan smiled, "Ancestor, the formation behind you is also restricted, right? We cannot escape now. Why don't we work together?" The four Rank 8s of Celestial Court specifically targeted this flaw of his. They indeed did not have any righteous path demeanor. Look at what I said. Thousand Transformations' ancestor, you really care about the big picture. At this time, Fang Yuan was still making sarcastic remarks. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was so angry he almost vomited blood again. He said hoarsely, "All of you will die a horrible death." As the battle dragged on, Thousand Transformations' ancestor felt increasingly powerless. He was almost facing the four immortals of Celestial Court alone. He also had to be wary of the sinister and ruthless swindler Fang Yuan. The Myriad Li adaptation formation continued to suffer attacks. It could not hold on any longer. Finally, under Wan Zihong's killer move, a corner of the formation finally collapsed, revealing the space inside the formation. Chance. Wei Feng was coincidentally above this hole. He could see the female immortals inside the formation. These female immortals were in very bad condition. They had all suffered backlash from the collapse of the formation. Most of them had already fainted. Only Night Temptress was barely conscious. She was doing her best to hold on. Capture these female immortals, make Thousand Transformations' ancestor hesitate in taking action. Wei Feng activated his killer move, turning into a green wind that entered the formation. Husband, save me. Night Temptress's aura was extremely weak. Seeing Wei Feng pouncing over, her expression changed as she cried out in alarm. Stop! Thousand Transformations' ancestor shouted from outside the formation. Too late. Wei Feng smiled coldly. He was about to capture Night Temptress. Boom! With a loud sound, more than half of Wei Feng's body flew out of the formation like a meteor, leaving behind a trail of blood along the way. His head was grabbed by Night Temptress. Before his death, his expression was filled with disbelief and shock. Night Temptress's body emitted surging rank 8 aura. Her appearance slowly changed. She actually turned into Thousand Transformations' ancestor. Chapter 1888. A shocking change occurred abruptly, and practically everyone was caught off guard. Night Temptress had turned into Thousand Transformations' ancestor. She made a shocking move and killed Celestial Court's rank 8 Gu immortal Wei Feng on the spot. Next, this Thousand Transformations' ancestor waved his left hand and opened his immortal aperture's entrance, taking all the female immortals who had fainted inside the formation into his aperture. His right hand was still grabbing Wei Feng's head. He exerted strength and with a loud sound, Wei Feng's head exploded. Immediately, red and white matter splattered like a crushed watermelon. This is the outcome of all of you. Thousand Transformations' ancestor gritted his teeth. His expression was ruthless and fierce. He was also a patient person. Precisely because of this nature, after Fairy Cui Bo died, he did not make a move himself, instead sending Dancer Hong Yun to probe the enemy. This trap was meticulously set up by him, waiting for people to take the bait. Right now, the trap took effect. Celestial Court's Wei Feng paid with his life, fulfilling Thousand Transformations' ancestor's fierce reputation. It is a pity that Fang Yuan did not take the bait. Thousand Transformations' ancestor glanced at Fang Yuan with some regret. This kid was too crafty. He stayed inside Myriad Year flying warship. Thousand Transformations' ancestor could not find a chance to make a move. The three immortals of Celestial Court were furious. The great Wei Feng actually died in front of them. After the rage, they broke out in cold sweat. Not to mention Wei Feng, even if it were them, they would not have had an easy time in that situation. Thousand Transformations' ancestor had planned for a long time. Once he made a move, it was earth-shattering. He did not give Wei Feng any chance to escape. After breaking out in cold sweat, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals were full of doubts. What is going on? How can there be a second Thousand Transformations' ancestor? Even if he inherited Reckless Savage's true inheritance, a second rank 8 appearing out of nowhere, this is too strange. Fang Yuan controlled Myriad Year flying warship to pull apart the distance between him and Thousand Transformations' ancestor. He also had a puzzled expression. Ancestor, what is going on? Night Temptress, who had transformed into Thousand Transformations' ancestor, sneered. You are not someone who has been reborn, do you not know? Ancestor, you are overestimating me. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. If I could know all the secrets in the world, I would have become a venerable long ago. Why would I be trapped here? After clearing himself, he praised, ancestors' methods are truly extraordinary, you are truly the inheritor of reckless savages' true inheritance. You took the life of a heavenly court rank 8 right away, you were much more decisive than me, I am in awe. He stirred up hatred between the two sides, but there was no doubt in his heart. The 1,000 transformations ancestor that appeared earlier should have been transformed from the Vientiane palace. The true Night Temptress was currently controlling this immortal Gu house. On into, 1,000 Temptress into, savage, into, Feng on into, on, he transformation ancestor 8. And, on, one hand, demon. He. Transformation palace ancestor. Different from, he and was. He, and, he was, he master, one god. Mortal ancestor MOMO different from other immortal Gu houses, myriad statue palace was special, it could transform into anything in the world. Every time a statue was formed in the palace would transform into the statue's appearance, restoring all kinds of talents and methods. Evidently, there was a statue of 1,000 transformations ancestor in the palace. Even if Feng Yuan knew about this, he would pretend not to know. That way, he would not know I know about it. In the future, you might think I do not know your secret, but I do. This is an advantage. Don't think this advantage is small, but in a battle between experts, these details were crucial. How did this advantage come about? Just like that, it accumulated bit by bit. Feng Yuan resisted Celestial Court and reached this point, he was in a much better situation than during the same period of time. Wasn't it because he had won step by step after rebirth, changing his previous life's past and accumulating small advantages time and time again? You could not become fat in one go. Which one of you is the real 1,000 transformations ancestor? Xing Yi Wang shouted. Let me tell you, I am the real 1,000 transformations ancestor, and he is my brother, myriad transformations ancestor. The real 1,000 transformations ancestor casually lied. Myriad statue palace's myriad transformations ancestor lightly nodded. Celestial Court, you did not expect this, right? You wanted to deal with my brother, but you did not expect to deal with 2 rank 8s. I advocate secluded cultivation. I had wanted to conceal my identity for the rest of my life, but regretfully, my secret has been exposed. But paying the life of a rank 8 Gu immortal is worth it. The 3 immortals of Celestial Court looked at each other in silence. Regardless of whether 1,000 transformations ancestor was speaking the truth or not, there was a huge change in the current strength of the two sides. Previously, Feng Yuan and 1,000 transformations ancestor were fighting against the 4 rank 8s of Celestial Court. Now, Wei Feng was dead, but myriad transformations ancestor was added to the mix. It was now 3 against 3, both sides also had 3 rank 8 Gu immortals. Wan Zihong suddenly laughed, saying, if I were one of you, I would arrange for a comrade to guard myriad statue desert. That way, both sides would be able to reinforce each other. Unlike now, both of you are in a predicament, there is no one guarding myriad statue desert, my Celestial Court's Gu immortals can directly invade it. Oh, right, I wonder if the 2 of you from Myriad Statue Palace brought it with you? If it landed in Myriad Statue Desert, it would be terrible. Wan Zihong's words were a threat and also a probe. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan knew the secret. 1,000 transformations ancestor and myriad transformations ancestor were only 1,000 transformations ancestor controlling Myriad Statue Palace. How could the 2 separate? Even if Celestial Court sent other Gu immortals to plunder their base in Myriad Statue Desert, there would definitely be nothing valuable in that base. But 1,000 transformations ancestor's expression changed slightly. He said with anger and mockery, your Celestial Court claims to be the orthodox lineage of humanity, the leader of the righteous path. Is this the style of Celestial Court? Feng Yuan could not help but praise his acting skills inwardly. This was not her specialty, but even so, she healed many celestial court Gu immortals and brought great trouble to longevity heaven. However, after using yellow flower thinning life 2 more times, Wan Zihong's expression became extremely pale. She did not attack again and only breathed heavily. Evidently, these 2 moves were extremely risky and burdensome to her. If not for Wei Feng's death, Wan Zihong would not have used such a risky tactic. Thousand Transformations ancestor was suppressed by Wan Zihong. He shouted anxiously, "Fang Yuan, if you don't make a move now, it will be too late. If I fall, you won't be able to escape either." Boom boom boom. Fang Yuan made a move. But he did not reinforce Thousand Transformations ancestor, instead fiercely attacking the Myriad Li adaptation formation. Without a Gu immortal controlling it, this formation became an immovable target. It was torn apart by Fang Yuan in a short period of time. Thousand Transformations ancestor turned around and saw this scene. His face turned blood red from anger, his eyes spewing fire. "Fang Yuan, you scoundrel!" he snarled, bristling with anger. Earlier, Fang Yuan used him as a shield, so be it. Later, he did not contribute at the side and cowered, so be it. But what was the meaning of this? Ah! You did not attack Celestial Court, but attacked my formation? This was too much. You must be sick in the head. Don't you know the enemy is strong and you are weak? Why aren't you forsaking the past and joining hands to resist the enemy? You are still fighting among yourselves. What are you thinking? Saying you have a pig's brain is insulting pigs. Do you have any sense of the big picture? Not even a little bit of it? Thousand Transformations ancestor was flustered and exasperated. He had such a comrade. Even the 3 immortals of Celestial Court felt pity for him. Myriad Year flying warship shot into the formation like a sharp sword. Fang Yuan was very skilled in dismantling formations. The Myriad Li adaptation formation was on the verge of collapse, but it did not self-destruct. Fang Yuan made a few moves, grabbing the immortal Gu inside. Next, he attacked the Dream Realm. The Dream Realm turned into a pure dream reality seeker physique body, grabbing mutation immortal Gu in one hand and Demoness Hong Yun's corpse in the other, throwing them into Myriad Year flying warship. Fang Yuan, you scoundrel, die. Thousand Transformations ancestor's eyes turned red when he saw Fang Yuan snatching his 8 transformation variant immortal Gu. He left Myriad Statue Palace to resist the 3 immortals of Celestial Court, while he personally went to kill Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan succeeded, he immediately activated Myriad Year flying warship to retreat. But Thousand Transformations ancestor was truly furious. He chased relentlessly and bombarded Myriad Year flying warship. Fang Yuan had truly bullied him. This rank 8 Gu immortal stared at Fang Yuan and gritted his teeth, wishing he could eat Fang Yuan's flesh and blood. Thousand Transformations ancestor's speed was not as fast as Myriad Year flying warship. But Celestial Court used overturning heaven and earth to obstruct Fang Yuan's path and help Thousand Transformations ancestor. The 3 immortals of Celestial Court also stopped attacking. They were happy to see Fang Yuan and Thousand Transformations ancestor fight to the death. Greed blinded one's wisdom. Fang Yuan has thoroughly angered Thousand Transformations ancestor and snatched his rank 8 immortal Gu. This is a deep enmity. But I have a bad feeling, this is not Fang Yuan's style. If I were him, I would absolutely not do this. Wait, he snatched the rank 8 immortal Gu because he had already thought of a way out. That is why he is fearless. We need to be careful. This force was enough to change the situation of the battlefield. Celestial Court was caught unprepared. They were strong on the inside while weak on the outside. Divine Beam Palace displayed terrifying might. The 4 immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court trembled continuously. They were at a complete disadvantage. Overturning heaven and earth was also heavily disrupted. It could not be maintained perfectly. To think that it would be so convenient. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He escaped to the outside world through the flaw. Where are you going? Thousand Transformations ancestor chased relentlessly. Fang Yuan turned around and sneered, you really think I'm afraid of you? Myriad Year flying warship suddenly turned around, daybreak flying swords swept forward like a waterfall of light. Thousand Transformations ancestor roared furiously, but he could not deal with the full strength of this rank 8 immortal goo house. He was sent back into overturning heaven and earth. He was trapped again. I'm going. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Myriad Year flying warship tore through the sky and vanished. There was a commotion in Western Desert's righteous path. Someone wanted to stop Fang Yuan but was stopped by Fang Di Chang righteously. Leave Fang Yuan behind. This person is the enemy of Celestial Court. He will be beneficial to us in the future. Fang Di Chang led the Alliance army to fight against Celestial Court. Celestial Court was in an awkward situation. They had Thousand Transformations ancestor internally and Western Desert's righteous path externally. Xing Yi Wang shouted angrily, Western Desert Immortals, you are the disgrace of the righteous path, you are actually helping a demonic path goo immortal. Fang Di Chang sneered, the great Celestial Court is far more shameless than us. You are clearly hiding evil and sheltering the Western Desert demon Wan Zihong, but you are slandering us. Xing Yi Wang choked for a moment. Prince's Impatience's voice was cold, are you really going to make things difficult for my Celestial Court today? Fang Di Chang replied, not long ago, my Fang clan was in a difficult situation, but your Celestial Court was fanning the flames behind the scenes, adding fuel to the fire. Your wild ambitions are clear. Do you really think my Western Desert has no wise and righteous people? When the regional walls disappear and the 5 regions merge, do you think my Western Desert will be at the mercy of Central Continent? Prince's Impatience snorted coldly, not speaking anymore. He, to think that such an interesting junior would appear in Western Desert. Wan Zihong's face regained some color. She looked at Divine Bean Palace with interest and said, let's retreat. Since the situation was unfavorable, retreating was the wisest choice. The heavenly courts retreated in an orderly manner. They did not panic or panic. No need to chase. Fang Di Chang said. This order made the other goo immortals let out sighs of relief. After all, they were not willing to fight to the death with Celestial Court. If they suffered huge losses, the other Western Desert super forces would make things difficult for them. Only Thousand Transformations ancestor and Western Desert's righteous path were left. Divine Bean Palace's door opened. Fang Di Chang stood at the entrance, smiling. Thousand Transformations ancestor, we have a common enemy. Not long from now, the 5 regions will merge. The goo immortal world will face an unprecedented great era. We are willing to join hands with you to resist the enemy. What do you think, ancestor? This person knows the big picture. Thousand Transformations ancestor's eyes shined. He nodded and remembered Fang Di Chang's words, I will go find you. Good, with ancestor's strength, Celestial Court will definitely have an even bigger headache. Fang Di Chang clapped and laughed heartily. Let's go. He ordered. Western Desert's Righteous Path Alliance army left majestically. They came and left in a hurry. However, all the Western Desert goo immortals had excited expressions on their faces. They had defeated Celestial Court. This was Celestial Court. Only Fang Gong's eyes were filled with worry. He looked at Fang Di Chang, who was beside him, who was in high spirits and leading the group, while he, as the first Supreme Elder, was reduced to a foil. He felt pressure again. But so what? My conflict with Fang Di Chang is only an internal conflict. Fang clans rise, leading Western Desert's righteous path and repelling Celestial Court. This is an external conflict. How can I abandon outsiders for internal reasons and become a sinner of Fang clan? Even if my authority is seized in the future, our Fang clan will always be Fang clan's Fang clan. Fang Gong knew, even though they did not gain any substantial battle spoils from this battle. But after this battle, no one could doubt Fang clan's rise. Fang Dichang had obtained the greatest political wealth in his life. The clans who participated in this battle were originally loosely connected, they were only forced to temporarily unite. But after this battle, glory gathered into a cohesive force that caused these 5 clans to unite. And Fang clan was the natural leader of this interest group. Fang clan's Fang Dichang is quite a character. Thousand Transformations' ancestor sighed as he looked at the majestic departure of Western Desert's righteous path. Myriad Statue Palace returned to his side, remaining silent. Thousand Transformations' ancestor looked at the direction in which Fang Yuan and Celestial Court retreated, gritting his teeth. Fang Yuan, Celestial Court, remember this. Chapter 1890. Fang Yuan looked at the mutation Immortal Gu in his hand. This Immortal Gu had a peculiar appearance. It had a body like a longhorn beetle, 8 spider claws, a horn on its head, cicada wings on its back, and 2 mantis blade-like arms on its front. Its tail glowed like a firefly, but it was emitting colorful light. Mutation Immortal Gu belonged to Thousand Transformations' ancestor, but it was not a problem for Fang Yuan. Not long after Fang Yuan left the battlefield, he refined this rank 8 Immortal Gu along the way. Not to mention Thousand Transformations' ancestors' hatred towards Fang Yuan tried to activate it several times and found out the effect of Mutation Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu had great offensive power, it could make a part of the enemy's body betray them, it could suppress rank 7 existences, it could even cause huge problems to immemorial desolate beasts and other creatures. It could also be used on oneself to add transformations. For example, if Fang Yuan turned into a tiger, after using Mutation Immortal Gu, he might be able to grow a pair of wings on the tiger's body. Or he might be able to grow a 3rd eye on the tiger's head, or a scorpion stinger at the end of the tiger's tail. Of course, these were only good transformations. There was also a chance that it would create a deceptive transformation. For example, an elephant leg would grow on the tiger's stomach, the elephant leg would be longer than the tiger's limbs. Or a tiger's back would grow a horn, this was an obvious weakness, it would be a target for the enemy. Using Mutation Immortal Gu alone would have mixed effects, it was hard to say. Because this Immortal Gu was rank 8, the transformations it added would be rank 8 level, it would have a huge impact on the main body. Thus, to be safe, he had to use other Gu worms to assist Mutation Immortal Gu to form a killer move. Using this killer move to strengthen himself was the safest. Besides attacking enemies and increasing transformations, Mutation Immortal Gu could also be used to manage the immortal aperture. With it as the core, killer moves or immortal formations could be used to create even more transformations in the life forms in the immortal aperture. Ordinary wild beasts could gradually grow into mutated beasts. Of course, these mutated beasts had defective products, but in the natural cycle of survival of the fittest, they would be eliminated. And those outstanding mutated beasts would survive and grow stronger, forming new tribes. Usually, after these mutated lifeforms grew, they would become the specialty of a certain immortal aperture, there would only be one shop, there were no other shops. If it could perform well in the market, it would be a long-term business for the Gu Immortal, it would bring them stable and considerable profits. Mutation Immortal Gu has such comprehensive effects, it should be one of the core Immortal Gu of Reckless Savage's true inheritance, no wonder Thousand Transformations' ancestor was so nervous after losing it. Fang Yuan thought. Other than Mutation Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan also obtained several other Immortal Gu. Most of them were Transformation Path Immortal Gu, there was also a Rank 7 Rule Path Immortal Gu, Pass. This Gu looked like a beetle, and was commonly referred to as a country bumpkin. It was the size of a baby's fist, and its body was extremely flat. It emitted a steel-like luster, giving off an extremely sturdy feeling. Back then, when Night Temptress and Immortal Concubine Qing Lan set up the Immortal Array for the first time, it was the core. Feng Jioge was hiding far away, seeing this Immortal Gu, he wanted to snatch it. This immortal goo was very valuable to him. But in the end, this immortal goo ended up in Fang Yuan's hands. Just from these immortal goo and thousand transformations ancestors' methods, we can see the power of reckless savages' true inheritance. Saying this, Teacher Jiang paused for a moment. He seemed to have made up his mind. You do not need to go back these few days, you can stay at my house, I will teach you some methods. Li Xiaobai was overjoyed, he quickly bowed deeply. Student thanks teacher. Su Qihan wanted him to keep it a secret, but Li Xiaobai did not take it to heart. When the time was ripe, he would immediately tell teacher Jiang this secret. It looked like he was asking for help, but he was actually showing his value. Teacher Jiang was ostracized by the imperial court. He could not enter the corps. Now that he saw his student had great hope, once his student became successful, would he forget his teacher? Impossible. Not to mention Li Xiaobai's temperament, teacher Jiang was very familiar with him, he was not an ingrate. Even if Li Xiaobai became an ingrate in the future, under the public's opinion, he would not dare to not repay his teacher. The higher Li Xiaobai's position, the more he would cherish his reputation, and the more he would repay his teacher. Thinking of this, teacher Jiang immediately decided that he would do his best, he would use all of his resources to help his student successfully ascend. He had originally wanted to create an opportunity, but the Eagle Warrior had taken the initiative to deliver this opportunity to him. If Eagle Warrior, who was bathed in blood, knew the truth, that sacred Eagle City suffered such a calamity because of him, who knew what he would think? Eagle Warrior was not the immemorial Desolate Eagle's match, he soon fell into a disadvantage. The immemorial Desolate Eagle pounced and was about to peck Eagle Warrior to death. At the moment of life and death, Little Du turned into an arrow-tail eagle and saved him. Little Du, why are you still here? Eagle Warrior was shocked and anxious. Uncle, how can I watch you throw your life away? How can I watch as countless mortals fall into danger? Even if I have to sacrifice my life, every drop of blood in my body, I will fight to the end. Little Du said firmly. Little Du. Eagle Warrior was speechless for a while. He was extremely weak, he returned to his human form and was held lightly by Little Du's eagle claws. Little Du was naturally not the immemorial Desolate Eagle's match. But the immemorial Desolate Eagle was a chess piece of the main body. Little Du was in a dangerous situation, he was constantly on the line between life and death, he was constantly injured and forced to retreat. Eagle Warrior's heart pounded as he watched, he fought without any regard for his own safety, but when Little Du fought, he was too worried, he often shouted warnings uncontrollably, he was extremely nervous. When he saw that Little Du was bathed in blood and had more wounds, his heart ached even more. Little Du had saved him in the 12 Zodiac battle formation, he was his benefactor. Now, he had saved him twice and was even fighting for Sacred Eagle City. This touched Eagle Warrior, he approved of Little Du's personality and character, he was filled with admiration. Fang Yuan was ruthless to others, but even more ruthless to himself. As his clone, Little Du naturally inherited this style of doing things. This was a genuine act of injuring oneself to gain the confidence of the enemy. The Eagle Warrior was completely reformed. Little Du had just become a Gu Immortal and a Combat Beast Warrior not long ago, he was the youngest Combat Beast Warrior in the Combat Beast Guild. With this status, he was naturally not the immemorial Desolate Eagle's match. After a while, he was slammed down by the immemorial Desolate Eagle, falling into the City Lord Manor. This was a meticulous plan of course, Little Du fell heavily, he broke through the tiles on the ground and arrived at the underground altar. Eagle Warrior fainted on the spot, when he woke up, he saw Little Du squatting beside him. Uncle, you are finally awake. Little Du said in joy. Eagle Warrior was very happy to see that Little Du was still alive, but he frowned and asked, "How long was I unconscious for?" "Not long. The guild did not send reinforcements. After that eagle slammed us down, it did not chase us, it is still flying in the sky." Little Do answered. Sigh. The giant eagle warrior sighed deeply. "It seems like we won't be able to defeat this giant eagle for the time being." Little Do analyzed, "Thankfully, this eagle is not smart. If we do not transform, it will not sense any threat and will not find trouble with us. It seems that we cannot turn into immortal beasts. We can only rely on other transformations to save the citizens." Eagle Warrior had a worried expression. If they did not turn into immortal beasts, they could not control the situation. They could only fight those yellow mud crocodiles in the streets and save the citizens bit by bit. The efficiency was very low. But they had no choice, they could only do this. However, when they were about to leave, they found that a large group of yellow mud crocodiles had formed and blocked all the exits. There were 2 desolate beast yellow mud crocodiles among them. Eagle Warrior and Little Do could not turn into immortal beasts, they could not resist these 2 desolate beasts, they could only retreat. Eagle Warrior sat on the ground, his expression was ashen. "It seems that we can only wait for reinforcements. I really hope they will come here at the next moment." "They won't." Little Do thought, "According to the plan, the reinforcements will be obstructed along the way. I can still make use of some time." But on the surface, Little Do frowned and punched the ground with his fist. "Damn it. Before reinforcements arrive, aren't we going to stay here? Where is this? Why is there an altar?" Eagle Warrior answered, "This is the underground of the City Lord Manor. As for the altar..." Before he finished, Little Do interrupted him. Little Do raised his brows. "I did not expect the underground of the City Lord Manor to have such a spacious floor." "Oh, we can go underground and avoid those yellow mud crocodiles, we can leave." Eagle Warrior shook his head, "It is useless. This underground floor is only the territory of the City Lord Manor, we cannot leave the outer city. Furthermore, those yellow mud crocodiles are good at hiding in the mud and digging underground." "Damn it." Little Do gritted his teeth and suddenly exclaimed, "That's not right, Uncle, don't you find it strange? Why are those yellow mud crocodiles only surrounding this place and not coming in to kill us? That eagle in the sky might be arrogant and disdain to attack. But these yellow mud crocodiles are wandering outside, they seem to be avoiding us." Eagle Warrior forced a smile. "Little Do, your observation is not bad. But don't stay here for too long, these yellow mud crocodiles cannot get close because of the altar here. This altar has a long history. Legends say that it was specially set up by the first-generation combat beast king, a portion of his power is sealed inside." First-generation combat beast king? Why did he seal his power? Little Do asked curiously. "It is said that he wants to leave it for his inheritor. There are a few more of these altars in the other main cities. Whoever can inherit all of these powers will have the power of the first-generation combat beast king." Eagle Warrior said slowly. Little Do blinked. "In that case, why don't we use this power to defeat the beasts outside?" Eagle Warrior shook his head with a bitter smile. "It is useless. What I said are rumors, there are no records. Countless people have tried but no one has succeeded. From this, it seems that these rumors are fake. But these altars indeed have a mysterious and powerful power, they cannot be destroyed and the beasts cannot get close." Saying so, Eagle Warrior looked at Little Do's eager expression and smiled. "If you want to try, go ahead. But remember Uncle's words, don't be too hopeful, if there is no result, don't be too disappointed." "Okay, Uncle." Little Do walked quickly to the altar. He walked around the altar a few times but there was no reaction. He climbed up the altar but there was still no reaction. All of this was seen by the Eagle Warrior. Chapter 1892. Eastern Sea. Dragon Palace. Fang Yuan's clone Wu Shuai sat on his throne, manipulating the army ants in front of him. Over this period of time, the army ants had already developed to a certain scale. Right now, there were close to 100 million army ants. They were like a dark golden river, flying in the air. Wu Shuai took out a rank 8 immortal material. It was a feather of a bird, it was made of stone, the feathers were vivid and lifelike, covered in a gray-white halo. Smelling it, one could smell the stench of a corpse. This was the feather of the immemorial desolate beast corpse emperor bird. Wu Shuai blew lightly, these feathers floated and merged into the dark golden river formed by the army ants. Soon, sparse voices could be heard. Countless army ants took turns crawling on the corpse emperor bird feather, eating it to fill their stomachs. Even though there were only 10 or so corpse emperor bird feathers, they were rank 8 immortal materials after all. Just a bit was enough to feed 10,000 army ants. They were very durable. A moment later, the corpse emperor bird feathers were all devoured by the army ants. Not only were these army ants full, they also gave birth to a new batch of army ants. The new ones were corpse ants. They emitted death energy and could devour the corpses of other army ants to grow stronger. The more corpses there were, the stronger the corpse ants would be. Of course, there was a limit to this strength. The strongest corpse ant could compete with the king ant but could not compare to the queen ant. With these corpse ants, the army ants are more practical and durable. The previous army ants died, but with corpse ants, I can make use of them. From this perspective, I can save a lot of expenses. Wu Shuai let out a breath of air. Army ants were very exquisite, they were the essence of enslavement path. Feeding army ants not only maintained their size, they could also produce new ant species. Countless different types of army ants, when used together, would have different powers and effects. But army ants could only alleviate the weakness of enslavement path, they could not get rid of it completely. Enslavement path expended too many resources. By nurturing army ants to such a scale, they could fight against rank 8 Gu immortals, but Wu Shuai was starting to feel the strain. My main body is expending too much Gu refinement, the army ants that I am feeding are also a terrifying black hole. Fortunately, I have the support of the ancient race and the merfolk. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to raise the army ants to such an extent. Right at this moment, Wu Shuai's expression changed slightly. A Gu immortal was outside Dragon Palace, visiting Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai opened the palace doors and personally went to welcome them. Tang Qiong greets Lord Wu Shuai. The one who came was a yellow-scaled mermaid immortal, gentle and pleasant. Right now, she was smiling, revealing cute dimples. She was the elder in charge of the Mermaid Royal Court and represented part of the will of the Mermaid Royal Court. Fang Yuan's clone, Wu Shuai, had helped the ancient race and the merfolk to convert a portion of the new Dragonians. Hence, he had a closer relationship with the ancient race and the merfolk. As the representative of the merfolk royal court, Tang Qiong interacted more and more closely with Wu Shuai. She had always been very respectful and treated Wu Shuai as a true senior. Wu Shuai invited Tang Qiong into Dragon Palace. Although it's not my first time here, I'm still impressed by the majestic aura of the Dragon Palace. Tang Qiong sighed with a sincere expression. Wu Shuai smiled, Fairy Tang Qiong, what brings you here? Tang Qiong said solemnly, reporting to Senior, Qi Si Ancestor is holding an Eastern Sea banquet this time, he has invited all the Gu immortals of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Now that we are taking advantage of this victory and holding a gathering, from their point of view, our Fang clan probably can't wait to become the leader. Thus, many forces did not send their powerful elders, they only sent some marginal characters. Other than the 4 allied clans who had a positive attitude, the other super clans did not give Fang clan any face. But this was something that could not be helped. Firstly, Fang clan did not have a true victory, they could not intimidate the other clans with their military strength. Secondly, they did not have true benefits, these clans were not interested. The Celestial Court is definitely sowing discord among them. There is no helping it, influence is something that needs to be developed slowly. Fang Dichang said. When the 5 regions war starts and central continent attacks, I want to see what these people will do. Fang Gong snorted coldly. Fang Dichang narrowed his eyes and sighed internally. How could these super forces not understand the big picture? But even though almost everyone understood the big picture, what use was it? You can't research and refine second aperture immortal goo now? Duke Long, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. He rarely spoke, but his words were always to the point, and this time was no exception. Yuan Xiongdu shook his head with a bitter smile. I am still a distance away from deciphering the immortal goo recipe. If I have the help of a few refinement path friends at the same level as me, I might be able to quickly decipher it. But currently, my energy is really limited, and I cannot split myself. Yuan Xiongdu was having a hard time. Earlier, after Fang Yuan annexed Langya sect, he wanted to modify Fate Gu's restoration formation. The original formation, because it used Refinement Cauldron as a reference, could not be used for safety reasons. Next, Fang Yuan captured Southern Border's Righteous Path, and Yuan Xiongdu was in charge of refining Fixed Space Gu. Next, Fang Yuan won against Celestial Court in the River of Time, and Celestial Court's Time Path Immortal Gu House was destroyed. Yuan Xiongdu was going to refine Gu crazily again, and try to refine some Time Path Immortal Gu. Recently, Qin Ding Ling woke up and gave Fairy Myrtle a stack of Luck Path Immortal Gu recipes, and Yuan Xiongdu was in charge of the Gu refinement. Gu refinement itself was a dangerous and difficult task, and Fang Yuan even seized the initiative time and time again, causing Yuan Xiongdu to fail miserably in most of his Gu refinement attempts. These last days, he had suffered countless injuries from Gu refinement. If not for Celestial Court's excellent healing methods, he would have died long ago. Next, Yuan Xiongdu needs to prepare for the restoration of Fate Gu. I'm afraid before Fate Gu is completely restored, the second aperture Immortal Gu recipe cannot be deciphered. Fairy Myrtle announced regretfully. Duke Long nodded, not saying anything else. Qin Ding Ling sighed. Without the second aperture Immortal Gu recipe, Southern Border's Righteous Path cannot completely break free from Fang Yuan's threat and extortion. These Southern Border Gu immortals are a disgrace to the Righteous Path, they were extorted to this extent by Fang Yuan. In the hall, Xingyi Wang said unhappily. The truth is, Southern Border's Righteous Path has also made some progress. The beacon tower they set up is an immortal Gu house that we should be wary of. Southern Border's Righteous Path is trying to break free from Fang Yuan. Currently, only Ba clan, Xia clan, and a few other clans are still controlled by Fang Yuan because they desire second aperture immortal Gu. But Wu clan, Chai clan, and other clans are actively resisting. They are cooperating with our Celestial Court. Jewel Yellow Skies is already suppressing Fang Yuan's businesses on a large scale. I want to remind everyone, there is a hidden force in Southern Border's Gu immortal world that is worth paying attention to, that is Virtue Paradise. This is the true inheritance that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created back then. There are many Gu immortals, including Mushroom Man Gu immortals, the strongest among them is Lu Wei Yin. Even though Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable has not entered Celestial Court, he has always been on friendly terms with us. But what is the attitude of Virtue Paradise? We still need to test it out. I have already considered this. Fairy Myrtle spoke. After some time, I will personally go to Virtue Paradise and ask for the Immortal Gu. Heavenly Court needed this Immortal Gu indeed. At the same time, it was also a probe towards Virtue Paradise. If Lu Wei Yin's attitude was good, Celestial Court would try to rope in Virtue Paradise and make use of it. After discussing southern borders matters, Celestial Court's immortals started to discuss Western Desert. Because of Fang Yuan's scheme, Western Desert's political situation changed drastically. Fang clan successfully took control of Divine Being Palace and defeated Celestial Court's forces, causing Celestial Court's strategy of keeping Western Desert in check to suffer a setback. Fang clan has the capital to rise up indeed. But the crucial factor in this rise is this man, Fang clan's second supreme elder, Fang Di Chang. This person is ambitious, he is a formidable character. He has already allied with a group of Western Desert Righteous Path forces. If not for our provocation and successful obstruction, Fang clan's rise would have been unstoppable. Now that Chen Yi is dead, we cannot take out a worthy Genesis Lotus inheritor. How will we take back Divine Being Palace? I suggest that we assassinate Fang Di Chang. It will be difficult, this person is very crafty and vigilant. After obtaining Divine Being Palace, he almost never comes out. Fang clan's first supreme elder is Fang Gong. What is his impression of Fang Di Chang? Fang Gong and Fang Di Chang have a close relationship, there is no conflict between them. We cannot make a move for now. Celestial Court's Gu immortals discussed for a while before deciding to send more troops to Western Desert. Even though Celestial Court lost Wei Feng, most of their troops were still around, their main forces were not destroyed. Back then, Celestial Court sent troops here because Fang Yuan used the natural tributary of the River of Time to escape. To block it, Celestial Court set up an immortal formation at the tributary of the River of Time. Later, they found out that Thousand Transformations' ancestor was weak, so they sent more troops. Celestial Court's plan to deal with Fang Yuan and Thousand Transformations' ancestor was severely thwarted, but they did not give up. After discussing, they decided to send a portion of the River of Time's Gu immortals and immortal Gu houses to reinforce them at the crucial moment through the natural tributary of the River of Time. And their main target this time was not Thousand Transformations' ancestor, but the Fang family. Thousand Transformations' ancestor was a lone immortal, while Fang clan was a Righteous Path member. They were gradually influencing the whole of Western Desert's Righteous Path. If they allowed this to develop, Western Desert's Righteous Path would become a bigger threat to Celestial Court. Fang clan took away Divine Being Palace. This meant that Fang clan and Celestial Court could not reconcile. Thus, it was reasonable for Celestial Court to focus on Fang clan. After Western Desert was Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea's political situation is also changing. Qi Si ancestor is holding a banquet and inviting Eastern Sea's Gu immortals. What is his intention? Not long ago, Qi Si ancestor and Duke Long came to an agreement not to help Fang Yuan anymore. This person seems to be neutral, but we cannot let our guard down. We already have eyes and ears in this Eastern Sea banquet. By then, we will know what Qi Si ancestor is planning. Duke Long spoke again at this time. Qi Si ancestor has extraordinary strength, he is not inferior to me. My personal opinion is to try to rope him in. At least, before Fate Gu is repaired, this will reduce the threat to Celestial Court. Duke Long's words made the Celestial Court's Gu immortals feel gloomy. Eastern Sea had a Qi Si ancestor who could match Duke Long in battle strength. This was unacceptable to the Celestial Court's Gu immortals. After discussing Eastern Sea's matters, it was Northern Plains' turn. Any movement of Northern Plains' longevity heaven was something that Celestial Court paid attention to. Among the four regions, Celestial Court was most wary of Northern Plains. Northern Plains' political situation had always been influenced by Celestial Court, especially the cooperation between Old Ancestor Xuehu and Celestial Court. It was a huge success. Longevity Heaven wanted to unify Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. Old Ancestor Xuehu was the biggest obstacle. After the discussion of Northern Plains matters, Duke Long mentioned the River of Time. Right now, we have 5 Time Path immortal Gu houses, but we cannot find any traces of Red Lotus Stone Island. Is there a way to improve it? However, the the Celestial Court's immortals did not have any good ideas. After all, these stone lotus islands were personally arranged by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Qin Dingling also shook her head. In terms of luck path, we already have a Dao guardian like Feng Jioga. His luck is too strong. If even he cannot do it, I am also helpless. Duke Long was silent, feeling slightly disappointed. The repair of Fate Gu was the Celestial Court's biggest plan. In Duke Long's mind, Wu Yong, Longevity Heaven, Fang Yuan, and Dragon Palace could not compare to the threat of Red Lotus Demon Venerable. But there was no choice. Celestial Court had already tried their best. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation was a huge success. Unfortunately, they were still far from finding Red Lotus Stone Island. There was silence in the discussion hall. Right at this time, Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. Next, Duke Long and Qin Dingling also showed surprise on their faces. Finally, the remaining Celestial Court's Gu immortals became excited. This news is very sudden. A Red Lotus Stone Island has appeared in the River of Time. Gu Lu has already confirmed it. The Red Lotus Stone Island is genuine, it cannot be faked. We have finally found a Red Lotus true inheritance. As long as we obtain one of them, we might be able to find the remaining Red Lotus true inheritance. Duke Long nodded. This is a good thing, we must obtain the true inheritance. Also, be careful of Fang Yuan. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals had solemn expressions. That's right, this commotion cannot be hidden from him for long. By then, he will definitely appear. Chapter 1894. Eastern Sea. East of the Bumpy Sea area, west of the Barbecue Islands, there was a huge and unique sea area, Qi Sea. There was no seawater in Qi Sea, but countless Qi currents interweaved and intertwined, forming countless Qi whirlpools. In the remote antiquity era, Qi Sea had a supreme status in the hearts of all the Gu immortals in the world. At that time, Qi path was extremely prosperous. It was the main path of Gu cultivation. Other paths were unorthodox. Everything else was low grade, only Qi path was high grade. Qi Sea's scale was even larger, there was a universe inside it, countless Qi currents moved within, they were born and destroyed continuously. At that time, Qi Sea was the #1 Qi path resource point in the 5 regions. Time passed quickly, the world changed. Qi path declined, Qi Sea's scale also continued to shrink. By now, Qi Sea was less than 1/10,000th of its original size, the Qi currents inside were pure water Qi. Only at the center, there were still other types of immortal material Qi currents. Qi Sea went from being visited by countless immortals to almost no one cared about it. It mostly contained water Qi. But which sea area in the huge Eastern Sea did not have water Qi? Water Qi was easy to extract. Why would Gu immortals need to come all the way to Qi Sea to collect it? Even if they wanted to find other immortal material Qi currents, it was too risky to explore the center of Qi Sea. It was better to directly purchase it from Jewel Yellow Skies. This time, when I organize the Eastern Sea Banquet, Qi Sea will definitely become famous in the 5 regions again. Fang Yuan's main body sat on a cloud, looking down at the Qi Sea area below him. Looking down from above, Qi Sea was light blue in color, countless Qi currents surged and rumbled, it was a stark contrast to the sparkling deep blue seawater. Back then, Southern Border's Rank 8 Gu Immortal Qi Xiang created unlimited Qi Sea killer move. To a certain extent, it was inspired by this Qi Sea. Fang Yuan was called Qi Sea Ancestor, it was not a random title. He had already made ample considerations behind the scenes. For example, which part of Eastern Sea was Qi Sea Ancestor's secluded residence? Fang Yuan chose Qi Sea as his secluded residence. Almost no one cared about this place, few Gu immortals came to explore it, but it was very compatible with Qi Sea Ancestor's Qi path. It was reasonable if he said it out loud. Wu Shuai, the dragonoid clone, sent a message from the center of the Qi Sea. The formation is ready. This banquet was very important to Fang Yuan, so he had prepared a lot. Not only did Fang Yuan send Wu Shuai over, but he also set up a grand array in the center of his Qi Si. This formation was a Qi Path formation. Fang Yuan's Time Path clone relied on his Qi Path Great Grandmaster attainment, Formation Path Grandmaster attainment, and the Light of Wisdom to deduce this after a month. In the center of the Qi Si, countless streams of air surged and shuttled back and forth. The environment was quite dangerous. It was extremely difficult to set up an immortal array in such a place. However, it was still not a problem for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not lacking in array Dao, and he had plenty of resources on hand. Moreover, he did not aim for the level of the 9 consecutive unceasing array. Instead, he was very pragmatic and pursued cost-effectiveness. Fang Yuan's main body sent out his divine sense, and after confirming that there were no mistakes, he closed his eyes to rest. This banquet was of great significance to him. He was using the world as a chessboard, arranging his chess pieces and guiding the general trend. However, this was not so easy. In southern border, Fang Yuan's influence was already low. Wu Yong was actively trying to establish connections, his political skills were superb, Fang Yuan could not stop him. But the heaven qi that Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture absorbed or produced were all ordinary gu materials, it was just that the quantity was huge, they could not even be considered immortal materials. If heaven qi became an immortal material, it would condense into a lump and could not be separated easily. Its value would rise sharply, ordinary heaven qi could not compare to it. The simplest use of immortal material heaven qi was to scatter it. Many gu immortals used it like this. They would buy such a lump of heaven qi from jewel yellow skies and scatter it in their immortal aperture, forming lightning, wind, frost, and other weather changes. This weather would last for some time, it would affect the gu immortal's resource points or immortal apertures. Jewel yellow skies usually sold rank 6 or 7 heaven qi. Rank 8 immortal material heaven qi was already very rare. And rank 9 heaven qi was hard to come by, jewel yellow skies might not even appear once in 1,000 years. Hua Kaiyun gave a portion of rank 9 heaven to Fang Yuan, it was because of her sincerity, and also because Hua clan was most proficient in Cloud Path, they were proficient in exploring both black and white heaven, it showed their deep foundation. Almost at the same time, in the River of Time. 4 immortal gu houses flew above the river. Present and past pavilion had openings on all sides, it had a simple structure, it moved by walking on the waves. 3 autumn yellow crane platform was elegant and elegant, the orange-yellow eaves were like cranes spreading their wings. The light of the autumn sun was divided into 3 layers, covering the surface of the immortal gu houses. Shark flow lever was snow-white like jade, there were 7 giant sharks in front of the lever, they had sharp white teeth, they were dragging the lever as they moved rapidly. Moment stage was rank 8, there was a spiral of stone stairs outside, it reached the highest point in the inner area, there was a red brick building with green tiles. The 4 immortal gu houses were carrying Celestial Court and Central Continent's gu immortals, they were all moving towards one destination, Red Lotus Stone Island. Inside present and past pavilion, a rank 8 gu immortal was standing, looking at the surging river outside the pavilion. He wore a red and white robe, his posture was tall and straight, resembling a spear or a sword. His eyebrows were long, his eyes were filled with divine light that was concealed. He had a gentle aura, he was carefree and elegant, his gaze was deep as he tried to comprehend something. This person was Feng Jioge. During this period of time, I have been observing the river of time, I have seen the rise and fall of the world, I have seen the rise and fall of the past and present. Fate is like a tidal wave, sometimes high and sometimes low, sometimes slow and sometimes rapid. The profundity of it cannot be described, I can only sing about it. Feng Jioge had been comprehending destiny song all along. Different from the previous life, after Fang Yuan's rebirth, Fengjiuge's destiny changed a lot. In Langya Blessed Land, he was defeated by Fang Yuan and sent away by Chen Yi using the killer move Karma Relocation. He gained inspiration for Destiny Song. This was much earlier than in the previous life. After gaining some inspiration, Fengjiuge came to the River of Time. He grasped this inspiration and started to comprehend it. The River of Time was a time path secluded domain, but Fengjiuge could use present and past pavilion to observe certain lives and scenes from the past. This was a huge help to his comprehension of Destiny Gu. Right now, his Destiny Song was 60% complete. It was 10% higher than in the previous life during the Fate War in Central Continent. My Destiny Song has already described the destinies of countless lives. But the destinies of venerables cannot be described in detail. Last time in Celestial Court, when I looked at Reckless Savage's blood skin, I had an unfathomable feeling. I hope that this Stone Lotus Island can give me an opportunity to compose Destiny Song. We are here, it is here. Stone Lotus Island. Red Lotus True Inheritance. The 4 immortal Gu houses stopped, and above the Stone Lotus Island, Eternal Yacht was already floating. Eternal Yacht was the first immortal Gu house to discover the Stone Lotus Island. The Gu immortals on it immediately informed Celestial Court, thus, the 5 houses gathered. Fengjiuge looked over with anticipation. Gu Lu Ru, who was in moment stage, had a complex expression. We finally found it. The hard work of generations of Celestial Court was not in vain. Countless years of hard work has finally paid off. Gu Lu Ru sighed internally. He had experienced many hardships in his life. His lower body was paralyzed and could not be healed. He had a cold personality, but right now, he was showing all sorts of emotions. There was excitement, pride, and sorrow. Taking in a deep breath, Gu Lu Ru calmed down completely. He sat in his wheelchair, his eyes shining with cold light as he calmly ordered, "Start setting up the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. I will lead moment stage, Fengjiuge will lead present and past pavilion to defend this place. Eternal Yacht will go to the tributary and receive our reinforcements. Shark Flow Lever and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform will patrol the surroundings. Report to me immediately if anything happens." Chapter 1895. The 3 layers of supplementary formations are done. The first group of Gu immortals stopped. They sat cross-legged in the immortal Gu house and closed their eyes to rest. The second group took over and started to place rank 8 immortal Gu, suppress on top of the 3 layers of supplementary formations. The second group had 8 Gu immortals, rank 7 and rank 6, they worked together and cooperated well. After some effort, they finally placed suppress immortal Gu. This was the River of Time, a time path secluded domain of heaven and earth. As a rule path immortal Gu suppress, it was not easy to place it down. But rank 8 immortal Gu suppress was one of the core immortal Gu of the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. It was the first rank 8 immortal Gu to be placed down. Only by placing it down could there be subsequent constructions. At this time, the second group of Gu immortals started to rest, while the first group of Gu immortals started to work again. They did not continue with the construction. Instead, they started to dismantle the 3 layers of supplementary Gu formations that they had set up earlier. These Gu formations were used to support the immortal Gu suppress and help it to be placed down. Now that the goal was achieved, they had to get rid of these 3 layers of supplementary formations to free up space to continue setting up the immortal formation. Good, the 3 layers of supplementary formations have been removed. Next, we will set up the seedling fire formation. The third group of Gu immortals quickly took over. The first group of Gu immortals were extremely tired, they needed to rest. The seedling fire formation is done. Next is the paper cage formation. Let's go. The second group of Gu immortals took over. If the river suppression lotus ceiling formation was broken down, it had 138 sub-formations. The seedling fire formation and the paper cage formation were 2 of them. Be careful, there is a change in the river of time, a huge wave is crashing towards us. Someone warned. At this time, the first group of Gu immortals were still resting, they were trying to recover their strength. The second and third group of Gu immortals were busy setting up the formation, only the fourth group of Gu immortals was in charge of the emergency. Celestial Court divided the Gu immortals into 4 groups to set up the formation. Among them, the first group had the strongest ability to set up formations, they were in charge of the core and most important part of the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. The second and third group were all supplementary, their abilities were about the same. The fourth group had the least amount of Gu immortals, they had some ability to set up formations, they were the emergency backup team. The fourth group of Gu immortals set out, destroying the huge wave. The second and third group of Gu immortals who were setting up the formation. While checking to see if the formation was affected, he began to make preparations for the next step. Gu Lioru and Feng Jioge were in charge of moment stage and present and past pavilion respectively. Feng Jioge's eyes were empty as he continued to comprehend fate. Gu Lioru's eyes were deep and he was on high alert. We've discovered the Stone Lotus Island. The commotion caused by the formation will definitely be noticed by Feng Yuan. He will definitely come and destroy us. Before the river subduing lotus ceiling grand formation is completed, we will be at our weakest. It is also the best time for Feng Yuan to attack. This time, it is a matter of great importance. I want to wash away my humiliation. I can't let Feng Yuan succeed. Just as he was thinking, a silver light suddenly appeared in the distance. Gu Lu Ru's heart instantly jumped. 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Tower and Shark Flow Lever, which were patrolling the perimeter, immediately turned around and intercepted them. It was Myriad, your flying warship. Gu Lu Ru, your celestial court actually wants to take away Red Lotus true inheritance right under my nose. Hehe, you are dreaming. Myriad, your flying warship rapidly approached, Feng Yuan's voice could be heard from within. Gu Lu Ru snorted coldly, his voice resounding throughout the battlefield. Feng Yuan, you are just a loser, wasn't the lesson last time painful enough? He was a time path great expert, he was like a fish in water in the river of time. If it were a rank 8 Gu immortal of any other path, they would have to expend a lot of effort to transmit their voice throughout the battlefield. With me here, don't even think of setting up the formation. Before Feng Yuan finished his words, Myriad, your flying warship's surroundings were already shining with bright light. These lights converged into countless silver flying swords that whizzed through the air, heading straight for the incomplete river suppression lotus ceiling grand formation. Gu Lu Ru's expression immediately turned dark, he felt a headache. Celestial Court was most wary of this formation. Feng Yuan attacked the enemy's most vulnerable point, he was very vicious, Celestial Court could only defend themselves, they naturally fell into a passive state. Last time, when Feng Yuan attacked the river subduing lotus ceiling grand formation, Celestial Court could take the initiative to dismantle it. But this time, with this Red Lotus Stone Island, even if Celestial Court had to pay the price of blood, they had to ensure that the formation was set up properly. Boom boom boom. 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Tower was the first to arrive, it started to fight with Myriad, your flying warship, the aftershocks created huge waves in the river of time. Next, Shark Flow Lever also arrived. While the 3 immortal Gu houses were fighting intensely in the river of time, above Eastern Sea's Qi Sea, the atmosphere was peaceful and harmonious. After Hua Kai Yun, the Gu immortals of Eastern Sea's super forces, Song Clan, Su Clan, and Kai Clan, also arrived. The one from Song Clan was naturally Song Chi Yuan, he brought Song Yishur to the banquet. This is Junior's granddaughter, Song Yishur, she has heard of Senior's magnificence and yearns to meet you, she begged me to come and see Senior's magnificence. Song Chi Yuan smiled as he took the initiative to introduce Song Yishur. Song Yishur lost her father at a young age, as her grandfather, Song Chi Yuan doted on her a lot, he specially brought Song Yishe to this Eastern Sea banquet to give her a chance to show her face. Junior greets Qi Si ancestor. Song Yishe respectfully bowed. Her skin was white as snow, she had bright eyes and white teeth, she wore a blue-white dress, she had a pure aura, she was indeed one of the 6 great beauties of Eastern Sea's Gu immortals. Gulu Ru wanted to protect the formation, his goal was clear. As long as the formation was activated, it could isolate the inside from the outside. By then, the Stone Lotus Island would not be able to escape, Red Lotus Demon Venerable's arrangements on the island would be weakened and suppressed. Internally, it was like a strong layer of protection for the outside world. By then, even if Fang Yuan wanted to come in, with this formation and several immortal Gu houses to defend him, it would be very difficult. Fang Yuan understood this too. Myriad Year Flying Warship charged left and right, the remaining immortal Gu houses were only rank 7, it was difficult to trap it. It was like a simple fishing net trying to trap a shark. Celestial Court's situation was deteriorating. Seeing that the situation was bad, Gulu Ru snorted coldly. He left Moment Stage and joined in the encirclement of Myriad Year Flying Warship. He was a time path great expert, he was like a fish in water in the river of time. With his help, Celestial Court stabilized its situation again. Persevere, we will win if we persevere. As long as we last this period, when the formation is set up, it will be Fang Yuan's death. Gulu Ru controlled the situation, he fought Myriad Year Flying Warship while raising the morale of his people. Finally, the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation was set up. The huge force formed a circular barrier that not only enveloped the Stone Lotus Island, but also Myriad Year Flying Warship. The formation activated, the grey stone giant grunted, it was greatly suppressed. Myriad Year hunting was also restricted, the fragrance could not spread out, it could not form a beast tide. Let's get rid of Fang Yuan first before exploring the Stone Lotus Island. Gulu Ru shouted. Without the threat of Myriad Year hunting, Eternal Yacht, Shark Flow Lever, and 9 Spiritual Fairy returned and joined in the encirclement of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, this will be your burial ground. Gulu Ru's eyes shined with bright light, he had a cold expression. A generation's heavenly demon is going to die here? Feng Jioga narrowed his eyes, inspiration regarding Destiny Song appeared in his mind. To prevent any problems from arising, let's kill him. Xing Yi Wang controlled Shark Flow Lever, his killing intent surged as he charged forward. 9 Spiritual Fairy was silent, her movements were not slow at all, she went behind Myriad Year Flying Warship and unleashed her aura, preparing a killer move. But at this time, Fang Yuan's cold laughter could be heard from within Myriad Year Flying Warship. Members of Celestial Court, you are all trapped, do you still not know it? Before he finished speaking, the Stone Lotus Island shot out intense light, dozens of huge water pillars rose from the river beside the island. The immortals looked over, they saw that the vast and dangerous Qi Sea with countless whirlpools had been flattened, it was like a mirror. The Eastern Sea immortals were shaken, many of them opened their mouths but could not speak. Ancestors' divine might, Junior is in awe. Zhang Yin let out a breath of air, he bowed dejectedly, thank you for showing mercy, Ancestor. Qi Si Ancestor was still sitting at the main seat, his eyelids seemed to be closing, he waved his sleeves lightly, take a seat. Thank you, Ancestor. Zhang Yin sat down amidst the deathly silence. Many of the Eastern Sea immortals were still standing, those who were sitting were not much better, they were like statues. Qi Si ancestor defeated Zhang Yin in one move, they were completely shaken. Ancestor's divine might. After a while, Song Qi Yuan reacted, he stood up and bowed respectfully. Ancestor's divine might. Shen Tsongsheng also stood up and bowed. Ancestor's divine might. Ancestor's divine might. Countless Eastern Sea Gu immortals bowed, they were all in awe. Fang Yuan smiled, he said plainly, "Please take a seat, the banquet will begin." The Celestial Court suddenly lost 6 Time Path Immortal Gu houses. The losses were too severe, they needed a large number of Time Path Immortal Gu to rebuild them. Even though 9 Spiritual Fairy and Feng Jioga were alive, they did not bring back many Immortal Gu. The Celestial Court needed to refine a large number of Time Path Immortal Gu to build Immortal Gu houses. Among them, Gu refinement immortal materials were not a problem. The Celestial Court's foundation was as deep as the sea, it had been accumulated for millions of years, it was not just for show. The Celestial Court had 3 treasure vaults of 1 million, they were named, front, middle, and back. The 3 vaults corresponded to the time span of 1 million years. The accumulation of the Celestial Court in the past 1 million years was all used in the corresponding vaults. Any one of these vaults was much more than the total vaults of the 10 great ancient sections. Old ancestor Shui, who had spent all of his fortune to refine a rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. With Fang Yuan's current foundation, he did not dare to attempt to refine a rank 8 immortal Gu. Ordinary super forces would suffer huge losses when refining rank 8 immortal Gu. But for the Celestial Court, not to mention one rank 8 immortal Gu, even if they refined 10, their foundation would not be damaged. The Celestial Court did not lack immortal materials, what it lacked were refinement path great experts. Yuan Xiongdu was a refinement path expert, he had been in charge of repairing Fate Gu. If he had to refine the lost time path immortal Gu house, it would be too difficult for him. He was only one person, his energy was limited. If 1 or 2 refinement path experts walked out of the immortal graveyard, that would be great. Fairy Myrtle thought to herself. Regretfully, the immortal graveyard could not be manipulated by outsiders, she could not awaken any Gu immortal she wanted. Duke Long also realized this problem, he thought about it and said, "Then gather the refinement path Gu immortals of the 10 great ancient sects, and even other sects, manage them and recruit them into the Celestial Court, let them work together to refine time path immortal Gu." Fairy Myrtle nodded. Yuan Xiongdu was in charge of repairing Fate Gu. If there was no movement from the immortal graveyard, the Celestial Court could only do this to resolve their current problem. Fairy Myrtle sighed in her heart, if we had invaded Langya sect back then and taken in the entire sect, that would have been great. The problem now was not a problem, but Langya sect ended up in Fang Yuan's hands. The Celestial Court lost the initiative at the first step, they were restrained step by step. In contrast, Fang Yuan repeatedly used his advantage in refinement path to give the Celestial Court a hard time. Yuan Xiongdu was the one who felt this the most. Fairy Myrtle and Duke Long had heavy hearts. Fang Yuan's victory in the River of Time was a huge blow to the Celestial Court. But the River of Time was only one aspect, the Celestial Court situation was worsening. In Northern Plains, Longevity Heaven had been working hard to unify the strength of Northern Plains Gu immortal world. In Western Desert, Fang Di Chang refined Divine Bean Palace and led Fang clan to rise. In Southern Border, even though Wu Yong was close to the Celestial Court, beacon towers were being built everywhere, it had become a sore point for the Celestial Court. As for Eastern Sea, according to the latest information, Qi Si ancestor defeated Zhang Yin in one move. Zhang Yin is a famous rank 8 lone immortal in Eastern Sea, but he could not retaliate at all. Qi Si ancestor's battle strength is truly shocking. After this battle, his reputation soared and a large number of Eastern Sea Gu immortals joined his banquet. Fairy Myrtle was deeply worried. Duke Long nodded. Even for me, it is not easy to achieve this. Qi Si ancestor seems to have gotten stronger. According to his words, he comprehended primordial origin's true inheritance and improved his battle strength. After Fang Yuan defeated Zhang Yin, he told the Eastern Sea immortals honestly, his battle strength had a breakthrough recently. The reason was because he obtained primordial origin's Qi path true inheritance from the celestial court. Duke Long continued, since Qi Si ancestor said this, we can see that he is getting close to the celestial court, but he is still neutral. This person can be roped in. Qi Si ancestor had been in seclusion for so long, he had battle strength that rivaled Duke Long, but he was still a secluded cultivator. It showed that he had no ambitions. Even if he had ambitions now, the celestial court that had the complete primordial origin true inheritance was more attractive to him. The neutral Qi Si ancestor made Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle very vigilant, but they were also reassured. Not only because of Qi Si ancestor's personality, but also because of his lifespan. Lifespan had always been the main factor that restricted Gu immortal great experts. Qi Si ancestor was clearly someone who did not have much lifespan left. He could become younger by using lifespan Gu. He was already so old, he might have already used other methods to extend his lifespan. And these methods had their flaws. Lifespan Gu would be ineffective if they were used many times. Duke Long did not have a long lifespan, but he believed that Qi Si ancestor's lifespan was not much better. Fairy Myrtle suddenly said, since Qi Si ancestor said this, maybe we can send Gu immortals to the banquet. Even if we did not receive Qi Si ancestor's invitation, the whole world will know that Qi Si ancestor benefited from us. Even if it is a transaction, he will not be able to reject us. Duke Long agreed to this suggestion. Even if it did not work, this was a way to probe Qi Si ancestor. The current changes in the situation in the outer realm were very unfriendly to the heavenly courts. Only the East Ocean was relatively calm. The celestial court wanted to maintain a friendly relationship with Eastern Sea's forces for now. Eastern Sea, above Qi Si. After Fang Yuan defeated Zhang Yin in one move, the commotion here increased by several times. The number of Gu immortals attending the banquet increased. The first thing the Gu immortals did was to pay respects to Qi Si ancestor, to pay their respects to the number one immortal of Eastern Sea. The battle between Qi Si ancestor and Duke Long had already spread throughout the 5 regions. Now that Zhang Yin was defeated, Qi Si ancestor became the publicly recognized number one person in Eastern Sea. Nobody doubted this. The whole world was deceived by Fang Yuan. Zhang Yin was one of the 4 dragon generals. He had great coordination with Fang Yuan, together with the activation of the immortal formation under Qi Si ancestor's attack was so shocking. Seeing this, the Eastern Sea Gu immortals' expressions relaxed. Eastern Sea was the region that could accept outside Gu immortals the most among the 5 regions, but it was still xenophobic. The central continent Gu immortals' arrival was within Fang Yuan's expectations. In fact, he had been waiting for the celestial court's envoy to appear. Fang Yuan looked around, seeing that almost everyone had arrived. He spoke, "Everyone, please listen to me." The banquet became silent again. Everyone held their breaths, waiting for Fang Yuan to speak. Jun Shenguang saw this and was inwardly shocked. Qi Si ancestor had only appeared for a short period of time. His reputation in Eastern Sea had already reached this level. Nobody dared to ignore Qi Si ancestor's words, not even a single word. Fang Yuan did not speak much, but he clearly expressed his political opinion: peaceful coexistence, mutual exchange, upholding justice and resolving disputes. In the end, he said, this banquet isn't just a gathering of everyone. It's also a trade fair, an auction, and an arena. If you have any disputes, I can host it. Everyone in Eastern Sea will be the witnesses. We can gamble and resolve the conflict. If you have any resource needs or want to sell, you can come forward and state your request. From now on, I will hold a Qi Si banquet at this time every year. Of course, I will not charge any transaction fees. Ancestor is wise. Ancestor is selfless and righteous, we are in deep admiration. The Eastern Sea Immortals praised. Jun Shenguang's heart shook. Qi Si Ancestor's actions would greatly increase his influence in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Strong strength would make people revere him, while huge benefits would make people scramble for them. Moreover, Qi Si banquets would be held every year. If he wanted to deal with me, wouldn't he have done it the moment we met? Such a person is high and mighty, how could he make things difficult for a minor character like me? With such a thought, Drowning Elder spoke again. This is rank 7 Heart-Blood Immortal Gu, I captured it from an earth trench at the bottom of the sea, who wants to exchange it with me? After a moment of silence, many Gu immortals started to bid. None of them were from the righteous path. Blood Path was created by Qi Si Ancestor and flourished for a while, but it was suppressed and sealed by the 5 regions Righteous Path. Blood Sea Ancestor was very capable, he actually created a Blood Path inheritance in the 5 regions, causing Blood Path to be passed down, even the Righteous Path forces were secretly researching it. The transaction of Immortal Gu could only be done by exchanging Gu for Gu. There was no bidding. It depended on which Immortal Gu Drowning Elder wanted. There were many Gu immortals who were willing to exchange, many of them took out Water Path Immortal Gu to exchange. Eastern Sea had the most Water Path Immortal Gu, the number of Water Path Immortal Gu was also the largest in the 5 regions. This Heart-Blood Immortal Gu seemed to have extraordinary power, it might be useful if it was used in battle. Under normal circumstances, Gu immortals could not cultivate multiple paths, because of conflicting Dao marks. But there were many Gu immortals who cultivated Blood Path in Eastern Sea, most of them were main cultivators, some were rank 7, a few were rank 6, and some were secondary cultivators. Seeing this, the expressions of Eastern Sea's Righteous Path Gu immortals turned even uglier. Eastern Sea had many secluded cultivators, to think that a Heart-Blood Immortal Gu would cause so many Blood Path Gu immortals to appear. Fang Yuan, however, was not surprised. In the 500 years of memories of his previous life, Blood Path was extremely tenacious. After the 5 regions merged, the number of Blood Path Gu immortals continued to rise. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, Blood Path became even more popular. There was no way to stop it. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan was also one of them. I can try for this Heart-Blood Immortal Gu. In Song Zi Xing's inheritance, there is a killer move, using Heart-Blood Immortal Gu as the core is the most suitable. Fang Yuan had a thought, when Zhang Yin spoke, I want this Heart-Blood Immortal Gu, I also have several rank 7 Water Path Immortal Gu, you can choose from them. Also, I will owe you a favor. Chapter 1899. Once Zhang Yin made a move, with the power of a rank 8, many competitors immediately gave up. Not to mention that they could not compete with a rank 8 Gu immortal, even if they could, they would offend this rank 8 lone immortal. Sometimes, lone immortals were scarier than Righteous Path rank 8s, because they were unrestrained and free, they did not have as many concerns as Righteous Path forces. As for why Zhang Yin was interested in Heart-Blood Immortal Gu, that was his own problem. The Gu immortals present could not ask. As the representative of Celestial Court, Jun Shenguang saw this and felt even more worried. Qi Si Ancestor was hosting this banquet. Immortal Gu and immortal materials were being traded openly, it satisfied the cultivation needs of many Eastern Sea Gu immortals. After this banquet, Eastern Sea Gu immortals would have abundant cultivation resources, their strength would definitely increase. This was a good thing for Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world, but for Celestial Court, it was not so good. Especially when Qi Si Ancestor announced earlier that such Qi Si banquets would be held every year. This frequency was too high. Jun Shenguang could not help but think, Qi Si Ancestor, do you have nothing better to do, holding a banquet every year, aren't you tired? Different from Jewel Yellow Skies and the other auctions, you do not charge any fees, what are you after? It seems that Qi Si Ancestor is not without ambition, he is nurturing his reputation. Using the Qi Si banquet, he can consolidate his reputation every year. In the future, be it joining Celestial Court or staying in Eastern Sea, it will be good. I heard that Qi Si Ancestor has many descendants. In the future, when these people travel in Eastern Sea with Qi Si Ancestor's name, they will definitely be welcomed by everyone. Jun Shenguang was a rank 8 of Celestial Court, he naturally had his own strategies, he gradually realized some things. Right at this time, a message came from Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle informed Jun Shenguang, asking him to cooperate with other Gu immortals and secretly purchase Heartblood Immortal Gu for them. Jun Shenguang frowned. He was not wondering why Celestial Court needed this Blood Path Immortal Gu. The truth was, Celestial Court had been researching Blood Path, they had great results. Jun Shenguang only felt troubled, he replied, the situation has changed again. Just earlier, Zhang Yin took action and offered a high price for Heartblood Immortal Gu. Fairy Ziwei, who was in Heavenly Court, hesitated for a moment before arranging, then watch from the sidelines, I will arrange the others. Jun Shenguang was Heavenly Court's representative. If he competed with Zhang Yin for a Blood Path Immortal Gu, it would greatly affect Heavenly Court's reputation. In Fairy Myrtle's plan, he was only. Heavenly Court placed great importance on this Qi Si banquet. Among the participants, there were people like Jun Shenguang who had rank 8 cultivation level on the surface, there were also hidden members with rank 6 or 7 cultivation level. Huh, what a coincidence, I am also interested in this Heartblood Immortal Gu. Yang Jun suddenly spoke. Just as Zhang Yin thought the situation was set, this Eastern Sea rank 8 lone immortal joined the fray. This startled the immortals. Even Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Yang Jun had participated in the fight for the Dragon Palace. He had an immortal Gu house called Fragrant Horse Carriage. While chasing after Dragon Palace, he found traces of Fang Yuan. Let Fang Yuan's dream of the aureole fall through. Afterwards, Yang Jun suddenly helped Duke Long, allowing Duke Long to suppress the rank 8 immortal Gu house's resistance and take it. After doing this, Yang Jun immediately concealed himself and disappeared without a trace. Buying and selling Immortal Gu in Jewel Yellow Skies was expensive, but the Celestial Court was a huge organization, they did not care about this. Fairy Myrtle obtained Heartblood Immortal Gu and immediately gave it to someone else. This person cultivated in Demon Judgment Board all year round. After obtaining this Heartblood Immortal Gu, he shouted in joy, I have succeeded. He jumped out of Demon Judgment Board. Immediately, the surrounding 100 li was filled with blood light, fragrance assaulted the senses, immortal music resounded in the sky, 8-petal blood flowers were flying in the sky. He was tall and handsome, he had a smile on his face, there was a headband on his head, there was a blood-colored halo behind his head. There seemed to be a formless staircase in the air, allowing him to walk down step by step. Guyue Fangzheng was cultivating in front of Demon Judgment Board. Seeing this, he quickly knelt down. Fangzheng pays respects to Master. Get up, my disciple. I obtained a crucial Immortal Gu. The blood path method that I have conceived in my life now has its core and foundation. I have been in closed cultivation in Demon Judgment Board for hundreds of years, it is time for me to come out. This rank 8 Gu Immortal had a gentle tone, he stretched out his hand, a force appeared out of nowhere and helped Guyue Fangzheng up. Fangzheng cupped his fists again. Disciple congratulates master. Ever since he was captured by Shen Tsongsheng in Eastern Sea, he was redeemed by the Celestial Court. Qin Dingling observed his luck and suggested to Fairy Myrtle to let him become the next Demon Judgment Board Lord. Fairy Myrtle and Duke Long discussed and agreed. Fangzheng came to Demon Judgment Board to cultivate, becoming the disciple of the current Demon Judgment Board Lord. Demon Judgment Board was a rank 8 immortal Gu house. It had a long history. When Blood Sea Ancestor wreaked havoc in the 5 regions, the Celestial Court felt danger. A predecessor of the Celestial Court found the wild blood relation Immortal Gu according to the revelation of Fate Gu. Blood relation Immortal Gu was rank 8, after being captured by the Celestial Court, it was added to Demon Judgment Board. This caused any blood path cultivator in the world, as long as they had not reached rank 9, to be sensed by Demon Judgment Board. The Celestial Court relied on the accurate information on Demon Judgment Board and used cruel methods to eliminate Central Continent's blood path while it was still growing. Moreover, they selectively informed the other 4 regions about Demon Judgment Board's information, causing the other regions' righteous path to be more effective in suppressing blood path. Blood path had never truly prospered, it was firmly suppressed. Demon Judgment Board could be said to be the greatest contributor. After Blood Path was created by Blood Sea Ancestor, the Celestial Court had been researching it. Their results were higher than any other super force in the world. The current Demon Judgment Board Lord, Red Heart Traveler, cultivated Blood Path. He had been in closed cultivation in Demon Judgment Board, studying it painstakingly. His research was extremely fruitful, allowing the Celestial Court to be at the forefront of Blood Path in the 5 regions. With a flash of light, 9 spiritual fairies suddenly appeared in front of Red Heart Traveler. Dao friend Red Heart, I have come to meet up with you. We are going to Western Desert to find trouble with Fang clan. Red Heart Traveler nodded slightly. Before leaving, he reminded Guyue Fangzheng, Demon Judgment Board cannot be without a lord for a single day. Fangzheng is my disciple. After I leave, you will take over as Demon Judgment Board Lord. My inheritance is left in the board. Not only that, the previous Demon Judgment Board Lords have more or less their cultivation experiences. Although he cultivated Blood Path, his temperament was extremely good. He treated people warmly like a spring breeze. 9 spiritual fairy smiled. Back then, when Master taught me the true inheritance, he said that my aptitude was lacking. I can only be envious of geniuses like you. Chapter 1900. Eastern Sea. Swish swish swish. Waves surged, hitting the reefs on the island and causing them to explode into white foam. Evil winds howled, the weather was gloomy. This uninhabited island was very inconspicuous in the huge Eastern Sea, but there were 4 Gu immortals hiding here. The 4 Gu immortals were all injured. One was lying on the ground. It was unknown if he was dead or alive. The other 3 were sitting cross-legged on the ground, healing their injuries. A moment later, one of them coughed intensely, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. Lord! The other 2 immortals who were still conscious quickly stopped healing. They gathered around him with concern. The one who coughed out blood was Miao Mingshen. This Gu immortal cultivated space path. He had rank 7 cultivation level. He was very famous among Eastern Sea's lone immortals. He had a wide network and influence. He was neither tall nor short. He was neither fat nor thin. His appearance was above average. His facial features were ordinary. Only his wide nose left a deep impression. In terms of appearance, this person was not outstanding. But he had great ambitions. He was skilled at treating others with humility. He had quite the charisma. Eastern Sea's 3 lone immortals, Immortal Hua Dai, Feng Jiang, and Gue Qi, followed Miao Mingshen's lead. The 4 formed a tight group. But now, among them, Gue Qi was unconscious. His skin was emitting a poisonous purple color. He was in a dangerous situation. Miao Mingshan wiped the blood from his mouth. He had a pale expression as he spoke with difficulty. My injuries, cough cough, are not important. The important thing is old Gui's condition. That's right, Gui Qi was hit by the ice-poisoned starfish's thorns. We cannot cure this poison. Immortal Hua Dai was worried. Feng Zhang's expression was cold. Even though the ice-poisoned starfish's thorns are tricky, I heard that Su Chen and Fairy Jiu Yu can save him. Miao Mingshan shook his head, sighing. Fairy Jiu Yu and Ren Xiaoping have a secret relationship. I know about it already. Su Chen is attending the Qi Si banquet now. We cannot expose our identities and secrets. We can only rely on ourselves for old Gui's injuries. I intend to use the extreme time route to exchange for underworld yellow water. With this water, we can get rid of the ice-thorn starfish's poison. Lord! Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang were moved. Miao Mingshan laughed heartily. A mere rank 8 immortal material can save my life. It is worth it. Speaking of which, we have to thank this demon, Feng Yuan. If not for him defeating the Celestial Court, the Celestial Court would not be buying time path immortal materials so crazily in jewel yellow skies. Immortal Hua Dai nodded and sighed. Yeah, this demon Feng Yuan actually obtained a red lotus true inheritance and can control the stone lotus islands. The Celestial Court has suffered a huge setback this time. The losses are too great. Feng Jiang said worriedly. Feng Yuan is too cunning. The Celestial Court can't do anything to him. Now that Feng Yuan had obtained the true legacy of the Red Lotus, he was truly powerful. If we don't stop him, Feng Yuan will become even more terrifying and pose a threat to the entire world. Immortal Hua Dai smiled. Feng, you are worrying too much. A person like Feng Yuan can come and go as he pleases. How can we compare to him? The world is so big, can we even meet him? Even if the sky collapses, there will be someone taller to hold it up. The Celestial Court will not let him off. We just need to watch the show. This time, Feng Yuan used the Stone Lotus Islands to trap the Celestial Court. He would not let go of such a good opportunity. He displayed the image of the Celestial Court's defeat in jewel yellow skies for all the Gu immortals in the world to see. If Feng Yuan wanted these immortal Gu and immortal materials, he could get Zhang Yin and the other dragon generals to sell them for him. As for himself, he was determined not to make a move. He was like a backdrop. But it was this background that no one could ignore from the beginning to the end. It is about time. The Qi Si banquet ends here. Feng Yuan spoke. All the immortals were astonished and confused. Why did it suddenly end? Feng Yuan smiled warmly. The transactions are endless. How long are we going to continue? Most of you have important matters to attend to. It is not good for me to keep you here. I organized this banquet to make it convenient for Eastern Sea's comrades. I also wanted to get to know them. Now that things have come to this, it is already a success. The truth was, he had matters to attend to. You guys can go back to where you came from. Don't obstruct me. Feng Yuan spoke politely. Even if the Eastern Sea immortals were unhappy, they did not dare to go against the number one person of Eastern Sea. The immortals stood up and bid farewell to Feng Yuan. In the near future, Feng Yuan would gain even more benefits. Miao Mingshan looked around. Everyone, I have already explained the details of the operation here. I have also given you a day to consider it. This is my first time doing this. The risk is hard to estimate. There is a possibility of death. If any of you choose to give up, please leave now. I, Miao Mingshan, will not stop you. I truly understand your decision. Of course, no one gave up. This matter concerned Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Even if they did not share the same path, the immortals were filled with anticipation. These last days, they had been thinking about what was inside the blue dragon whale. But they did not know that Feng Yuan was already aware of this. He had already set up all sorts of detailed and reliable plans. Similar to the previous life, before the immortals set off, Zheng Luozi helped them set up an alliance agreement. Next, the immortals entered the sea. They were planted with a marking method. After that, they entered the undercurrent, with Miao Mingshen leading the way. He changed his path from time to time. Feng Yuan mixed in with the immortals. He followed Miao Mingshen closely. In the previous life, he had already set up the location of the blue dragon whale, but the blue dragon whale did not appear. If he did not follow Miao Mingshen closely, he might not be able to find the blue dragon whale. There were 8 immortals in total. They traveled continuously for several days. They mainly used the undercurrent. If there was no undercurrent, they would hide in the sea and move forward quietly. They were very low profile. Even if they encountered desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts, they would mainly avoid them. If they encountered any natural resources, they would give up on them. Along the way, under Miao Mingshen's intentional guidance, the immortals kept communicating. The atmosphere in the group became very harmonious. Miao Mingshen also silently became the core of the group. He had connections everywhere. His social skills were indeed top-notch. The immortals traveled day and night without stopping. Miao Mingshen was afraid that Ren Xiaoping would leak the news, so he made full use of his time. Suddenly, he slowed down slightly. He suppressed his excitement and said, "We are close." The immortals were energized. Feng Yuan frowned. Just like in the previous life, he had already been investigating Miao Mingshen, but he could not see what method Miao Mingshen used to find the blue dragon whale. Currently, this location was completely different from Feng Yuan's previous life. As they got closer to the blue dragon whale, the immortals started to notice abnormalities. The seawater became more turbulent. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts started to increase in numbers. Feng Yuan and the rest had to move forward while killing desolate beasts, creating a path of blood. The immortals fought with all their might, but Feng Yuan had a strange expression. In the previous life, he had fallen for it, but this time, he had experienced it, and after thinking about it carefully, he noticed some minute abnormalities. It seems that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's test has already begun at the bottom of the sea. If I take the initiative to die now, will I be teleported into the blue dragon whale's immortal aperture? Feng Yuan felt that the possibility was high, but he did not want to take the risk. To play it safe, he wanted to learn from the previous life and die, step by step. Who is it? Right at this time, Zheng Luozi shouted coldly, using a killer move towards his left. The killer move did not have any offensive power, but several Gu immortals appeared. As expected of Zheng Luozi, an excellent information path investigative method, it is amazing. He stopped abruptly and pushed his palms behind him. With a loud bang, a large amount of pitch-black fog spread rapidly. The two Shen clan Gu immortals were too fast. They plunged into the fog and vanished without a trace. Old Gui, take care. Miao Mingshen knew that the situation was dire. He flew up with tears in his eyes. Shen Zongshen completely suppressed Feng Jiang and Immortal Huadai. He snickered at this. Where are you going? Saying so, several formless sound waves chased after Miao Mingshen. Miao Mingshen's hair stood on end, alarm bells rang in his mind, his gaze flashed like lightning. He shouted and used a space path killer move at the crucial moment. His figure disappeared abruptly and reappeared 100 steps ahead of him. At the next second, he vanished again. When he appeared again, he was 100 steps away from Feng Yuan and the rest. Like this, Miao Mingshen successfully escaped and charged out of the sea. Shen Tsongsheng gasped in surprise. His method was at the level of a true rank 8, Miao Mingshen actually managed to escape, it was truly amazing. Miao Mingshen was the most crucial person. Shen Tsongsheng did not care about keeping Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang in his immortal aperture, he threw them to the others and chased after Miao Mingshen. Miao Mingshen charged out of the sea, he was covered in cold sweat. My escaping method can teleport 100 li away normally. But in front of Shen Tsongsheng, I can only teleport 100 steps away. Is this the power of a rank 8 Gu immortal? Suddenly, with a loud bang, the sea broke apart as Shen Tsongsheng shot out. Miao Mingshen's body shook, his speed fell as he was hit by Shen Tsongsheng's killer move again. Seeing that he was about to be captured, Miao Mingshen struggled with all his might, he felt more and more despair in his heart. Right at this time, a sharp cry could be heard. An immemorial thunder phoenix flew towards Shen Tsongsheng. The immemorial thunder phoenix was ferocious. Shen Tsongsheng's expression changed, he did not dare to be careless, he could only let go of Miao Mingshen for now and block the immemorial thunder phoenix. With a loud sound, the immemorial thunder phoenix knocked Shen Tsongsheng into the sea, creating waves like an explosion. Miao Mingshen used this chance to escape again, his body was drenched in cold sweat. At this time, he finally had the time to observe his surroundings. Above the sea, tornadoes were raging, lightning was flashing, thunder was rumbling, the dark clouds were like a city. The sea was in a frenzy, setting off stormy waves. Each wave was about to cover the sky and cover the earth. Each wave was at least 300 meters tall. Large numbers of birds and eagles were flying around in the sky amidst the lightning and thunder, fighting and killing each other. Within the dark clouds, blue charm lightning shadows could be seen, being hunted down by the immemorial desolate beast Thunder Phoenix. Shen Tsongsheng thought to himself, Chuing is just a rank 7, he is a lone immortal, I will be able to deal with him sooner or later. The most important thing now is this merit steal. Fang Yuan's earlier actions had undoubtedly set a good example for the immortals present. In the previous life, Miao Mingshen's group came to the steal and were hesitant, they split the immortal materials and resources on the island before coming back to accept the mission. But in this life, Fang Yuan had woken up in advance, he had already made his move and ransacked the island. Only this merit steal appeared in front of the immortals. There were many missions on the merit steal. Help the mermen in South Sea City collect the golden lotuses in the Silver Lake. Round Fish Island was dry, they needed to build wells. 3 Patterns tribe lacked herbs, plague was spreading, they needed a lot of herbs. Shepherd Flute tribe encountered a fog, they needed to be guided out. Su Xia Mountain Spirit Spring had a problem, it needed to be dealt with. The Gu immortals were dazed as they watched. Like in the previous life, they encountered the same predicament. These missions only had names, they did not have detailed descriptions, the Gu immortals could not find out the actual content. For example, this mission, 3 Patterns tribe lacked herbs, plague was spreading, they needed a lot of herbs. What kind of force was 3 Patterns tribe? Were there Gu immortals? Were they an ordinary force or a super force? Plague was spreading, what kind of plague was it? After all, there were many plagues that even rank 8 Gu immortals did not dare to touch. They needed a lot of herbs, what kind of herbs? Immortal materials? How could they obtain them? No one knew these. There was only one sentence on the merit stele. The immortals were completely at a loss. Does that chewing know something? Someone muttered. The immortals were silent, their hatred and suspicions towards Feng Yuan deepened. Even though Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was known for his kindness, this was an unfamiliar environment. Even the rank 8 Shen Tsongsheng was forbidden from killing. The Gu immortals had to be vigilant. Looking at the rewards on the merit stele. A large number of immortal materials and immortal Gu could be exchanged with merit points. Of course, there were also some strange and peculiar things. For example, some vague titles, or some mortal Gu. Shen Tsongsheng saw a rank 5 mortal Gu. It was called Kindness Gu. This was the first time he had seen such a Gu worm. To exchange for one Kindness Gu, 50 merit points were needed. It was the most expensive mortal Gu. But the merit stele did not describe the specific use of this Gu worm. Shen Tsongsheng did not know either. However, to be placed here by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, there had to be something special about it. The immortals discussed for a while. It seemed that they could only gain true knowledge through practice. If I really knew about these arrangements and had a shortcut, would I not use them? Would I wait to be threatened by Shen Tsongsheng? When I was being chased outside, if I knew it was an illusion, would have killed myself already. Both of you, this is the truth, I am not lying. Zheng Luozi and Tu Tu Tuo looked at Miao Mingshen's sincere expression and nodded, we believe you. Gue Qi suddenly said, speaking of which, I thought of something. Previously, when he was being chased in the sea, Chuing saw that he was about to be attacked by the sound blades, but he suddenly increased his speed and crashed into an immemorial thunder phoenix, then was struck to death by lightning. That's right, I saw it too. Feng Jiang agreed. Seeking death, it is really strange, it seems that Chuing really knows some inside information. Tu Tu Tuo's eyes flashed. Previously, Feng Yuan did not know that dying in Shen Tsongsheng's hands would also lead him here. To be safe, he chose to die the way he did in his previous life. This way, there was a flaw. Just like how Shen Tsongsheng's sound blades avoided Tong Hua. Miao Mingshen's group discovered Chu Ying's flaw, Shen Tsongsheng's group did the same. Miao Mingshen. At this time, Shen Tan walked at the front and approached Miao Mingshen's group. Behind Shen Tan were Shen Tsongsheng's group and Ren Xiaoping's group. Everyone, don't be nervous. Shen Tan smiled, we are not here to find trouble with you, we are here to seek cooperation. Cooperation? You guys are really thick-skinned. Who was chasing us earlier? Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai were indignant. Miao Mingshen stopped them and looked at Shen Tsongsheng. Shen Tsongsheng nodded slightly and said indifferently, that is exactly what I mean. Just now, it was indeed me who attacked and wanted to kill all of you. However, if all of you put yourselves in my shoes, would you have let me go if you were me? It is not that I do not want to kill you, but with the current situation, I can only cooperate with you. I guarantee with the Shen family's reputation that even if we leave this dragon whale paradise in the future, we will not harm you and will let you go. And everyone, you need to tell me everything you know in full detail. Shen family's reputation. Miao Mingshen pondered, the Gu immortals around him also had slightly moved expressions. Shen Tsongsheng was Shen family's first supreme elder, he was a righteous path person, his words carried enormous weight. Right now, he was using the entire Shen family's reputation as a guarantee, he was very trustworthy. Of course, the safest method was to sign an alliance agreement. Zheng Luozi and Shen Nai he were both rank 7 information path Gu immortals, but they could not use their alliance agreement method, it was restricted by this paradise. Think about it, this is your only chance. If you miss it, don't regret it after leaving Dragon Whale Paradise. Shen Tan smiled and threatened. Miao Mingshen and the rest were silent. This is a rank 8 Gu Immortal, Shen Clan's first Supreme Elder. Do you need to be so rash? If you don't give in now, what will you do when we teleport out 300 days later? At once, everyone did not know if they should admire Chu Ying's courage or laugh at his stupidity. After scolding him, Fang Yuan disappeared, he took another mission and teleported out. The remaining Gu Immortals were still standing, looking at the empty merit obelisk in a daze. Shen Tsongsheng suddenly laughed lightly, breaking the silence. This Chu Ying is quite courageous. This old man also hopes that after he goes out, he will also have this kind of courage. He was smiling, but his eyes were shining with anger, he was clearly filled with killing intent. Miao Mingshen, who is this Chu Ying, where is he staying? Shen Tan turned around and asked. His attitude was so overbearing, Guo Qiyi and the rest were unhappy, they stared at him angrily. Miao Mingshen sighed deeply, shrugging, if I tell you that I do not know his origin, would you believe me? He. Shen Tan's lips twitched, he laughed dryly, his expression said it all. Who are you lying to? If you do not know Chu Ying's background, would you invite him to search for Paradise Earth's true inheritance? Oh Chu Ying, I am about to die because of you. Miao Mingshen smiled bitterly in his heart, but he was not willing to give in, he pushed the blame to Ren Xiaoping. The reason why I trust Chu Ying is because of Ren Xiaoping. Brother Ren, tell us, is there a need to hide it now? Miao Mingshen's words made the immortals look at Ren Xiaoping with heated gazes. Ren Xiaoping's heart shook, he felt immense pressure, he had to tell them everything he knew. The immortals finally understood the whole story. Miao Mingshen explained, actually, I have not interacted with Chu Ying for a long time, I only invited him to an auction. Back then, Tonghua and Tu Tua were there too. Shen Tsongsheng turned his questioning gaze to the two of them. Tonghua and Tu Tua spoke one after another, saying everything they knew. Shen Tsongsheng frowned after listening to the whole round. Even though there was a lot of information, it was useless. What he knew was already known, what he did not know was still unknown. There was no way to find out. Chapter 1906. Light flashed, Fang Yuan suddenly appeared on a small island. I am here again. Fang Yuan smiled. The mission he took this time was to come to this island and collect earth trench black oil from the nearby sea. This was the first mission he took when exploring Dragon Whale Paradise in his previous life, he was very familiar with it. This life's Dragon Whale Paradise has many changes compared to the previous life. Not only did the Blue Dragon Whale's location change, the number of participating Gu Immortals has also increased, the mission content and number have also changed. I completed more than 10 missions before this black oil mission appeared. In his previous life, he had relied on this mission to save the mermaid girl Xia Lin, using her as a chess piece to go to Merman City to compete for the Saintess position, he then followed the clues and went to Regret Crying Sea to obtain Regret Gu. Once Regret Gu flew into his hands, the Venerable Method instantly activated and brought Fang Yuan back to the Stone Lotus Island in the River of Time. Because of this, Fang Yuan was able to bypass the Celestial Court's obstruction and successfully inherit a Red Lotus true inheritance. But after rebirth, Fang Yuan made an even better plan. In the battle in the River of Time, Fang Yuan destroyed the 6 immortal Gu houses of the Celestial Court. He destroyed the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation and killed a large number of Gu Immortals, only 9 Spiritual Fairy and Feng Jioga managed to escape. As the price, that Stone Lotus Island was destroyed as well. Without the Stone Lotus Island, the venerable method on Regret Gu could not be used. This time, Fang Yuan intended to take down this dragon whale paradise. Getting Regret Gu was only one of his goals. The entire island was exposed to Fang Yuan's investigative killer move. There were no secrets at all. The island was very ordinary. There were not many resources on the island. There was a small fishing village with a low-quality spirit spring. There were a few Gu masters among the villagers, but most were mortals. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to enter the fishing village. He dived into the sea. In the sea, there was a group of weaving sea spiders hunting. Fang Yuan went around them and went deeper. When he got close to the earth trench, he saw a group of seashell sharks patrolling nearby. Fang Yuan had great strength, but he did not want to attack for no reason. He concealed himself and went to the black oil. Black oil was an immortal material. It was very threatening to Gu masters. Once they were stained by the black oil, some food path Dao marks would be engraved on the Gu master's body. This was often a fatal problem for Gu masters. On one hand, because different Dao marks repelled each other, the oil-harvesting Gu masters would fall sharply. There were simply too few food path oil-harvesting Gu masters. On the other hand, Gu masters had mortal bodies. As time passed, they would find it hard to endure the corrosion of the black oil. They were almost stationary, but if one looked closely, they would not be able to resist. But if one looked closely, one would find that they were moving slowly in the sea. Fang Yuan activated his method, and wherever he went, the black oil flowed like water, spreading everywhere. I remember it was here. Fang Yuan separated a lump of black oil but did not find the previous life's blue-scaled mermaid, Xia Lin. Maybe because of his rebirth, Xia Lin's situation changed. She was not trapped here. Perhaps with his rebirth, Xia Lin's fate had changed and she was not trapped here. After all, compared to my previous life, this is several days earlier. Fang Yuan thought about it. He did not give up. He used his method to scatter all the nearby black oil. Fang Yuan thought about it. He did not give up immediately. He used his method to scatter all of the nearby black oil. Even though Fang Yuan had many Gu immortal subordinates in his immortal aperture, it was useless. In this dragon whale paradise, Paradise Earth immortal venerables methods restricted this. It seemed that only Gu immortals who passed the outside world's test and were brought to this island while asleep had the qualifications to enter and complete missions here. After Fang Yuan left, the atmosphere under the merit obelisk became heavy. Because Shen Zongsheng had a very strong request, he forced the surrounding Gu immortals to expend their merit points to exchange for some suspicious rewards. Shen Zongsheng hoped to win the rewards that Fang Yuan exchanged for. Since Fang Yuan did not tell him, he would try it himself. Even if it was not open for half a year, as long as it was open, the surrounding Gu masters and forces would flock here. Fang Yuan was very familiar with this island. It was a place he had entered in his previous life. In his previous life, Xia Lin was framed by a certain unscrupulous merchant on this island, and the mission that Fang Yuan received was to punish this unscrupulous merchant, so he saved Xia Lin. In this life, Fang Yuan also received a mission and came here, but it was a mid-sized mission. It was completely different from the previous mission. The sea market was bustling. There were people moving about, there were humans and mermen. Come, take a look, these are the best crystal corals. There are 3 Gu House river wheels left, hurry up and buy them. Buying Great Ming clay, buy as much as you can. Xia Lin appeared. She walked on the deck, observing the goods on the stalls as she moved towards the core island. Different from before, she was in high spirits, her eyes were shining brightly. After the baptism of life and death and Fang Yuan's guidance, she had undergone a complete transformation both inside and out. Fang Yuan activated his investigative method, covering the surrounding 100 li as he continued to probe. He sensed Xia Lin's presence the moment she appeared. Fang Yuan did not approach Xia Lin, he continued to investigate the interior of the island and the depths of the sea. An immortal-grade grand array gradually appeared within his senses. Fang Yuan saw this and praised in his mind. This immortal formation structure was very exquisite. It was an earth path and water path formation. It was used to maintain the island, manage the surrounding sea currents, and improve the environment of the entire sea area. But now, this immortal formation was damaged. The earth path portion was corroded while the water path portion did not change much. Originally, earth path and water path were balanced, but now that earth path was weakened, water path was stronger. The island sea market was open all year round, but because the formation was damaged, the island would be submerged in water for half a year. What Fang Yuan needed to do was to repair this formation. Fang Yuan's ability was still lacking. His formation path attainment level was not bad, it was at Grandmaster level. But to use natural Dao marks to set up a formation, he needed to be a great Grandmaster. At the same time, his water path attainment level was at Grandmaster, but his earth path attainment level was only at Master. And this formation needed to be repaired in the earth path aspect. This formation is not the work of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, it is the work of a certain formation path Great Grandmaster. Fang Yuan analyzed. If Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did it personally, it would definitely have the style and scale of the Gu formation in Regret Crying Sea. In the previous life, Fang Yuan and the rest found that they were not the first batch of Gu immortals to enter Dragon Whale Paradise. Chapter 1910. Sightseeing Blessed Land. The palace was deep, there were countless buildings. The shade of the trees was dense, the summer cicadas were singing. The palace doors opened, the Featherman girls along the way knelt on the ground, they respectfully welcomed the owner of this palace, Xia Cha. Xia Cha's expression was ugly, she had a gloomy expression. After being in closed cultivation for a long time, she tried all sorts of methods, but she could not advance from rank 5 to rank 6. All methods had been used, there was only one way left, to buy the rank 6 second aperture immortal Gu from Fang Yuan. As Xia clan's first supreme elder, Xia Cha had rank 8 cultivation level, but during the battle in the River of Time, she was captured by Fang Yuan. Even though she survived, her rank 8 immortal aperture was taken away by Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan let Xia Cha go, he took the chance to sell second aperture Gu, extorting Southern Border's super forces using another method. Xia Cha thus obtained the opportunity to recultivate. She was like a drowning person who saw her only hope, she grabbed onto it tightly. Xia Cha had already cultivated to rank 5, but she was stuck at the most crucial step. Immortal Ascension. Her countless attempts at immortal ascension had all failed. Sigh. Xianxia sighed, she finally understood reality. Prepare clean water for me to wash up, also spread the news that I have come out of closed cultivation, call second and third supreme elder here. Xianxia instructed the featherman maid beside her. However, after a full hour, Xianxia still did not see the second and third grand elders. Instead, they sent back a message saying that they each had important matters to attend to and could not come. These two old fools. Xianxia cursed in her heart, a chill crept into her heart. Even though she knew that this day would come sooner or later, when this day truly arrived, she still felt a chill in her heart. She had once been in charge of Xia clan, she had done all sorts of things for them, she could make decisions in all matters, but now, she was only a rank 5 cripple, she had to submit to others. Once upon a time, Xia clan's second and third supreme elder had to follow Xianxia's lead. In fact, their rise and current status were all because of Xianxia's nurturing. It seems like, these two old men are also going to establish their own sections. Xianxia looked at the empty hall and sighed in her heart. There wasn't much anger in her heart, but more of helplessness and sorrow. Call them ungrateful? It was not accurate. In fact, Xianxia understood the choices of these Xia clan Gu immortals. Because of her, the Xia family had been extorted by Feng Yuan too harshly. Their treasury was in a huge deficit. After painstakingly managing and accumulating the treasury for so many years, it was equivalent to letting Feng Yuan look after the treasury. Even if Xianxia wanted to recultivate, she would have to start step by step. The resources consumed in the long process would inevitably be a huge figure. Should he give these resources to Xianxia or keep them for himself? After the initial panic and hesitation, Xia clan's Gu immortals started to form a tacit understanding. Xianxia's title of First Supreme Elder had completely become an empty title. Rank 5 cultivation was simply not enough to become a Gu immortal. Xianxia thought about it for a while before taking out an information path mortal Gu and handing it to the featherman maid, asking her to bring it to Second Supreme Elder. But in the evening, Second Supreme Elder's reply made Xianxia furious again. Even the reputation of First Supreme Elder is worthless now. Xianxia gritted her teeth. It turned out that she was willing to complete a transaction with Second Supreme Elder in the information path mortal Gu.